I'm feeling so hollow. Don't you know? Don't you know? I'm living in shadow. Don't you know? Don't you know? I fell for fool's gold. I fell for fool's gold. What did I know? What did I know? I fell for fool's gold. I fell for fool's gold. What did I know? What did I know? You were fool's gold. Yes, I did. And I did it all for love. Yes, I did it all for love. Oh, they say fools believe in it, so I guess I'm one of them. Oh, don't you know? I fell for fool's gold. I fell for fool's gold. What did I know? What did I know? I fell for fool's gold. I fell for fool's gold. What did I know? What did I know? You were fool's gold. Yes, I did. so hollow. Don't you know? Don't you know? I'm living in shadow. Don't you know? Don't you know? I fell for fool's gold. I fell for fool's gold. What did I know? What did I know? I fell for fool's gold. I fell for fool's gold. What did I know? What did I know? You were fool's gold. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And I did it all for love. Yes, I did it all for love. Oh, they say fools believe in it, so I guess I'm one of them. Oh, don't you know? I fell for fool's gold. I fell for fool's gold. What did I know? What did I know? I fell for fool's gold. I fell for fool's gold. What did I know? What did I know? You were fool's gold.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first matchup in the LCD playoffs. Tonight we're going to watch Fortress versus Wicked Gaming, and I have none other than Panu here to help me break down the games.
Hey guys.
So, so coming into this matchup, I think it's fair to say that Wicked are the clear favorites, going undefeated in entire matches this entire split. But do you think it's just going to be a 3-0, or do you think Fortress actually have some possibility of taking games?
I could actually see them. I could see it being kind of close series, but not completely. Since I think we'll see like a 3-1 series here. It's in favor of Wicked Gaming, because Fortress has some iconic players who can actually make this match pretty stable. Looking forward to see some good League of Legends tonight. Today, not tonight.
Yes, and I think that's a important thing you touch on there because normally what Wicked are so good at is that they have so much mechanical talent on their lineup. So they can maybe do some wrong macro decisions, but just because of their general strong laning, they can get away with a lot of things. And that's also speaking into the way they play the game. They often do these very skirmish heavy game types where like mid game is where you're going to see them strike. And I think Fortress is probably the team in this playoffs who have the best chance of beating Wicked at their own game, because if we maybe look a bit to the later match that's going to be played tonight with Hillerød versus Orlando, I don't think neither of those teams have the mechanical skill to stand up toe to toe with Wicked Gaming, so or Fortress in that sake. So I think it's really important to highlight the difference between uh, this side of the bracket and the other side, and how both teams like to play.
Yeah, I'm just fixing my. I'm trying to get into the game, but I can't. So right now I'm just really frustrated looking into a blank client.
Well, let's hope we get you in here in time for the games to start. But so, like, if you're gonna look at these separate lineups, like, where do you like if you are Fortress, where do you think, like, where would you look to strike this Wicked Gaming lineup? Like, how would you try and come to an advantage?
I think they definitely have to shut down Flipper in the jungle. They have to really spot him out and make sure that they remove all the vision from. Make sure if you are a fortress, make sure you remove all the vision inside of your own jungle, because Flipper is a very intelligent jungler who will make sure to always spot you out and make sure to make sure that he knows where the enemy jungler is at all times. So they definitely have to be on point with their vision and make sure to remove to remove Wicked Gaming's vision from their own jungle.
So, is it fair to say that a lot of this game could come down to the drafts and how like if one team is able to get an advantage, like a winning matchup or something like this? Like, do you think a lot of the game could be decided like this, or where do you kind of see it go?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, most of the time in this league, all most of it comes down to the draft, and of course, you can make some in game plays or a mistake to capitalize on the game, but you definitely have to have a good draft to get the best head start from the get go.
Yeah, and I think one thing I don't think has been talked about that much is the fact that wiki gaming, it's like they're relatively untested, because like they have lost like I think three maps in the entire split, so they haven't even lost the entire series yet. So like they're not really tested in the sense like how do they adapt if they fall behind, or if they, like, for example, if they were to go like 0-2 down, like can they actually, like, do they have the mental fortitude to bounce back, or like how would it affect them? So that might also be something Fortress can do. Like if they just come out and just like start swinging and they knock down the first game, like how do they answer then? And I think that's also going to be a quite interesting thing to see. Like, can Wicked actually hold up in these longer series and like this, or are they just gonna or do they maybe stumble if they get a bit flustered in the early game?
Yeah, that will be really interesting to see if they can bounce back. Let's say they lost game number 2 and game number 4. It would be pretty interesting to see if they could turn it around, since they haven't really been tested in the regular season at all.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to see if they would tilt off losses. Don't think it will happen, but it could be something interesting to see later on.
Yes, and talking about these games, there's something we had to highlight because Wicked Gaming is the higher seed. They chose to start on red side, which I think speaks volumes to how they like to play. Maybe you could talk a bit about like what are the advantages for Wicked Gaming from choosing this red side.
Hmm. Yeah, I think it comes down to the to the draft that they want to make sure they have the counter picks for either Bendix or maybe Champion to have a good matchup, so they could like take the series. I think you also see it in LEC and LCS that people often choose red side to get these very important counter picks.
And especially in this meta where top lane matchups are so important, I think that's a really good thing to highlight. And talk about matchups and draft, we are now heading into the champion select, where the first champion is probably Champion's most iconic champion, the Fiora, getting banned away from him. And so do you have any predictions from what we may see as the first pick from Fortress, or what bans they might make?
Actually, pretty clueless. Besides PlayStation's, when I played on the team with PlayStation, he was a Thresh main, and I know Flipper has a pretty good Sin. So I would like to see a early game jungle pick for Flipper to just make a good early game for themselves and take off the game straight away.
And I think, you know,
yeah,
the Pike, Olaf, and Karma ban really speak to what we talked about as what we think like both these teams kind of excel at, these skirmishes, right? So by banning these champions, you reduce the early game skirmishing you can do and all the roaming. So I think so far it's a really, like, both teams know what each other wants to do and what they want to do themselves. So I actually kind of like this draft already.
And we also see the Karma getting banned away, a pretty solid pick in the top lane in almost all matchups. The Silas ban as well to make sure that he can't come and hijack your ultimates. Pretty standard draft so far, maybe besides the Fiora, but I'm not sure. How do you see Fiora? Is she a contested pick right now, or is it just because Champion plays it a lot?
Yeah, I think it's because Champion plays like it's his signature pick. But you know, that said, I may think like you're never going to pick it this early, and if you're Fortress, you can just save your top lane pick for later rotations, and then you can wait to ban it, so you could maybe ban something where you wouldn't want them to first pick. But this Yuumi pick is interesting because, as many people probably know, the Yuumi Garen has been a thing for quite a while because of how genuinely strong Yuumi is. So that may be a potential, but Wicked is probably going to answer with the infamous Syrakan, which can prove rather hard for Garen Yuumi to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. It would be a disaster if they took Garen into Sire Khan. I don't see how they would ever win that matchup. They simply have too much CC on the side of Sire Khan, but it'll be interesting to see. Oh, they actually didn't go with the Rakan. They can, of course, just wait and pick it as the third pick, but now we see a early game jungler for Flipper in Elise, and it'll be interesting to see if they can pull off some sweet dives and with her what is it called?
Repel.
Yeah, with her repel, and to actually get some early game advantage in one of the lanes.
But I really like that you touch on it too. The fact that they didn't pick the Rakan because they already had picked Yumi from Fortress side, so they're never gonna answer with it. So, but like the general identity of these two drafts just speaks to this early game and high tempo game, which is what like. Again, if we talk about a split bracket, so we have the top side or this side of the bracket with Fortress and Wicked, who both want to skirmish early and look for lane advantages and such, where we have Hillerød and Atlanta who really want to stay back and just scale up. So there's at least a clear difference in these four teams' approach to the game, which I think is really interesting because that's going to be highlighted when we get to the finals.
Yeah, definitely. The Danish league is a very exploding league with a lot of early game shenanigans. And they just love to fight all the time. It's like watching G2, but in every single game, and on a bit of another level. But still, it's and especially here with Wicked Gaming, they are like our Danish answer to G2, because they have such so strong individuals in every single position, so they can just fight the opponent no matter what at all points of the game.
Yeah,
because they know they are stronger.
And I think, again, if you want to, like, Syndra is one of these champions that now we have picked her blind, which is she's in general a really strong laner, but what she do so well is like she's really good at punishing low range or immobile champions. So Fortress don't really have any immobile champions, but Lucian is a really low range marksman, right? So he's gonna be really hard. Like he's gonna have a really hard time dealing with this Syndra in the mid game, because he's gonna try to dash in to deal all his damage, and then Syndra's just gonna laugh and use ult and then just stun everyone. So I think this may already be looking like a draft advantage going the way of Wicked.
Yeah, 100%. Also, the fact that the Fortress haven't banned Rakan in the second ban rotation, and I think that's pretty odd. They are, of course, up to go with the Nautilus on the side of Wicked Gaming, but it could be pretty. It could spell disaster for Fortress if they had. Rakan. Nautilus is not a bad pick, but I just feel like with Rakan and Syndra already, you would have such a great engaged tool to just win fights straight away. But they don't choose to go with it with Nautilus instead.
I think that may speak to, like, Rakan is a really good level 6 support, right? Like he only becomes better as the game goes on, whereas Nautilus just provides a lot more pressure in lane. So if you have like roaming, Nautilus is a lot more scary than Rakan, at least pre-6. Post-6, they may be equal out, right? But pre-6, he's definitely stronger. And then, well, you have the Elise, you can actually enable these tower dives and such. So I like the pick. I'm not saying it's right, but it's definitely another take on it. And then
I also like it. It was not a bad. It was not to make it so bad.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
And now Echo is pretty. It's not that standard.
So, we're probably going to see the Ornn top and the Echo mid, but I kind of want to touch on the fact that if you look at Fortress and they hadn't knocked in Lee Sin, well, like Ornn can jungle, and we saw the jungler from Hillerød take the Echo jungle, if I recall correctly. I believe, yes, yeah, he did. At least someone in the series took it. I'm pretty sure it's the jungler from Hillerød, but he also took a jungle. So there were a lot of flex picks from the side of Fortress, but when you look at these two comps, like generally, like what are your thoughts on them?
It's to me it looks like they on the side of Fortress they tried to have flex picks and ended up just I don't know. In my head, it just feels like they lost control of the whole draft. But I guess that's because I feel like Wicked Gaming also won the draft, so they would, in my head at least, it would look like Fortress made some mistakes in the draft, but I'm not sure.
I definitely feel on that because it feels like Fortress tries to be really fancy, and then they kind of got
have a lot
tangled up.
of and have a lot of flex picks all around and stuff.
Yeah, but my biggest concern with this is that like first of all, when you look at this comp from Fortress, right? You pick the Lucian Yumi you want to early game skirmish, then you pick the Echo who like he can skirmish, but he kind of want to sit in the side lane and then just get push power and then try and pick people, which that has some synergy with Lucian Yumi, but not the most. But then this Ornn pick feels really out of place because Ornn, yes, he can pick, but he really prefers these team fights and long drawn out. And in general, he's just a win more champion, which, like when you look at it, he doesn't fit into this comp that Fortress built. So I really think that this on pick is really bad for them. And I'm not completely sure, but I believe Linux is like a carry player normally. So I really don't like. It feels like he got like he saw that he's gonna play against champion, and he got scared and said like, no, he's better than me, and I don't think I can play up to him, and like lost his confidence, which is
give me a tank.
yeah, exactly. Like he's like, okay, guys, champion is better than me. Just give me a tank, right? That may have been the conversation, and if that's the conversation going into the first game, that's that's really worrying.
That spells disaster.
Yeah, because one like it's so important to play with confidence, or at least be confident in your own abilities. But we have to see how this top lane matchup evolves throughout the series. But then if I look at Wicked Gaming's draft, it looks very well defined, and it has like clear win conditions that like all these champions have the same theme, right? I really want to like dominate lane, control lane, and then you want to get your power spike with your one item, and then you want to skirmish and you want to team fight. Same with Elise, Syndra, Saya, and Nautilus. All of them fit the same idea. So I really think that just with how we have seen Wicked Gaming play for the season, and with their, then coming to this game, delivering this sort of draft, I really think that they're at a severe advantage, especially with how much they like to skirmish.
Yeah, they were one of the standard LCD pauses straight away, but I really I can't wait to get into this game and see how the early game will start out. I think we'll just see pretty standard 5-point starts from both teams. No real big shenanigans, no invades or anything. Since it's the first game of the series, and I think either team just wants to have a good start in the series by not throwing it all away in the level 1.
This actually somewhat reminds me this Ornn pick. It somewhat reminds me of the G2 vs Fnatic finals, right? Where every time like Bwipo got these, like he got Jax, he got the counter picks, and he did really well. And then then he in the last game he just chickened out, right? He was like, okay, I'm just gonna Ornn, and then he just got absolutely smashed by Wanda Sakali. So in game 5, I could maybe see someone like maybe getting a bit uncomfortable, just like, okay, I'm just gonna do this. But seeing it in the first game, that's I'm not gonna say that Fortress is gonna lose, but I'm just saying that from this draft and how I expect it to go, I'm looking for Fortress to execute really well, whereas Wicked already I can see how they can just do this.
Yeah, and we are finally into the game, ready to see some good League of Legends with Fortress versus Wicked Gaming. We just see right now a regular 5-point start from both of the teams here.
Yeah, nothing much should come in the early game when you just consider none of these, you don't have the Morgana or the like Braum or something, or Olaf. You don't have these really high profile invade jungle or champions, so probably just gonna see a pretty standard start, as you're alluding to.
Can't wait to see how what Flippers will start. He actually is going towards the bot side now to start his blue buff. But the question is if he would go for a top lane gank in the early game, since he starts at his blue. I think that's the case to get champion ahead in this matchup versus Lineups, because I can't see how Ornn could survive in a lane versus Aurelia if she gets ahead.
Yeah, exactly. There's not that much comeback potential from the Ornn in this matchup, and like if champion manages his way well, it's gonna be really hard for Lineups to lane. But so in this early game, like where are you looking? Like where would you have your focus if you want to like see the action?
Oh, right now I'm just right now I'm sort of looking at Flipper to see. Okay, he's actually going for a full clear on his blue side of the jungle. So he will get top lane up around level 3, and it looks like Champion already has a pretty big push towards Lineups. So it will be interesting to see if they just decide to straight up dive him. They can't, of course, can't do it if Lineup is at full health. But right now we also see Champion moving in to get some vision around the blue buff of on the side of Fortress. Actually, pretty good management of the wave right there to use his time when his lane was pushed so far in to get some vision.
And that's the dangerous thing. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you can.
Okay, just the dangerous thing with like when he pushed the wave in is that it's gonna bounce back. So now Lineups is gonna be in a position where he can get really abused by this Elise, who, as you said earlier, would path topside here, and especially with both pushing lanes, she can look to invade this blue buff.
There was we also talked about it earlier on that that Flipper is he's a very vocal jungler in the early game, and he will always keep he will always let his team know where his enemy jungler is around. Oh, we see them actually going in.
The cocoon missed, but that shouldn't come much more of it. Both top lanes are rotating down right now.
We actually see them want to steal this blue buff right here, and Shakal has no smite, so it should be an easy take for Wicked Gaming. And yeah, they actually just took the blue buff. A very successful early game so far from on the side of Wicked Gaming.
Yeah,
Not super big of a goal lead.
There's a 5 bot lane. Both ignites are dropped, but both summoners from the PlayStation has to be used just to keep Lucian alive. So that must be looked as a great advantage for the Wicked Gaming bot side. Meanwhile, mid lane, stun doesn't go out, so Echo gets away scot-free. But
yeah, now we have no flash on the Lucian, and both flashes are up on Wicked Gaming, so this could be an easy take for Wicked Gaming.
yeah, Elise is on her way top side. Lineups is heavily overextended here. He uses E out, but it probably isn't going to be enough. His flash comes out. The Venom's Bite comes in, flashing from Champion, and he gets the first blood onto Lineups. That leaves him in a very bad spot, especially with his wave being pushed up this far. So never mind. Champion just pushes it down.
Yeah, I will just push it out. But yeah, I saw what you thought he should do there, and I agree. He could actually have kept it frozen. I think, I'm not sure. The wave was maybe too big.
Yeah, but nevertheless, you force the flash out from Lineups, and you can just walk back if you're champion. So it's a very good advantage in the early game.
I can't wait to see Flippers going towards the spot side now with no flashes up. They actually have no sums right now since Snow Predator just used his CP. So now Cruxy can just get back with his farm lead and get his BF and then just TP to lane. And so far this early game from Wicked Gaming has been really on point. They got the first blood. They stole the blue buff from Fortress, and yeah, they just out-farmed them in every single position.
You know, I really like how we see Fortress bot lane actually pull the wave here so that they can freeze it, which is really nice to see because it's something I've been requesting, I think, the entire split, because it doesn't seem like people really take advantage of wave management, which in this case you actually bring yourself back if you are Snow Predator and a PlayStation bot lane, so that's really good to see from them. When talking about bringing it back, Snow Predator dashes in, he drops very low and he actually goes down. He did it way too early and Shaquille now tried to recapitalize. Illugun flashes out, doesn't look like they're gonna come any more off it. Flipper is on his way down. I'm not sure if he can do anything with it. His flash is down. Oh, Shaquille flashes in, he gets the pick onto Illugun, he goes onto Cox now. I don't think he's gonna get it. He drops very low. He goes down. PlayStation is on his own. Little Yui should not do much, and that's a double kill to Coxy.
A disastrous early game for Fortress, already being about 2k behind Wicked Gaming. It's amazing to see how they just they just strangulate the Fortress right now.
Yes, it's really good to see because I think this is something like this is very classic Wicked Gaming because they're so good at just accruing these early game leads in the lanes, and then when they start breaking up the early game and they can start rotating around, it's really good to see, and I think it's really nice to see a team actually have some sort of idea some sort of identity.
It'll be interesting to see this. Now Bendix has hit level 7, so his ultimate is ready. It's just one stun from if he hits one stun. And a
Hold up,
Cocoon
Shaquille
follow.
is in the top lane. The Ornhorn goes out. Shaquille is stunned up. Flipper's here too. The Vanguard's edge completely whiffs, so I don't think much more is going to come of it. Level 6 is hit by Shaquille, so he has his Dragon Rage kick up. So they just decide to back off, but that again, good positioning by Flipper. He, as you alluded to earlier, he's really good at reading the opponent and just being in position at the right time. Because had he not been there, meanwhile mid lane Nida is going in onto Bendix. He uses time. Oh, great stun coming out from Bendix. The unleashed power is used. Nida has his flash up. He flashes away. The bot lane of Wicked Gaming has not yet rotated, and it looks like Nida's gonna get out.
That was actually a pretty good escape there from Equa. I thought he would just die straight up, but he actually managed to get out. That was very nice play. But yeah, as you just said, Flipper, he is a very intelligent.
The ultimate goes out onto Coxy. He is gonna get root up. He's dropped dangerously low, but they cannot pursue it any longer because he has the callback and the feathers ready. Oh, Shaquille comes mid. He has the Q. Great flash out from Bendix, so he's not gonna get stunned up, but he has a lot of mana. Flipper is on his way. He's looking to try and trade this back.
And that was actually a really good flash from Bendix, waiting till Lee Sin was on top of him instead of flashing with the Q on, so Shaquille would follow him. But that's what you should expect from these kind of players. They are pretty. They have good mechanics and they know how the game works.
Onto Snow Predator. The PlayStation is locked up. He drops really low, but he goes in back to Snow Predator, so they cannot take him down. So that was actually really nicely played by PlayStation. Actually soaking up all the damage, I should say. So Snow Predator can just keep laning because PlayStation is going to keep healing up inside of the illusion.
Yeah, that was really nice played by the bot lane there from Fortress. But yeah, as we just talked about earlier, Flipper, he is such an intelligent jungler, and he will make sure to always know where his opponent is, and make sure to let his team know of the enemy jungler's whereabouts, and that's just amazing to have on a team, because you can focus all around your farming and your mechanics, and you don't really have to look that much on the map when you have a guy like Flipper on your team, because he will just be the guy who just talks in the early game all the time.
And you know, Coxy may have stepped too far. He has his flash up. I'm sorry, but he is ignited by PlayStation. He should just drop down, which he does. So that was quite a big overextension there from Coxy. His Illugun had reset and was on his way back. So this drops a lot of tempo, but they're still on the Drake though, and they're not spotted. They're not even checking for it actually. Shiken is just basing here. So that's what we call daylight robbery right there.
Daylight robbery.
Champion is just zoning lean-ups at this point from the CS. So and here comes the Ornhorn. He has to dodge this if he wants to go for the kill. But lean-ups Linus is doing this well, but this just shows the push and pull of what happens when you play a bruiser versus a tank.
There's nothing nothing he can do against this Aurelia right now. She has a 13 CS advantage and can just keep on dealing damage underneath the turret. She doesn't give a damn at this point, but it's pretty cool to see Linux actually holding the top lane like stable. He hasn't died since the first time he died to a gank from Flipper. So that's I actually thought he would go down and have a bigger disadvantage in this particular matchup.
Yeah, I think he did quite well in stabilizing, but still just the fact that he fell behind is going to come back to haunt him. But you know, I think there's something I want to touch on: the fact that last split, Wicked Gaming had the lineup with all these crazy, all these crazy individual talents, who then went on to maybe we have to hold on to that for Shaket, and maybe in some trouble here. Flipper comes to try and contest the Herald. They have push priority mid lane, so Bendix is rotating first, and it seems like they're just resetting the Herald here. But as I was saying,
they actually want it.
They may not have given up. I'm not quite sure what Linus was doing. He has to flash out. The on-hunt is still on cooldown, so there's not gonna be much to do here. The rotation comes out from Wicked Gaming's bot lane, so they're here first. They force out the Chrono Blade from Niger, really good depth charge, and the kill is picked up by Champion. And this is just what we talked about. They're so damn good in these skirmishes. They pick them out. They see an over rotation from Fortress. They punish them. They take the Herald. They kill Niger, and they just take the tower here. So this is just what we talked about, like explosion in these early games, and just a ballooning gold lead now.
Yeah, and also just the macro play here from Wicked Gaming, rotating up, getting the Heralds, getting 2 mid turrets, or at least 1.5, and not even losing their own bot turret. They just lost 1 plate in the bot lane because Syndra recalled and TP'd bot side. So right now we see 8 plates for Wicked Gaming, while Fortress only has 1 plate. So they have a really nice gold advantage so far. And the next dragon, which is Infernal Dragon, it will be interesting to see if they will have a big exploding team fight around that objective, or if it's just Flipper who makes a daylight robbery again.
Yeah, but as we were trying to say earlier, last split the Wicked Gaming lineup was so mechanically stacked and just in general really stacked, and they went on to win the split, if I'm not wrong. And then
yeah, they did.
And then they swapped to Hydras. They got a new top laner, and they didn't even qualify for playoffs. Oh, maybe we have to hold the fort. Oh, that's so much damage at the Flay Station. Flipper just completely drops him. Snowpiercer has to be careful. He gets hooked. He is ignited. He goes very low, and Coxie picks him up. That's again 2 easy kills because Fortress took a very aggressive route through their own jungle. So it's looking dire if you're Fortress.
Yeah, you could kind of see how these players could lose their hope of winning this particular game right here. And
here comes the hook onto Shakel. He just forced him off his own red buff, but maybe like 5th time's the charm. So as I was trying to say, the good lineup from Wicked last split dropped the top laner, got picked up by Hydras, got a new top laner, and didn't even qualify for playoffs. This split, again, Wicked picks up a completely new roster of, again, 5 really great and mechanically talented guys, make it to playoffs as the undoubtable favorites to win the whole thing. Like, I think it's really impressive from the organization of Wicked Gaming that they are so consistent in like pulling in these big names who's so mechanically gifted, and then just going on to potentially win back-to-back splits. PlayStation. Oh, he gets interrupted, but he still gets over that. Flipper's gonna be sad that he used that flash.
I actually thought that it would go on a cooldown when it got interrupted, the jump from Yumi, but I guess
not.
Apparently not. You learn new things
champion, huh? Yeah, but no. So here comes another Infernal Drake, as we were talking about, and So if you look at both of these teams now, you have the very early game centric Fortress comp, which had to have an advantage in the bot side, which that didn't happen. And in mid lane, you're also like 50 CS down and an assist. And in top lane, that's never gonna equate to anything, right? And you're like 5k, 6k, actually 6k behind. So it's just looking so dire already in this first game. Oh, here comes the kick flash onto from Chicane, but he's in completely no man's land, so there's not much gonna come of it. He just did it to try and escape. But here the collapse is gonna come out, it seems, from Fortress. They're at least pinging on their way. They have the Ornhorn that maybe is gonna try to do something. They are. Here it comes. He gets stunned up really, really good. Cocoon there from Flipper to try and path out. Jumps onto Linux. He's gonna get out. It doesn't look like though. He drops down. So 1-0 to Fortress.
Yeah, they actually. Oh, actually, I just thought because in my head the Wicked Gaming lineup is so far ahead right now, and I can't see how they can. Ooh, that was such a good ultimate from Niner.
That was
right
good
there.
timing.
Actually, soaking up all of the silver balls in her ultimate and not even getting hit by Ilagun's ultimate because of the perfect use of his own. Really nice. But yeah, as I was about to say before, Wicked Gaming has such a great lead that in my head, when I saw someone die, and I just thought it was someone from Fortress, and I didn't even look at the screen to see if to see that it was Flipper. So I was like, oh shit, Flipper died.
Yes, but so if you are Fortress right now, how would you even like start trying to crew back this game? Because I think it has to come from Nidra, but I don't think Nidra can take down Aurelia in a side lane.
No, they definitely have to play this.
Talk about
really
Aurelia. Then comes the Flawless Dead onto Linus. Here comes the Vanguard. It's really good flash by Linus to get him out, but that is a flash blow.
Yeah. So for Champion, it's just yelling worth to his team. I blew the flash, guys. But yeah, it's Fortress have to play really slow and look for picks whenever they get the chance, and just really farm up and wait till later on in the game, and maybe try like something crazy like a Fnatic brush, 5 people camping inside, and hope for a pick onto either Bendix or Cruxy, because they can't win team fights right now, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think you're right. The best hope is probably this Echo getting really big, and then Team Fight just being able to one pop one of the carries from Wicked. But the problem is you're never gonna kill this Aurelia, and she's definitely gonna kill your entire team if you don't kill her. So I'm having a hard time seeing how this is gonna play out. So the current or the old saying with sometimes you just want to think about the next game. I think that's kind of the mode you're in if you're a Fortress, because they have lost all control of the bot side. The Baron is not even up yet, and when it comes up, it's gonna be even harder for Fortress to actually try and stall the game. Just because they have nothing to check a bush with. Like, the only person who can do it is Linux, and if Linux checks, he's probably still gonna be blown up, even though he's a full tank. So I'm hesitant to see how they're gonna check for this Baron.
Yeah, you're definitely right about the that old saying could definitely be true right here. I would if I played on Fortress right now be looking at okay, how will we approach next game, and what will we do differently?
It looks like there's gonna come a collapse here onto the bot side, and the Ornhorn comes out. He's gonna get stunned up again, yet again denied from using it. The Wicked Gaming players have been so good at just denying this Ornn pick and making sure that he can't even ultimate.
Yeah, definitely. And now we see this bot lane turret going down, so it's the 5 turrets to none on the. Oh, no, that's not even true. They have the top turret. Nah, not really. It's 5 turrets to none. Yeah. So yeah, 6 turrets.
So 20 minutes in, the inhib is broken open. Illugun is looking for a pick right here. There is no Ornhorn onto Linux, so we have to be careful right now. They're looking for the Unleash ultimate, and the Unleash power comes out onto Chicane. He has to back off, and that's inhib 20 minutes and 20 seconds in game. That's a back-breaking. This game is just like Wicked is putting on a clinic. They're saying, okay, people here comes on the Cocoon onto Linux. Death Chops goes out onto Snow Predator. He is in the front line. Can he dish out the damage? Oh, that's a double kill onto Neither can they do it. He flashes the callback of Cox. He makes himself he have overstayed, and yes, indeed he has. That's triple
What?
kill going on to Neither.
What is going on? Fortress actually winning a fight. Like, this should not be happening if you're Wicked Gaming. So now they'll also pick up the dragon. They actually could have went for the Baron, but I think they're too scared of all the AoE coming in from both Irelia and Syndra, so they decide not to do it. But holy crap, this is actually this could give some momentum back to the side of Fortress. Now they just have to really make sure this Baron doesn't go into Wicked Gaming's pocket. Oh, Linux actually fine.
Linux has found out Bendix here.
Damage.
Linux flashes away and he just goes down. Yeah, that's big, because one thing is that 3 of them die, which is already big, but then the fact that Bendix dies staggered from the rest of the team, so he dies later, just lose them even more tempo here. So that's really big pick from Fortress.
Yeah, that was a really nice and important pick for Fortress. And also Naiden right now, he's 4-1-1 with some decent CS on his hand. So, and now the items are getting in, so he could definitely just go in and one shot Syndra or Cruxy.
Yeah, but this is what we talked about. Now they're baiting the Baron. They don't even have to start it because there's so little potential to check it. And here comes the teleport from Bendix. So they have successfully managed to stag it. Oh, Shaken, he jumps out. But again, now they can clear the vision and just go back. They're gonna get mid-prior, go into the fog of war, and every single time Fortress has to be scared if they're actually gonna start it or not.
Yeah, they still have to on the side of Fortress to play this really slow and wise and just make sure to know what is going on around the Baron. But you could see their momentum going really getting stronger right now. They have TP on Echo.
They used the blue trinket to check if they're on it. They don't see it, but then they just instantly pull on afterwards. It's already down to 40% right now. The rest of the Q does not hit the Baron. Teleport is coming in from Echo. Bendix is blown up on the backside. They go on Snow Predator. He drops very low. Death Charge has gone out. Really good Feather Storm there. Nida should be careful. He can get locked up, but he doesn't. Illugun drops down too.
Fortress are actually...
There comes the ultimate out. Nida picks up yet another one. Flipper looks like he's also going to go down. That's 4-0. Champion left standing. And
what is going on? This is so crazy. Fortress actually getting back into this game. Nida with the 5-1-3 and just blowing people up. I mean, this is actually what a great start of this series right here that we get to see.
So Pano, I have to make a confession. So yesterday I tweeted out that I thought Wicked Game were gonna win 3-0, and I have this horrible track record when it comes to prediction. Basically, every single time I predict anything, it's always the direct opposite outcome. So I'm just thinking now, according to that, Fortress will win 3-0. You know. I'm just putting it out there, just so you know, if it happens, I can clip it and say that I predicted, you know?
Yeah, okay, so you actually predict 3-0 to either team. I don't think that's how it goes, dude.
No, I predicted 3-0 to Wicked Gaming.
Yeah.
But seeing as I'm always wrong and it's always the direct other outcome, if Fortress wins 3-0, I guess I'm still cursed, but...
Oh, no, okay, I see. That's what you meant. Yeah,
but,
okay.
But
you can have that one. So we predict 3-0 to Wicked Gaming, aka Fortress.
AKA Fortress, yes.
No, I really like to see how they actually bounce back in this game. They have really they've done fantastic. I would have lost all the hope if I was Fortress, but now they actually bounce back, and I could see how or why Wicked Gaming could be, you know, just a bit tilted right now after throwing such
talking about coming back, Nida goes on to Shakel and misses the flash cube. He used the kick. It looks like Bennett is just gonna go down. Oh, that's a really good stun coming out here. Flipper on the backside, going for the other guy. Shakel picks up one kill here. Can they kill Nida? It looks like he's gonna go down. Indeed he is, but right now they are losing pressure in the mid lane. Shakel has not yet gone down. It looks like he's gonna escape here, but
these fights are actually are sort of breathtaking. I'm like, My mouth is just completely open when we watch these fights, and I listen to your beautiful
Oh,
voice
you
calling
may
out.
have to keep your mouth open a bit longer. The ult goes out onto Snow Predator. He is locked up right now. He has to be careful. There's a lot of damage on this Wicked Gaming lineup. A really good on-horn comes out. He's gonna get dropped. Now Lineups may have to flash away, and indeed he does. But right now they may
do
not be
get the kill.
entirely yet. Never mind, Wicked does not decide to chase anymore because there's an Infernal Drake on the cards in 10 seconds. The health advantage right now is gonna swing drastically in Fortress' favor because of the Yumi. Oh, Flipper! He baits in Shaket, he jumps out, can Snow Predator pick him up? That's a really close timing there. Snow Predator goes in, he jumps him down, Resonating Strike comes in. Oh, he went too close. He goes down, but they pick up the Aurelia. Coxie is trying to do as much damage as he can. Bendix has now rejoined the fight as long time has spent. Oh, that's a trade kill onto the Lucian. The stun lands onto Lineups. The Unleashed Predator comes out. He doesn't quite go down. Ornn is really tanky at this point. He has 2 tank items. It doesn't look like they can do it. Lighter is back.
Could actually even out this. They should be evening out this Infernal right here, and that is very, very, very good for the side of Fortress, because this dragon is way more important to Fortress than it is for Wicked Gaming. The only reason for Wicked Gaming to actually even wanting this dragon was to deny it from Fortress, so that so now that Fortress has this dragon and they actually bounced back from such a big gold deficit, they just 1k behind right now. I could actually see this game going straight into Fortress bank here. They should be winning, but again, then earlier we said that Wicked Gaming should be winning, and there was no hope for Fortress. But so you never know in this league.
Yeah, but I think it's important to highlight that there's still like a bit more than 1,000 gold separating the 2 teams, which is just pure insanity when you think about like how much gold Fortress has accrued the last 5 minutes. The fact that they're still behind just shows how incredibly far ahead they were. Oh, the stun comes out to PlayStation. He does not drop down. That Yugi is very slippery. Nida is forced to use out his ultimate. The on-horn comes down, force out the Feather Storm, but that's really big that the Chrono Break is down, but it's on such low cooldown. It's already halfway up again. It only has 30 seconds cooldown. Oh, Snow Predator, he has to use a stopwatch. Bendix may be in a really bad position here. Indeed he is. There's so much damage on this lineup at this point. Nida doesn't have his ult up for a couple of seconds more, so he is also dropped. It's 1 for 2 in favor of Fortress. Now Snow Predator is judging him. Oh, he gets stopped and he gets killed. He's taken down. Maybe this is what exactly they need to get back in the game. Maybe not. Cloxy is dishing out so much damage. Oh, it's insane flash. He stuns down, places that out, and he goes down. That's a pentakill for Cloxy in the first game to bring back Wicked Gaming. This surely is gonna be this inhib in the mid lane taken down.
Definitely. Oh man, I can't. I tilt I tilt for Fortress right here, because they could have done this, but they just when Nida died, they just kept fighting when they had to back off, and I really feel with Fortress right here, but at least they're still in the game and they can still win this. But damn, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, these fights are so incredibly close, and we see Bendix, he goes up, he goes a bit too deep, he gets caught out, but he forced the stopwatch out from Snow Predator. Then we see like this really good cocoon from Flipper, like his awareness to stun Snow Predator in that fight, and then just Irukun instantly committing on it, and just Crux going man mode and really showing his mechanics in that fight.
Like, sorry, who did? Yeah, Cruxy?
Yeah, it's so nice to see these, like, because these fights are not decided by comp. Like, in my opinion, sure, Wicked Games comp should be a lot better, but there's just so much individual mechanics really showing up in these fights. Like, a great ultimate from PlayStation. Liam's ultimate was so good at buying time. Shakel did a lot of damage. Nida get caught out by a really great stun from Bendix. It's so good to watch just how much mechanically skilled these players are.
Definitely, I really see these fights are coming. It's a lot about the ADs, I feel like, and the fact that Lucian has such a short range, and Saya just she has a longer range and also a lot of AOE
Yeah.
in her kit, and she's just a all around better champ, at least to me, and I'm an AD main. I don't think they should go with Lucian in another game, but we'll see.
Yeah, like I see the idea, you know. I can see why, you know, if you really want to snowball the early game, but
To
then
get
again,
snowball.
yeah, but then again, you just didn't draft more, like you didn't index more into the early game than the solution. So I'm not quite seeing it, but maybe they're gonna prove me wrong by you know Snow Predator just completely popping off this game. Who knows? But that's
Actually,
a really big
it's amazing to see if you look at Linux right here. He has been on 16
Oh,
of.
yeah, you're gonna have to hold on to that. Here comes the ultimate out. Oh, Shaquille follows, he kicks back Bendix. But on the backside, Nada is in trouble. He's probably gonna have to use ultimate. Never mind. He may even be chasing him off. He has to be careful. Flipper is just waiting in the bush, trying to see if he can get a pick. It's not looking like it, but Bendix has been caught off. A lot of times this game is position. He has been a bit too far forward, maybe getting a bit too frisky in these fights. The Baron is started up. Let's see what's gonna happen. Nida still has his ultimate. It's very important to remember there's no flash onto Croxy. It's really... This fight is gonna determine the game most likely. The Baron is down to 50%. Here comes very good Baron conversion. He's gonna soak all of them off. Illugun is stunned up, but Nida is forced to use his ultimate to peel off the Baron. There's no Ornhorn just quite yet, so they cannot continue. Nida goes onto Champ. He does have his ultimate. Champ is trying to turn here. There's so many key ultimates that are down over from the side of Fortress West. They are all up for Wicked Gaming. Flipper is trying to trade onto Linux just to persuade them from coming back in. The teleport is coming back in from Bendix, and look at the base. There's so many super minions on the base. There's no teleport from Niders, so they could maybe just try to start this and try to force a reaction, but Flipper is really low, so they have to be careful.
Yeah, I feel like they should have. They
are starting and dropping very rapidly. It's down to 9k already. Teleport is coming in from the Illusion. Here comes the Ornhorn. It's up once more. Flipper dodges out. Champion is just trying to lay what he can. It's down to 4k. They are trying to force an entry. Linux is in the front line. He takes a lot of damage and he goes down. He even wastes his flash. They now turn back onto the Baron. It has reached up 12k. Flipper goes down the backside. Nida with a really good flash engage onto him. Oh, and look at Bendix. He once more has been got out of position.
The Baron.
They enlisted help from Baron Nashor. Can they continue here? Oh, the ultimate is up from Croxy. They can maybe look at it. Oh, Nida comes in from backside. Oh, he's rooted up. Does he go down? No, he used right onto Croxy. He goes down. This should surely be the Baron. Oh, Nida is trying to kill Champion.
This is really the Nida show, dude.
Only is left. That should surely be the Baron. For Fortress.
This echo on Nida is so amazing to see. He's really popping off this game, and also Linux, who actually had he was pretty far behind in the first couple of minutes, and also died to first blood. But he has done such a great job at bouncing back right here. He's been on 18 of the 25 kills, and he's always there in the front, soaking up everything. And this is a Baron for Fortress right here, which is just amazing. It's the second Baron. And we saw what they did with the last Baron. They raised their gold. If we talk about Baron power play, they raised I think 7,000 gold off of the last Baron, and they actually have the gold lead for the first time in this game right here. So they should be just pushing in slow here and take the win.
Yeah, but I think it's important to, or maybe we don't even have time to mention that Flipper has. Oh, Nida goes very deep. That's a lot of damage onto Bendix. He just ults out here. The Ornhorn comes out, but he does not use Illugun. Is on the front line. He takes quite a bit of damage. Oh, that's a really good stun. Oh, he is caught out. He uses his hourglass. I don't think they're gonna do anything. Flipper even goes down to the backside. Illugun is dropped 2. This should probably be an inhib with 2 people going down from Wicked.
Yeah, this is as you also said it earlier. The Echo ultimate, it has such a short cooldown. So every time Nida sees a just slight opportunity to get in and maybe take half or all of
here
the...
Here they go, the Vanguard's Edge comes out to Linux. This is a large-dish effort just to try and defend the base, but he's just blown up instantly. There's nothing Champion can do. The ult comes out once more from Nida. He nearly is dropped here. Bendix is trying his very best, but both in Nexus Towers has fallen now. The inhib taking so much damage. Ultimate comes out. Linux dropped. Can they kill Snowpiercer to defend the base? What about Nida? He drops the base to so low and it goes down. That's the first game for Fortress in this best of 5.
Yeah, really nice early game. And what the? Okay, I just messed completely up there. I started to talk about next draft. I don't know. But yeah, holy moly, what a game! And Fortress actually winning that game after being behind about 15k gold or something. This was, yeah, it was amazing to see how they could actually bounce back and take this victory. And it's I think actually I understand the draft way more now than when we went into the game, because I feel like it's the structure of it's the construction of their team is different than what I thought of. And I will come back to that in the next draft, because I have some wise words.
But you know, like I had some critics for Wicked Game because they looked uncharacteristically uncoordinated this game. Because first of all, for some reason, Coxie did not pick up a Last Whisper at all this game, right? And that's a really important item when you're playing against this Ornn, because you want to be able to kill him. We saw how much time he was able to buy in this front line, so I really don't understand why he never indexed into this thing, like this item.
I would not have if I was Cruxy this game. I wouldn't have bought it either, because his damage on Ornn was still really great, and the Ornn wasn't. I mean, Ornn is tanky, but he's not like a Malphite armor HP stacking kind of thing. It's not a Rammus. It's just an Ornn with a lot of health, and he had a lot of magic resist. I'm pretty sure. I can't
He
quite
had
remember, but
he had what is it called, Sunfire Cape and Ice,
yeah,
the gun.
that's yeah. I understand why Cruxy didn't, but it's like it's also it also comes down to what you prefer as an AD, because most of AD players see Last Whisper as a pretty shit item, and it's not it's it's kind of bad, it's not very efficient in terms of how much gold you spend on it.
Yeah, but I just feel like with like the way they want to play these fights, as we talked about, Linus just showed so much damage and just gave Nida all the time to weave in and out of the fights. If you had gone Last Whisper, you'd actually have been able to cut him down way quicker. And I think that that's something that they at least should look into. And another thing is just Bendix. He was caught out of position so many times. Like
Yeah, he has to step up this
yeah,
game.
he shoved
This
way
next
too
one.
far forward on an immobile champion versus Ornn, Lee Yumi, and Echo, right? So that's just a death wish. So I really have to see Bendix stepping up for Wicked Gaming to win this series. I think he's really important to the team. So if he's not playing up to par, Wicked is really gonna suffer from it. But I think we're gonna head to a short pause before game number 2 will ensue.
dive deep into entertainment. Philips Hue.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the League Championship Denmark semi-final between Fortress and Wicked Gaming. I'm joined here by Ragnar.
Bimsa. But yeah,
Oh
it's
fuck!
fine.
I'm sorry, I
It's
messed
fine.
up. Bimsa, I'm sorry, dude. But yeah, Bimsa is here with me to see this second game of the series, and Fortress took a pretty amazing first win here in the series. And how do you think this? How will they approach the second draft right here, Bimsa?
I think if you're Fortress, I think that especially this Lucian pick is something you want to look at, because I think it, like you saw the enemy had Asaya, so she's already like in lane. She's gonna have, I think she has a bit more range than you, like 25, and her training potential is just significantly better, especially with the Nautilus. So you could pick like Kai'Sa, or you could pick like Tristana, or like some champion that can just actually try and trade with the Cyan lane. I think that's like an adaptation I would make. But besides that, I actually think that more of the trouble came from in game than from the draft itself. So I'm just ready to get into another game. I think the drafts from both teams with slight tweaks were going to be like a-okay, but I just think that the in-game execution is actually what I'm looking at most.
Yeah, 100%. It came down to the game itself, and not that much about the draft. But I think what Fortress is doing right here, they know that, at least that's my perspective. They know that Flipper is amazing in the early game, and they know that Wicked Gaming has a great early game. So I think the reason for them to pick such an early game comp is to actually just make sure they survive the early game, and hope for, you know and then hope for a good mid to late game, because that's where I see them being strongest. So that's why I think they have such an early game oriented composition in the draft.
Yeah, I can see that, but I still feel like if you are if you are Fortress here and you index this heavily into early game in the manner they did, I think you are essentially just hamstringing yourself and saying, okay, there's absolutely no way we win early game. Just like we're gonna make so many mistakes early game that we have to pick a comp that essentially will have like rival their damage just to like try and stay even. And I think that's like, I don't want to say bad outlook to it, but I would much rather have them pick, for example, this Kai'Sa, because okay, we may fall behind, but this champion is just inherently better in like, we can actually trade with the Sire come like after level 3, right? Because
Yeah,
Lucian, you actually, you can trade in lane, but as soon as Nautilus Sire gets like just 3 gold ahead of you, you just feel so useless if you're this
yeah,
Lucian, right? So
definitely.
I really want to see this adaptation, especially like Lucian Yumi is okay, because like you have the mobility from the Lucian, so that does good for the Yumi. But I would much rather see like, I don't know, like if you have to play Yumi, then I would prefer like, I don't know, something that can actually, I don't know, like I'm not a big fan of Yumi if it's not paired with Bruises. So like, for example, Yumi Garen. I just, or like Yumi Israel is also good, but Israel is not the best champion in this patch, especially not if you want to play early game. I think you're probably better off just picking something like Kai'Sa or Tristana, and that would be where my eyes naturally go to in this coming draft period.
Yeah, you're completely right. I also feel like they should look into something different than the Lucian, because it didn't. He had almost zero impact in this last game. So it'll be interesting to see what they go for instead. And I think you're pretty right about the Kai'Sa. The thing about Kai'Sa is just she has a weaker pre-6
Yes.
than Lucian, but of course she actually scales pretty well, and Lucian doesn't do that. He's only there to snowball, and since they didn't snowball, they just I don't see them snowballing from the lane versus Cruxy and Lagoon because they are just slightly better. I feel like so definitely look into something different than Lucian. I think you're right about that.
Yeah, but so I don't want to come across sounding like I'm saying he played badly, because I think Snowpiercer played really well, and he definitely, I think if Lucian was piloted that game by something like a lesser player, a worse player, I definitely think that Fortress had no chance of coming back. So it speaks volume that he is a good player, so he is able to actually make this work. But speaking about early game, this is Cruxy's Draven, a champion that he is really renowned for. It's even first pick, so first game we're like, okay, this comp looks really good. It looks like Wicked is here to play. They showed like why they are the first seed. And this game, Cox is like, oh, okay, no more of this. I just want to, I'm just gonna go out and then break some ribs and then just win the game.
They actually went in for the Lucian again. Maybe it was just a bad game, but I see this could go very very wrong if they get Fortress bot lane gets just slightly behind behind Draven. They will get smashed, but we'll see. They actually decided to ban the Yumi right here, maybe just to make sure it would not be first picked by Wicked Gaming. But overall, pretty much the same draft in terms of ban as we saw last game.
But I think this first game when you had Saya versus Lucian, that you can make that work in theory, right? You have mobility, you can try and dodge around for the feathers and dodge some of the damage like that. But in this way, there's no outplay potential. There's no there's no comeback. If you fall behind a Lucian versus Draven, it's over, right? So I think first game I could potentially see the logic, whereas second game, you're just doubling down the early game this game.
Yeah, it could really spell disaster if anything goes wrong right here. I think it's interesting to see them going for this Gragas. Two completely new junglers. Actually, all of the picks are new except for the Lucian. And the only thing we talked about that we wanted to see a change of was the Lucian, but they decided to not do that, and we changed the rest. The Lucian was perfect. We'll change everything around it. That's I think that's pretty interesting.
I think when it comes to, I don't quite understand this Gangplank pick, because inherently, Camille is a champion that can deal, she can close the distance really easily, so it's really hard for Gangplank to stay at range. And also just Camille, her Q has priority on the barrels, so if you auto Gangplank, then you can immediately Q the barrels, and that's gonna have priority compared to Gangplank Q. So I think in that sense, this is somewhat weird that they pick into this matchup, especially because if Camille go Klepto, she's just gonna stack up off the Gangplank. So I'm not completely sure about this. It may just be that maybe we misunderstood it in the first game. Maybe he didn't pick Ornn to be like, oh no, I think he's a better player than me. Maybe it's the complete opposite. Maybe he thinks he's a better player and just control. I don't know, but I just think these top laners from lead up seem quite weird in the matchups they're drafted into. Or is it just me?
I'm so blank in terms of top lane matchups, but I could see both of them just going for the Klepto and just farming for 16 minutes and then be late game.
If goes for Klepto, he's not gonna have a fun time, that's for sure.
But can't he just Q Camille every time he has Q up?
He's gonna get murdered because Camille's just gonna eat to the wall and then just Q and then W and then Gangplank can Q it twice in the times it takes Camille to do the full combo, and it's
okay, yeah. You can see my top lane experience is about zero. I'm one of those players. If I in solo queue get forced into playing top lane, I'll just pick Maokai or Malphite or Cho'Gath and then just be the frontline tank, and that's how I see it.
I'm really happy that we see this Draven's Racket bot lane because yesterday I was like, okay, I should probably do some prep work for this match. So I watched one bot, and the very first thing I saw in game number 1, Draven Soraka. So I'm really happy that we see this because this lane duo is so oppressive. And then we have the Cassiopeia mid lane who is like bonkers this patch. Like your healing is insane, your skirmish is insane, your team fights. Like this champion is so good if you can get out of laning phase. And then we have the Camille top lane who again, she works really good in these skirmishes environments. So again, you see that like we instantly find the identity from Wicked Gaming again. It's skirmishing and it's early game power. And then if we look at Fortress, like this comp, like how do you feel it's gonna function? What do you think they're gonna look to do in this game?
I just it just feels, you know, just like last draft, at least for Fortress in the last draft. I felt like they had it was pretty, you know, unorthodox in terms of picks, and also this game I just see so many picks that I'm not used to watch in either LCK, LCS, or LEC. So it's just it feels wrong, but they of course have their preferred picks, and they know what's best for themselves. But just in my eyes, it hurts to see these gems, but it's always nice to see something different and you know, like learn new stuff. Actually, both top laners went in with grasp.
Oh, that's interesting because there are three. Okay, four different
8 people having the same runes.
Wait, really?
Or at least Keystone. Yeah, both supports has same runes, and both the 80s.
Yeah, wait a second.
And both.
Yeah, but okay, so I can break this down really quick. So Camille, there are like you can take basically every single rune, or that's not true, but you either go Klepto, you can go Comet, which is not that good anymore. You can go Press the Attack, and you can go Conqueror. So Conqueror is a lot more common than Press the Attack because Conqueror just scales a lot better and you don't really need to Press the Attack. So it basically boils down to you can take the Conqueror for long skirmishing and booster fights, which we would do against like a Darius or something like that. You can take the Grasp if you're in a really rough lane, or you can take the Klepto if you can just get onto the person and farm. So when you take the Grasp, basically we're probably going to see her take the Time Warp Tonic thing second. No, we're not actually, but normally you do this and then you go the Corruption Potion and then just sustain. But that's basically how it goes top lane. But yeah, I think. Oh, sorry, go on.
I actually also thought she would go for the Conqueror. We should have made, you know, like an intro. Now we're into games, seeing Fortress versus Wicked Gaming.
Okay, just you know, close your eyes, chat. Okay, I'm gonna do it. So,
okay.
Welcome into the game, guys. You just missed the first 50 seconds, but this is game number 2 versus Wicked Gaming and Fortress. We saw Fortress take the first game. How do you think the second game is gonna go, Pen?
Well, in terms of my prediction, I thought Wicked Gaming would go 3-1. So of course I would hope for Wicked Gaming to win this game. But yeah, also the fact that they have Cruxy on his one of his signature picks in Draven, that just speaks to me that Wicked Gaming will actually smash.
Yeah, they're not toying anymore.
So yeah, I will. We'll see how it goes, and also now they have the Lucian once again.
Close. No mind.
Oh, close. But
yeah,
they changed every single pick except for the Lucian. So I could see how this could go disastrous. But of course, last game they showed us to be wrong about, you know, because Fortresses are the underdogs in this series, and they just completely outplayed and smashed Wicked Gaming in the late game. Last game we saw them play.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think, you know, but as you were talking about this game playing, it feels again a bit out of, you know, you have this like your bot lane core is like but AD support and mid is this very early to mid game, and then you have the Gangplank who's just gonna farm up. So it's kind of weird, I think.
And we are back after the pause. Let's go. Yeah, so I don't, they picked Soraka into the Morgana, right? It was not Morgana into Soraka.
I believe it was Morgana Straka, I think.
Because
I think
I have
Morgana
a hard
was
time
last pick.
seeing. I have a hard time seeing how the bot
Yes.
set of Fortress can do anything in this
Yes.
bot lane. They would have to get Gragas down there and get them ahead in order for the. And even if they get ahead, they I don't see how they could win in the long run against a Draven Soraka.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know how this spot lane is gonna go because Morgana is this champion that you really want to have elongated skirmishes or you want to play against like heavy engage because that's where your black shield shines the most, right? So I don't know why they picked it. I like the
We'll
only
see.
thing
Maybe it's a
maybe I'm
maybe they
just
have a
not smart
card up in
enough.
their sleeve. Yeah,
Yeah, maybe I'm just
maybe we're
smart
just dumb.
enough. The only thing you can really block is like you can block the Hextech ultimatum, I believe.
Oh, they actually
Right,
hit
that's to Cox, so
PlayStation Q.
that goes down. They're gonna go for Snow Predator. There's a barrier from Coxy. The heal is still on Irugun. They get baited. Here comes Flipper. The slow comes on the Snow Predator. He stuns him up, and that's the first blood to Wicked Gaming. They got baited. They didn't know he had heal on Irugun, I think.
Yeah, they had barrier on the Draven, and that was used, and then he flashed out, and he received W heal from Soraka, and also the summoner heal. So it's just so much damage that this Draven can soak up, and they totally just baited Snow Predator into flashing after the Draven, and now the Draven with the. Okay, they're actually fighting again.
That's an overextension right there from PlayStation. Can he get it? He doesn't get the second axe, but that's actually quite big because they do delay the back, which could be disastrous if Shakalen was bot side. But right now, if you look at the vision from Wicked, they don't know where he is, so they actually have to be relatively back because they don't have any summoners on Coxy.
Yeah, this is once again the early game Flipper. He is he like I said last game. He is just so intelligent. He will always spot out enemy jungle and make sure to have deep wards.
They go into him again, but the heal comes out from Soraka. They're really toying with fire now, and I'm not quite like they really want to get this
they're waiting
wave.
for the BF to.
Yeah, but they really want to get this wave, but I guess they do have Soraka, but this is so dangerous. Like they I don't think I agree with the decision, but as 80 carry player myself, I definitely know why. Like,
so we are actually we're two
like there's nothing in the world that feels worse than when you ping the BS on. You're like, I need 200 gold.
Yeah.
That's the worst feeling in the world. So I know why he's doing it, but I don't think I agree with the decision. But we must see if it works out. Meanwhile, if you look topside, Flip is actually on his way up. He has the Predator boots. He has popped them. Lineups has to be careful. He has his orange. There comes the flash. The stun comes out. Orange is used.
Lineups.
It looks like he should be able to walk away. Flash comes in from Jen. Can they get it? It looks like they're gonna trade 1-for-1. Meanwhile, Shakale has now popped bot side. He knows no flash. Oh, that's just great fresh body slam.
Was
That's
so great. Yeah, that was so great. Great by Shakale. And as you actually just said it, it feels so bad when you just need these 200 gold to get off your BF. And they're just trying desperately to get it. And then they called Fortress call down Gragas to come bot lane, and he shows up, and then it's disaster for the Draven Soraka. Really nice stun by Fortress right here, who actually has a bit of a lead by almost 500 gold here after just 6 minutes.
Yeah, I think the most important part to highlight at this point is top lane. Lineups didn't get denied that much because Faber died, so they weren't able to push the wave in that quick. Whereas bot side, they not only did they get killed, but they also got the bad-based back timing. They lost a lot of gold because of the wave was shoving in.
And Lucian had the great back timing.
Yeah, and they lost 2 tower plates. So right now, Coxy and Irugun is very far behind, just because they decided to delay his base so far. So I really think that this game now shifts quite heavily because Draven is still gonna outtrade Lucian just because of the inbuilt damage that is into his kit, but he has to be careful because he can just get dropped very quickly with this Morgana Lucian lane.
Yeah, it's really nice for the Fortress bot lane that they had this. They have not the dagger. The execution is calling right here, right away, or on top of the two long swords. So if they get Gragas down, or even Niter gets down to the bot lane, they could really like they could actually win this lane from here on and forward. Since Draven doesn't even have his Draven doesn't have his BF right now, so this bot lane is kinda in favor of Fortress right now. But we'll see if Flipper can make something happen down there.
You know, I think it's quite important to point out the fact that, you know, we saw the wave was pushing down from to bot, like it was pushing Wraith from Wicked Gaming's bot side, and they didn't have flash on Croxy, so Flipper actually pathed down, he took his Crocs, and then he just shadowed the lane, such that they could be able to push in the wave without getting ganked by Shakel. I think this is what we expect from Flipper, because he is just this very good jungler who is just able to read what's going on and where he has to be, so that's really refreshing to see a jungler actually being places to cover up ganks, or to set up for counter ganks that way also.
Yeah, my man Flipper always shines.
Yeah, like, I don't know, like he looks so good, like he looks so comfortable playing with these guys, but we really have to see Bendix step up this game. But seeing as he has even this game with the Syndra, I think it's really good to see, because Casio can really struggle in this matchup, especially with considering how long range Syndra has to set up plays. So it's really good to see. I think he may have just reset his mental. I saw that he recently came home from vacation, so he may just not have been completely warm in that first game. But let's hope that he has warmed up to the second game.
I think, yeah, and right now when we talk about Niter and Bendix, I think it's actually pretty wise of Fortress if Niter is comfortable on Syndra to actually go for it.
The cast comes out. Predator is properly flashes in. He gets some pale here. He is onto the mask, but he can't flash away now. And that's really good CC luck there from Wicked Gaming. Really nicely timed and played.
Yeah, it was great that they just called out Gragas right there, and also they got his forced his flash and his ultimate, and free kill is always nice. But yeah, and when we talk about Niter and Bendix, it's pretty wise. I feel like from the side of Fortress that if Niter can play Syndra and is comfortable on the champ, to actually pick it, especially here in game number 2, just after Bendix had a terrible performance on the champion, because this can really tilt off a player to see someone, you know, to
lose on the champion
and then see someone else just outperform you so hard on that particular champ. It can be so frustrating. So I feel like it's about the mental right here that they picked Syndra, and that's just very, very smart.
But you know what the worst feeling in the world is? Imagine, you know, if Bendix had picked the Echo this time into Niter Syndra, and then he lose. Like, that is the single worst feeling. But
you
know, to return to the kill that Bendix picked up onto Shakel earlier, I think that's really important, because if this Cassiopeia actually gets rolling, you're going to be so very strong. But she has to be careful, because against this enemy team, it's really hard for her to get in. Oh, meanwhile, top lane Cannon Barrage goes down from Nina's flash in onto Champ. Champion drops very low. Can't get out. The Adapt protocol here comes out. The Wish also comes out from Soraka, and both saves Champion top lane and his mid laner. So that's what we call a value ultimate right there. He saves both the solo laners at once.
Yeah, damn, Soraka always screwing up your games.
Yeah, you know, like that's also a thing that's super tilting when you forget they have the Soraka, or like when you forget, like if you play top lane and the top lane has Ignite, it's so frustrating. Like when you dial up to it, like wait a second, what? And then press tab, like why does he have Ignite? It's those things you don't see that often. It's like when enemy has a Twisted Fate or something. Like, those things also
you sometimes forget about them. Yeah.
Yeah. But
and that can really
just completely throws you off your game. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, if you are Wicked right now, where are you looking? Like, what are you trying to do in this game, or from now
on? I think either get, you know, mid lane is. I'm not sure about the mid lane matchup, but I feel like it's sort of in terms of 1v1. it's a skill matchup, and I could. So if I were Wicked, I would really focus around getting this bot lane ahead, get the dragon, and then make sure that Camille is ahead of.
Oh, that's a lot of damage going
gameplay.
down onto Cloxy right there. Really good calling from Snow Predator. He's really looked good on this Lucian these 2 games.
True. Yeah, more this second game right here. The second game is definitely way better, but I can't wait to see the next 5 minutes what will go on in the bot lane. Oh, they actually picked up the
But again,
Herald. I didn't
like
see.
this time, I actually want to highlight how well I think the bot lane of Wicked Gaming played this, because they see their top lane, their jungle is playing topside, taking the Herald, so they just instantly drop the Whirling Death, the Drain Ultimate to clear the wave, and then make sure they back off. So they may trade towers, but at least they're not gonna die, right? So that's a really smart decision, and it really shows that communication actually is still pretty good on this Wicked Gaming side.
Yeah, definitely. I feel it's so. It's amazing how Fortress are actually holding. Oh, let's see mid lane.
Yeah, this could be really good. That's Miasma is such an annoying spell, but there wasn't the flash up on Niter, so he was caught out of position, and again Flipper coming in with ults. Oh, wait a second. Is he gonna get this one? Wait.
Actually got it.
I don't think that's completely worth for Shakael to use his flash to get a Cloud Drake. Normally I'm a big advocate of dropping the all chat worth, but I kind of think this time it's Flipper dropping the all chat question mark.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure about that, but they get the Drake, they get the tower bot side, so they get some influx of gold, but they're still even at this point. So
which is pretty insane if you think about how much of an underdog Fortress is right here in this playoff. You would see, or you would think that Wicked Gaming would just be so far ahead in terms of game mechanics, and you would think that it would just be a 3-0 as you have tweeted yesterday. But we actually see both these games. We see Fortress actually putting a great show here.
They're really playing blow for blow with Wicked, yeah. But this is actually, I want to mention, yesterday I was talking with Champion before, like after the whatever. I was talking with Champion, and I was like, so how do you think this game is gonna go? Like, where do you think Fortress ranks? Do you think that do you think they are actually the 4th seed, or what do you think? And he was like, well, he actually thought that Fortress was the best team in this playoffs. Besides himself, of course, but he actually thought that they were better than both Hero and Atlanta. So I think, with that in mind, I think it's going to be interesting to see how the final plays out, regardless if it's Fortress or Wicked Gaming advancing, because if these two, if Fortress are better than Wicked Gaming, that's maybe not going to look so good for the other guys. Oh, here comes the flash from Flipper, that's a really good impale, and the silence comes down from Ilugu, and there's just no counterplay from Niter there. That's a really good binding, actually. That's so much damage going down to Bendix. He eats the full calling. But maybe that's going to be some pressure on the tower.
You see Cruxy actually getting he is doing fine right now. He has his Bloodthirster, and he will just get stronger and stronger at this point.
Did he just cash out?
Cash out? He just got the kill onto Niter. So he will get back and get like half an Infinity Edge right now.
Yeah, but he's still behind in gold compared to Snow Predator. That just shows how well he has been playing this game. That's really impressive, actually. That's a really important dodge from Ilugun right there. That's a baller move. He doesn't even flinch. Like, he's not even considered using his flash right there. That's really impressive, actually.
Yeah, I also think that you can see right here why Flipper is such an important organism to this team. If you see, look at the early game right here, he has been.
Ilugun, that's so much damage. He doesn't even he actually gets the wish off, but it doesn't save him. Flipper should also go down here. That's 2 quick kills. Really well orchestrated there. That's really well orchestrated by the side of Fortress.
Who actually has the goal lead right now, and they lead by 1,200 gold at this point. Really, really amazing done by Fortress. I could see this actually going to just by watching the early game. This could very well go into a fifth game, but it's of course early to say. But yeah, as I was talking about earlier, you see Flipper, he has participated in 6 of their 6 kills. So
Yeah.
that's just amazing to have. Everything is around him. Where he is, the kills are, and that's
That's
so
nice.
great.
Someone is starting to drill. I basically cannot even hear my own thoughts. That's really considerate.
That's nice.
Yes, but I'm just gonna mute from time to time then. But yeah, I think it's like, that was something we talked about when we started this game. That compared to so many other teams, like these two teams are the best two mechanical. Like these are stacked with the best mechanical players we have in our league, right? So I think that it's quite impressive to see that Fortress can actually stand up to Wicked.
It's amazing to see the underdog. It's always nice to talk about the underdog story, and that's what we get to do right here, because Fortress are the underdogs in this particular series, but they are actually just sort of beating Wicked
Look at
Gaming
Flipper,
right now.
he has popped the Predator, he is looking for a way in, he doesn't quite have flash yet, so it is looking like he's just, that's a really good flash. Oh, he goes so insanely deep, but he is going to get the pick on the PlayStation, maybe use his stopwatch here, that's a really, oh, Bendix, that's so important. They get 2 people, can they get Chicago 2? It doesn't look like it, but they should be able to maybe pick up Dino. Coxy is on the hunt. Flipper is dropping very low. He is burning down from the try by fire, but it looks like it's just going to be a 2-for-1. But that was so well played by Bendix. That flash petrifying gaze. Oh, Leanops! That's a tilter. Can Coxy chase him down here? He has the adrenaline rush on his W, so as long as he keeps catching stacks, that's a shot down, and he gets the stacks from his passive. Now Champion is chasing down Chicane. I don't think he's going to be able to get him. No, neither denies it, but that is the Infernal Drake, and it's a 1 fight for Wicked Gaming, so we can't quite count them out yet.
No, that was so good for them to also get the Infernal on top of this already pretty huge Draven sitting on his BT and almost Infinity Edge finished. So it's going pretty good for both teams actually, and you can't really tell right now who would win this, because Fortress are just playing so good right now and mechanically, like the ultimate from Gragas when PlayStation was in trouble, kept PlayStation alive for about 8 seconds longer or something, and which was amazing, because he used so much of Wicked Gaming of their time when they tried to kill him.
Yes, he did, and I think it's quite impressive to see, how many small things that could have changed the course of the fight inside of these fights. Like, it's so impressive to see, for example, this flash Petra engage from the Cassiopeia. Like, that was so important in that fight to try and win it for Wicked Gaming.
Can't wait to see how these next few minutes will play out. Now we see the Baron has spawned, so most of the attention will probably be in the topside river, and we also see the Gangplank and the Camille are sitting here in the bot lane. The only TP up is for the Camille right now. Wait, he's actually going
that's
in
a
here.
really good. I may have an idea to why Morgana was picked, because if you have a champion that has to run straight at you, Dive Binding could be a pretty good spell, I think.
Definitely, yeah. You can. I start to see now why the Morgana was picked. It was not for the lane. It was definitely for overall in the game to deny this Skarner pick potential, because she completely just denies Skarner in this match.
Indeed. I think that's a really good pick on tonight. Both mid laners having terrible series back to back. That's a lot of damage.
Actually, pretty close.
But I think I really want to like this comes from Wicked Gaming. You have such a quick Baron take. You have the Cassiopeia and the Draven, both champions that just do so much consistent damage, and especially with this Infernal Drake. So they just bait out the Cannon Barrage and the teleport from Snow Predator. Are they looking to stay on it? It looks like it is down to 2.5k. Can it be stolen by Shakel? 1.7, Witch comes out. Ilgun takes so much damage. He's nearly down. Who picks up the Barons of 1k? Smites the miss. It's taken by Flipper. Can they get out? It's a 1-for-1, but can they save anyone with banners? A really big whirling death. Champions in the backside. He picks up everyone. Everyone is just scattering through the hills. Teleport coming in from Nida, but he was dead the whole time. And another kill. That's a 4-for-1 in that fight.
Yeah, this really spells disaster for Fortress right here. Losing 4 members and also actually 5 because Syndra died just about 1 minute before this Baron.
Oh, Flipper, he's feeling it.
Dragon.
Now comes the damage, and that's so much damage. Now we're seeing them awake. Bendix is stepping up this game. Champ is stepping up, really showing his presence in these team fights. And Coxie is just dealing so much damage.
Yeah, you can really see Wicked Gaming has shaken off the tills from game 1, and also the Syndra in this series has really just been the dark horse, you could say. It's not great for either team when they have this champ.
Yeah.
And I don't think we'll see it at all any longer.
But it kind of confuses me because, you know, first game Bendix just played way too far up, way too many times, and he didn't do it solo, but I think he was a big part of why Fortress was able to come back. And this game, equally, I really want to highlight just how much Nitro has cost his team, right? He got picked off, then they lost the Baron. He got picked off so many times during this game, it just completely thwarted the tempo from Fortress. And I really want to see these players step up and be more consistent, because this Cinder pick is just really not working, as you're saying.
No, not at all. It's like you could see last game Nitro was a very iconic player, you could sort of say, and also Bendix on the side of Wicked Gaming. He's also one of the one of the iconic players from that team, and both these players can either they can cost the game or they can win the game for their team. And you see Bendix right now is doing an amazing job on this Cassiopeia, and Nitro last game he was so amazing.
Going down onto Flip, but he is really tanky actually. He doesn't take that much damage. But here comes Coxie, and that's half the health bar gone from Snow Predator. That's so much damage from this Draven.
Yeah,
but you can see Cruxy's feeling the average Draven syndrome right here, and he actually picks up Snow Predator before he goes down. Meanwhile, top lane champ is just pushing. They're just trying to delay right now. That's a flash cast away from Shakel. Now he can't even make the plays later on in this fight. Bendix has to be careful though. He is toying with the fire. They do still have quite a bit of damage on this lineup. Flipper may seem like he has overextended that flash binding from PlayStation. I think we may see Bendix go
tanky.
He is ignited. He is trying to straight back onto PlayStation, but he doesn't quite get him. Meanwhile, topside, Camille got the inhib, so you could argue this was worth, but it definitely stops the Baron push because they tried way too much to stop that fight.
But again, it's they got the inhib on top side because of Camille split pushing, but the way that Fortress are winning these fights, you can see that they are pretty great players, all of these guys, because they are just mechanically outplaying left, right, and center, and it's amazing to see how close this series actually are.
Yeah,
but they have a.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you go on.
No, I just think that, yeah, as you're saying, like, Fortress are really impressing me because they came in as a 4th seed, and you know they just match so well what Wicked Gaming want to do. So we're just getting 2 teams that want to do the same thing in game, which just leads to these super bloody games, right? It's like when you have 2 teams who play the exact same style as these 2 teams do, it just leads to so much like headbutting against each other, and it's really nice to see some games where it's not just one team being mechanically better than the other and than just steamrolling, right? Like this is really nice to see.
Yeah, as we talked about in the draft and also the last game, I mean Snow Predator he's obviously a mechanically good player, but I don't feel like this Lucian is working. it didn't work very well in game 1, and definitely not here in
Oh,
game
that's
2.
a flash. But yeah, I get what you're saying, right? And I think it worked better in the first game due to, you know, Saya, you can like actually dodge the damage, right? And you can actually like you can position so she does less damage. But there's no such thing with Draven. Like Draven just walks up to you and then he like cuts you in half. So this
He
game,
can,
I
he
agree.
can almost just ultimate and then then
Yeah.
snow
Yeah,
Predator's
like
dead.
this game, I agree. I think in this game it was wrong, but first game I can't see that if you are really confident in yourself, then you can make it work. But
Yeah,
we have to see
100%.
if they adapt or if they're just like, no, we keep going with this one.
It would be so great to see a Kaiser, because I feel like she could have done so much more in both these games, as you highlighted earlier.
Also, just love the CC that's on. Oh, Bendix gets caught here. He has to be careful. He uses Seraph's Embrace, and the Wish has to be used for all. He's got to die to the Redemption. He is. But oh, Coxie is just doing so much damage. He has already killed the Morgana. Can he kill Shakad too? The Willing Death is coming back. At some point, there he comes, but it's not hitting anyone. But these fights are so on a nice edge. And that's what I like. These players rely on the mechanical skill in these fights, and it's so cool to see, because any little misstep, any mechanical advantage anyone has is just instantly exploited, and it's so like it makes for these super interesting fights. And now they are onto the Baron. Right now, you can just see Champion. He is just trying to keep Shakale away, and he goes onto him right here. He's just wasting as much. Oh, that's so much damage coming down into Idokun. Shakale has to be very, very careful. He is super low. Champion is in the cage. He kills him, so there's no. Oh, please, Kaito, no! That's a really good flash away from Nida. He nearly picks up the kill in 1v2.
That was amazingly done, the flash right there. But yeah, the Champion, he's just creating so much chaos in the wherever he is. In the top lane, he took the inhib right here. He did a 1v2 versus Shakale and Nida, and almost killing both of them. If it hadn't been for the Nida flash, he would actually have been dead as well. So yeah, this Camille is really making disaster wherever she goes.
You know, this is one of the times where I think the Twitch chat are not entertained. It's really hitting home, because, you know, regardless of what language this is cast on, if they like it or not, these games are just super fiery to watch, and you really like it must really put your fire in the gut. Especially if you're watching this and you're at Lando or Hilo, like you're starting to sweat a bit, because regardless of which team emerged from this, they're just looking so on point. Like, it's really impressive to watch.
Definitely. I mean, it could go either way, and that's what's so amazing.
That's the scary thing, right?
Yeah, because Fortress, they are really putting on a great show today.
Yeah, like I think the scary thing is that, you know, going into this match, anyone who had said, well, it's probably going to be a 3-2 in either way, right? You would have been like, you're crazy, like
yeah, what
completely
are you
out
talking
there.
about?
But the fact that we're now in game number 2, the goal, like we're 4K gold lead, but the fact that we're sitting here being like, this could go either way, that's just insanity.
Insane indeed. But now we are approaching the late game. People are getting a lot of items on their belts, and last game whenever we approached the late game, Fortress just seemed to outclass Wicked Gaming on at all levels. And now when we're approaching the late game as well, we could possibly see some of the same things. Nida has right now he started like 1-4-1, and now he's actually on a 4-4-2. So you could actually see this going more in the favor of Fortress than we saw in the early game. Because as we talked about in the draft, the early game from Wicked Gaming is definitely way stronger than Fortress. Mostly, I feel like mostly because of Flipper, and his early game is just amazing.
But my biggest concern from this game is that I truly believe that Wicked Gaming comes better, and it has a lot of things it can do now in this point of the game. But my biggest concern is just the fact that how is the Cassiopeia gonna play these fights, right? Like, you have your flashes up, okay, that's gonna get you out of one trouble, right? But you have the Cannon Barrage to slow you, you have the Explosive Cast from Gragas, or the Flash Body Slam to mess you up, you have the Scatter the Weak from Syndra, you have the Binding, like, you're really not going to be able to play these fights, and I think it's really
And the same
like-
goes
like-
for
like-
Draven.
Yes.
You really have to take care of so many things.
But to be fair, Draven has slightly longer range than Casio does, so you can maybe do that. But yes, it's really hard, and there's so much pick potential on this side of Fortress, so you really have to be careful. But at least both flashes are up, and both teams are posturing for a fight. Meanwhile, Champions just take this Drake. He really wants that Elder Drake.
Disaster anywhere champion goes.
No, but like it's actually insane how like that's half of Elogun's HP with just a single Q right there.
Yeah, wasn't it the Syndra and the Gragas
I don't think it was in. Oh, that's the Baroness started and Champion is Butter. I was about to take a sip of water, but I can feel like that's not gonna happen. It's down to 4k HP already. Flipper is rooted for an eternity. He cannot take it. He gets knocked in. No, what are you doing? Oh, they get it before he can do anything. Okay, that's 2 people down. Elogun also drops. There should be a free Baron. Can they delay long enough so that Camille can actually do a lot of stuff? Oh, Bendix! He goes in. Oh, Cox and Bendix! They're smurfing on them. Elogun flashes away. Cox, that's triple kill. But I don't think Linus can stop him. He drops the tower egg right here. Can he flash body slam to interrupt him? Can he kill? That's one. He gets out of tower range. He is looking to survive. Coxy and Bendix in the clutch. They rip the game away from the clutch of defeat right there. That was so close. Had Bendix died before he could flash Petrifying Gaze there, the game's done. Right now, Coxy is coming in. The body slam interrupts it, but can he get away? Coxy has so much damage. He does not look like he wants to pursue it anymore. They just want to turn around, get the tower, and then reset before anyone else can come.
Yeah,
that's 2 inhibs now with the exposed inhibitors on top side.
As we said earlier, the mechanics of these players are shown right here, how good they actually are. Bendix with the amazing flash, Petrifying Gaze, and Cruxy just dealing so much damage from the battle backline. And I was about to say, oh GG, because Fortress had they got the Baron, but then this crazy play happened, and now it's just completely in Wicked Games' favor, and they got the two inhibs, and the top lane is open, so it's really hard for Fortress to do anything right here, even though they got the Baron.
Yeah, like it's insane because like these fights are won and lost in like split seconds, right? So Elogun and Flipper are instantly blown up as the fight starts, and you're just looking at a 1 versus 4, and you're like 1 versus 5, sorry, like it's done. Like, what can Wicked Gaming do? And then Bendix finds this amazing triple stun on his ultimate, and Cruxy just goes completely man mode in the fight. Like, it's so impressive to see. But they're not out of the woods yet, Wicked. They used both flashes on their 2 main carries, so in this coming fight they have to be extra careful, because one misstep and that might just end the game and put them on the verge of being eliminated in the playoffs that people thought they were gonna easily sweep through.
We'll see the next couple of minutes if Fortress can actually hold this
looking,
space.
that's a flash pull onto Gragas. Here comes a really good cannon barrage. He's just deterring, and he tries to pull someone back into the team, but it's not gonna work this time. Now it's a 4v5 base defend. Can Fortress pull it off?
No, I don't think they can survive this much longer. The Soraka is just too strong right here, just healing all the wounds.
That I think he one-shot him with his Q right there. Oh, now he goes in. That's so much damage going on to Snow Predator. It doesn't look like he's gonna get him right now. He drops to the top. That's a really good Petrifying Gaze. He drops yet another one. This should be the game. I see no way that neither can defend it, and they equal up the series 1-1 heading into game number 3.
Yeah, amazing game once again.
Oh, and Cruxy just crit him for all his HP in the fountain.
Such a back and forth game, and so close to see these guys play head to head. It's
I think it's so insane to say that these games are close. Like it's so crazy. Like when you think about how not close these matches were in paper, right? Like going into it, I was like, okay, so like Wicked Gaming has the better individuals, but it's not by a long shot. So they're like somewhat even. But I just thought that these like the early game from Wicked would be so much stronger, and not to take anything away from Wicked. for Wicked Gaming, they're playing against a great opponent. Like I think they're playing really solid Fortress, but Wicked Gaming just look. I don't want to say uncomfortable, but they just don't look like they're their normal self in this game. But I want to see going into this third game if I really want to see them divert from the solution over from the Fortress side, and then I want to see, well, is it because Wicked Game is performing worse, or is it because Fortress is playing well? And we can see that when we get a bit more like different, like we get a bigger difference in the comps, because when both teams play early game, it's so hard to see which team is playing better, because they just keep butting heads because they both want to do the same thing. So if we see two different win conditions, we may be able to determine, well, how well each team doing.
Yeah, we'll see how game 3 goes after a short break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Din mic er muted.
Oh, I was muted. That's kind of awkward. But so welcome back to the third game between Fortress and Wicked Gaming. So now we have seen the series being equaled up 1-1, which is already surprising, seeing as that was definitely not what was expected. But so Pedro, talk to me a bit about what is it that Fortress have done so well these games compared to what they may not normally have done.
Play good League of Legends. That's
What they do well, they're playing well. Smart.
yeah. What they're doing well is they're playing well, but yeah, it's they just they seem to just match up with Wicked Gaming in the mid and late game so great. And also the drafts has been in favor of them most of the time, at least in game one. Game two they opted to go for the Syndra, but as we talked about, I feel like it's mostly it mostly comes down to the mental, to try and break Bendix and tilt him so hard by smashing him on Syndra, but that didn't go as expected. So I think they will. I don't think we'll see any more Syndra in any of these games, and from now on.
Yeah, I think I think the Syndra is a good matchup into the Cassiopeia, but like, they didn't execute it well, and I think that is that's the highlight of these matchups, these games, because I feel like they're playing really powerful champions, but they're just not executing them properly, and I think that's quite important to highlight. But also, I really want to strike home the point that these two teams, I think normally the biggest strength for Wicked is just the mid game and how good it is, and Fortress is matching it. But as we've talked about and praised so many times, Flipper is really making this early game stick from Wicked Gaming, and I think it's so vital, especially in this game where they are on red side. I think it's so vital for them to pick a matchup and try to conceal who the jungler is, so they can get an advantageous jungle matchup, because that seems like it's really important for them to actually get these victories, because in this second game, Flipper was all over the map on his Skarner, and that's what we want to see if you are a Wicked Gaming fan, because well they just don't really look like themselves when they don't have this very strong jungle presence.
No, definitely. It's I think you're right. You have to make sure that Flipper has a really strong champ that he can provide um, a lot of help. He has to get on a champ where he can do a lot of things in the early game, because most of the early game really comes from him, and he decides all the things that Wicked Gaming are doing in the early game.
Yeah, and I think it's quite impressive because from both of these teams, it's the junglers are such a vital part of them. Both of these like all these games, it really seems like that if the junglers is not involved, there's really not that much that's going to happen from them. They seem like normally they're very loose on the trigger and they're going to go for a lot of plays, but these games it just feels like they just wait for that jungler to assist them, which can both be better, but also if you get gun shy, that's not what you want here in the semifinal.
Definitely not. Right now, we're just waiting for the players to get ready, and yeah, so we're just waiting in the lobby for the draft to begin. And what do you think they will? Do you think Lucian will be picked again?
At this point, we're probably just going to see him all 5 games, even though I heavily disagree with it.
Oh,
But I don't know. I really hope that we're going to see the Kai'Sa, because Kai'Sa is just such a good champion. And these games we've seen the Draven, which yes, Kai'Sa would get absolutely blasted by Draven, but any champion would. Like I don't think there's a single champion that can realistically stand up to Draven in lane.
I actually
So
think Caitlyn is a pretty good pick into
yeah,
it.
wait. So you could actually have picked Caitlyn Morgana, which is a really
Mhm.
strong lane.
Yeah,
That's a good point, but I just think in general it just seems like they're so they really want to have this pressure bot side, but they're just not getting it even with the Lucian, and I think that's the worrying part, right? So if they keep opting for this Lucian pick and it keeps not working, then I'm suddenly getting scared for them, because is it just because Snow Predator, sorry, is not confident in any other champion, or like what is the reasoning for him to keep going to this pick, and that's something I really want to see in this game, because if we see him pick something else and we see him heavily struggle, then I think this game is going to be 3-1, because if he can only play Lucian and he doesn't get Lucian, well, then obviously that's a problem, right? So I think this game is going to be very telling from the side of Fortress.
Yeah. What about last game? Was Saya banned in that game? I don't think it was.
No, there were no
Because
characters.
I think Saya is just overall a stronger pick, and I feel like they should have gone with Saya instead of Lucian. But you can always punch the drafts, because we're different individuals who aren't playing the same champs, all of us.
But now all players are into the lobby, so we should resume the game very soon. But I don't know. I think it's worrying if he's only gonna play Lucian, because Lucian just has very limited ways to actually work. So yeah, it can work, and when it works, it looks really, really good. But I just with the way Fortress are playing, they're really not trying that much to accelerate the early game, which you have to do with Illusion. So I'm really questioning this pick.
Thank God we are into the draft between Fortress and Wicked Gaming. Usually we see Fiora ban, we see it once again here.
So I'm kind of interested. I don't think I exactly recall the pick ban from the first game, but
right now it's just
these two are the same. Yeah, but I'm kind of wondering if we're going to see the same things, because that could be rather interesting. But I really want to see Wicked Gaming utilizing their what's it called, their last pick to actually get something out of it.
Yeah, on the side of Wicked Gaming.
Yeah,
they would. I think they'll save it for the top lane to get a counter matchup, or maybe in the middle.
So I think so too. I definitely.
And the Skarnet ban right here, it was very it was a very, very good pick for Wicked Gaming last game, and Flipper performed very well on the champs, so you could see why they would ban it.
Yeah, but I just don't think it warrants the ban. I think there are so many ways to play around it, and I think there's a lot of champions that do very well into it, so I don't think it's worth a ban. But that's what they in the end, that's what they conclude. So I respect it. But okay, so right now we see, besides the Skarnet, was Skarnet banned first game?
I don't think so.
I don't know, at least these bans are very similar to the first game, so we could see this Yumi open again, because she is open. But at least Wicked Gaming, so Wicked Gaming's draft is the exact same as
in the previous game.
That's the first game, yeah. So, but please don't get Delusion this time. Come on, please.
Please, let's not have Delusion.
Let's not.
I think it's pretty weird why Fortress did not ban the Karma, very strong pick lane pick.
Oh, okay. I just
top lane.
I just looked up what they banned first game. First game, Wicked Gaming banned Olaf, Pyke, and Silas, so the same as they did this time. And Fortress banned Fiora, Karma, Jarvan. So they opted out for the two latter picks. They said, okay, these picks really gave us some trouble last time, so let's not do that again.
Yeah, you can definitely see why. Oh, they actually picked the Jarvan and the Karma, who was banned in the first game.
That's actually. There's something funny about that, right? You have your two champions banned first game, and then third game they're not banned, and then you pick them because the champions you played the previous games were banned this time. There's something ironic about it.
Yeah, I really like what Wicked Gaming are doing right here. They have right now they have two picks who are both flex picks. So at this point of the draft, Fortress has no clue of who will go where, so they just have to pick some champs for themselves and decide to go with Lee Sin for Shikael, a very strong early game jungler who can really take over the game from the early game. Ooh, and the Ezreal, yeah.
Okay, so talking about Shaquille's lead, he looked really good in that early game, last game, first game, sorry.
Yeah, it was actually a pretty solid on the on the champ.
Yeah, he was a really big part of why they were able to to punish the Syndra for Bendix, and this Ezreal, that was something we talked about. If you have Yuumi, we really want to see like the Ezreal Yuumi or like Garen Yuumi, because these two champions just synergize the best with Yuumi. And now we see Jax, so I think this might just be champion dropping the gun and saying, okay, I've been looking at your champion pool cleanups. You're doing the absolute same picks, so if you want to go for the Ornn or the Gangplank, I'm gonna smash you. I think this is direct, like just a straight call out to cleanups and saying, okay, show me what you got.
Yeah. Yeah, the Jax can really be a big problem for Fortress, and I think we will have to see Shaquille be a lot around the top side, because if this Jax gets ahead, then it's just over for Fortress.
Yeah, and I think it's fun because, you know, as we're talking about this, the top lane matchup, every single game, I believe, Linux has fallen behind, and they're always drafting for these, you know, like scaling top lane champions, these champions that can do well in team fights. So we're seeing a Jax, they're basically saying from Wicked Game, okay, we normally get ahead in the top lane, so let's pick a champion that if you get ahead, you're not getting back from. So I kind of like this adaptation. This is why I like Best of 5, because it just leaves so much room for adaptations, which is really nice to see.
I think we'll see a Draven ban right here, or at least hope they'll ban it, because it was a very big part of the victory from Wicked Gaming last game.
Yeah, Draven into Ezreal is really not that good for Ezreal either. Like he has a really hard time trading damage back in the lane.
Yeah, we go.
I would actually like to see the AD carry pick here, because that clouds where this Karma is going, because she could go support or she could go mid, and that's a lot of information to give away or to not have.
It'll most likely be the AD pick here, or else. I mean, it would be mind blowing to see anything but the AD pick.
Oh,
there we go.
No.
Another pilot, another guy piloting the Lucian. Maybe it's the same thing as in last game about the mental, that now Croxy wants to show Snow Predator how a real Lucian player is like.
Or maybe the champion is just mega broken and I have not been following close enough, but
yeah.
Okay, I don't want to see. Okay, I was about to say I don't want to see this Karthus pick, because if they pick Karthus against what could be Lucian Karma, no, but like if they pick Karthus against, first of all, just Karma in general, but something that could be Karma Lucian Jarvan, like you're gonna have a bad time, because that's like probably the strongest like 3v3 you can even have. So he would never be able to path bot side. So I'm happy to see them not going for that, at least.
Now we see a Poppy for the actually Poppy. I really like the Poppy pick right here into the what we expect to be Jax, and also the picking LeBlanc when you have to blind pick, because LeBlanc can do decent in about all matchups. If you have to pick it blind, it's better than going for something else that Wicked Gaming could actually just hard counter.
The Syndra is a what is okay? So let's touch on that afterwards. But Syndra is one of the best blind picks at this point in the game. So I would not have anything against them picking that either. But as you're saying, yes, I really like the Poppy into the Jax. But if Jax gets his spear soldiered, it doesn't matter if he can't jump, because he'll just murder the Poppy anyway. But that's a Syndra for Bendix. So I think, you know, if I'm gonna have to try and predict how the conversations in the back room went, it's something like this. So the coach is like, okay, Bendix, you know, you've really been inting it these last couple of games. And Bendix like, no. It's like, so I think we maybe should not put some resource into you. And he's like,
let's just get you on the CC machine, and you can hold your own.
Yeah, and he's just like, I know. And it's like, you know where this is going? Okay, I'll play Lysandra. Like,
I'll do it.
Yeah, like Lysandra is one of these champions that, yes, against, like, if you look at the comp, Lysandra is really good against Lee and LeBlanc, right? just because of her kit, and also just like you can do a lot of stuff with it, but like I'm not that sure of it because it doesn't offer that much wave clear. That's one thing, and another thing is just the fact that if it's really hard to do something to Ezreal because Ezreal is, first of all, he's really slippery champion, but also the fact that when it comes to Ezreal, Yumi can just build Mikhail's and she can basically get a QSS for Ezreal. So I'm not that sure I agree with the pick, but I can see why they did this pick.
Yeah, and the standard pause at level 1 seems like Fortress jungle is
Seems
PC.
like that's the meta.
But yeah, but yeah, I really think Flipper will use all of his attention towards top and bot. I don't even if he goes mid, it's only to make a counter gank.
Yeah, probably just to reset waves or something like that.
And I really think his early game will be much will be a lot of bot side focused. Since now he's Jarvan, he can start his red, and make like a full clear, and then he can look for gank bot side, since Cruxy and Elogun are has so much damage and so much CC to follow up with. And the first dragon here is an Infernal, and they really want to make sure that they get this first Infernal dragon.
Yeah, I think you're right, and especially as you're pointing out, it is an Infernal Drake, so that could be a lot of fireworks bot lane. But also, one thing we have to, like, you just can't discount the fact that if Bendix is able to root either the LeBlanc or the Lee Sin, and Flipper can come in for a counter game, someone is gonna die, because that's so much damage that can come out in a short time. So, but yes, I definitely agree that if you can put Champion ahead, it would be really good. However, the nature of a Poppy is that she's just so hard to snowball on because of how good she actually just is at, like, naturally at trading and how safe she can be. So I think that Jax is not gonna be that strong in this lane until he gets 2 items, which would be the Trinity Force and the Spear of Sojourn. And if I'm looking at the comp from Wicked Gaming, I'm actually kind of nervous because this Lucian kind of heavily relies on winning lane, and the Lissandra is just a rubber band to try and protect the team from these all-ins. So much lands at Champ in this game. He has to pop off this game. If Champ does not pop off and do what he did last game on Camille, this game is going to be really, really hard for this team.
Yeah, if Champion doesn't do well,
yeah,
definitely he has to. But that's what we talked about before as well. I'm pretty sure we'll see Flipper make sure to get this Infernal Dragon, because that's already that you can count an Infernal Dragon for the Jax.
That's so important that he spots that with the Q.
Yeah, that's really really a nice start here for Wicked Gaming. Already getting ahead in terms of poke. But that's also just a really standard cheese that Fortress should have expected. They should have either warded the tri-bush or just went for the long route.
Yeah.
But the Infernal Dragon. If Flipper makes sure to get the Infernal Dragon, it actually just counts as a gank for the Jax, because the Jax will, get the Infernal buff, and then after the dragon is dead, I think we will see Flipper make sure to get Champion ahead in the top side.
I don't get that. Now I've been watching this top lane a bit in these games, and I just don't understand why it always seems that, like, regardless of like which top lane matchup it is, someone is always just hard shoving, and I really don't understand why.
Yeah, but isn't it? It's always Champion. It has been Champion all of the games.
Yeah, it feels like, early game you just want a hard shove, which I really don't understand, because if you can keep the lane at a neutral spot and then get level 2, it's much more punishing than if you get level 2 and push them under the tower. So
True.
But that may just be so, like, he may just do it so he, like, can force the jungler topside or, like, create pressure for his jungler to do something. But this time Flip is even bot lane, so it really doesn't make
we already see it here.
sense. I respect it, but that was never gonna work.
Well, no, I say we expected it, so
Yeah,
we could imagine that Fortress also. If we expect it, then Fortress will most likely also expect that early game, the early game focus from Flipper in the bot side.
I respect it, but it's like that's never gonna work to go into the Yumi right there because
Oh, it was
such a
very
far shot.
optimistic, very optimistic.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. But so we see right now Bendix is taking a lot of damage, which is to be expected in the early lane because you don't have that much mana on the Sandra and you are relatively short ranged, so LeBlanc can get the jump on you very often. But he's just gonna need a Loon's Echo or just at least the Forbidden chapter to really be able to give the LeBlanc a hard time because also just you can shove so fast in this champion. That's a drive-by.
That's also very optimistic, gang. We see they're really trying to make something happen here, both these junglers, but it's not working out well for them. Already, Cruxy and Elogun has taken one plate in the bot side, so they are really just dominating with these two picks right here.
It feels like both junglers are just really trying to feel out the enemy. They're like, okay, how do we respond to this? The steadfast press is used, so now Flipper can actually make the flag and drag in. He doesn't go to flash, he pushes him away, and that's a first blood to Champ, man. It looks like he gets out scot-free. That's really big. Oh, that's a missed Q from Shakael. He didn't know it, he didn't have vision, and that's the question mark pings going down from Wicked Gaming onto the top of his forehead. That Wicked Gaming know that they just got away with murder. They should surely have died there.
Yeah. Champion should definitely have been dead right there.
Oh,
Ooh, he actually died underneath the turret.
He goes for that. My man. Here comes the teleporter from Bendix. He really wants to make sure. Oh, he picks it up. And he even got... He already based and then got back, so that's really important.
Yeah, that was a very nice TP there from Bendix, but also very deep going in as this in right here to get this on the Jax, because this only helps the Zen, but it gives nothing to Lineups who really needs a bit of help in this matchup to be able to stabilize.
Yeah, that's actually a good point that you bring up there, because yes, this is good for Shakael to actually get the kill, right? But it's really bad for Linus, because that means that Lee Sin pulls the wave to try and go for that dive, and by pulling the wave, he makes it so that the wave pushes, and yeah, it's just not good. But
he's just getting smashed in this top lane. He's actually gonna die right here to Linus. Linus has been playing all of these games actually so great.
If you're champion and your top laner dies to this, and you have to cover mid lane while he's like, you're really mad because the mid lane matchup is so bad for you, and you're just covering because your top lane or your mid lane wants to get like a couple of camps, and then if you had died to him, like that's a mental tester right there.
Yeah, you could imagine comms going pretty crazy if he died. What the fuck are you doing, dude?
Yes, like that's a tilter if it ever happens.
But again, Linux has played so great in all 3 games actually, and has been a big part of why they are actually close.
Ooh, the Inferno Drink is started up. It's down. It's really low. Oh, but Flipper goes in way too soon. Nobody can follow. Can they pick up? She can. It doesn't look like. Oh, never mind. They do. The teleport is interrupted by. Never mind. It's completed. I just didn't see him. That's a 2 for 1. Sorry. That's pretty big. But they have to be quick, because if they can't get back and defend the top side tower, Jax is gonna fall really far behind. And Jax that's behind is not that good. It's kind of weak.
Yeah, the fight around the dragon right there was so good for Wicked Gaming. Bendix came in with the perfect angle to just CC all 3 players from Fortress who tried to escape, and he actually just solo won that fight for his team.
Yeah, like
so
you really have to, like, that's one of those moments where when it happens you're like, oh my god, like
yeah, really. So he kind of he picked up from the slack he just did in the top side where he had to flash away from Lineups in order to survive.
Yes,
Cruxy and Illugun in this matchup here, they have really been showing that they are the greater bot lane right here. They are outclassing. Also the fact that they're outclassing Illusion, it must be pretty annoying and tilting for Snow Predator to see the champ working so well for others, but not for his team.
Yeah, I think that's an important point to bring up because now we're actually seeing a CS advantage for the Lucian, and we're actually seeing him take plates as you expect him to do. So yes, that must be rather annoying if you are Snow Predator. But on the other side, you're fine with it because you are just playing this Ezreal who will be really strong later on in the game, so you're not sweating too much.
No, very true. He is he can actually scale that and that wasn't the case
that wasn't
in
an
the
option
other
earlier,
games for him. So I really expect now. I see. I could imagine Flipper ganking top side over and over, maybe with Bendix who would roam up as well from now on and the next 3 minutes until the next Infernal Dragon is up. Because if you're Wicked Gaming, you would really like to have your Jacks getting ahead right now.
Yeah, or at least catching back up again. But if I'm Flipper right now, I'm just looking to. I would personally look to try and gank bot side because if I can kill the bot side or at least force them away, that's a really important that misses. That could have been an easy kill, but now Lineups takes so much damage. Flipper is top side, looks like he's gonna pick him up. Oh, can this be? Oh no, this is tragedy. Lineups missed the stun against the wall, and it's an easy double kill top side. This should be the Herald picked up right now. Oh, Flipper, he missed! He used the E too close to the wall, so it gets interrupted when he tries to Q to it, but
Oh, he actually
survives.
survived? That is going on.
That's so tilting from both parties. Now neither he is trying his best. The Glacier
What?
he misclicked on himself.
Yeah.
Everything is going
That-
wrong from
that must have
everyone.
been a
That's
misclick.
so many misplays.
Yeah, and we saw in game 1 and game 2 so many things going right for these teams.
And now
But
we see
now
everything
everything
go
is
wrong.
Yeah, now we see everything go wrong. I mean, if it can go wrong, then it will go wrong right here.
Yeah, but okay, so I want to return to my point where I want to see Flipper go. So I really want to see Flipper go bot side because if you can break this bot lane open, you can take the tower, then you can start rotating up your bot lane up towards this Herald, which would be really good. Oh, Bendix, he is rooted up. There is no kick though, and that's a really slick sidestep. Oh, neither. Oh, Flipper, don't do it to him. He has a family, and that's a slick one jump move from Shikar though. But here we should see Snow Predator take a lot of damage. Never mind, the final chapter comes out from Yumi, but now they're gonna be pretty easy to stop bot lane, and they could maybe just be forced away here. But there's 1 minute to the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, but that's a great point that Flipper could also just hard camp the bot lane to break open the
That was
to,
a weird
to,
flash
to
from
open
Cam.
the turret.
He was trying to take the kill onto him. I'm not sure what he tried to flash.
Did he?
Oh, Bendix, he has
Did
to
he really
dodge
flash?
this one to make it out alive. My auto-directed camera turned away from him, and he's looking.
Yeah.
Shikal is still chasing. He hits it. Flipper.
Oh,
Flipper! Flipper actually cancelled the auto attack from Shikal. Oh, yes, ultimate. It is.
Flipper has-
It's hitting. It's hitting.
That was nice.
Nobody
But
communicated right
action
there.
all over the map.
He
We-
jumps
he
back.
actually-
They haven't seen yet. He's in the bush. Mission impossible. Can he escape? My auto-directed camera yet again fails me. Teleport is coming in from the Ezreal. Now he's trying to get out. He flashes out. Everything is just going wrong. I can't see anything at all. Okay, Snow Predator. He jumps very low. He has to use both subs, and the heal from Yumi is also blown. For some reason, like our auto-directed camera keeps wanting to go topside.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, okay, so
but that's
Infernal
because
Drake is up.
all of the action that's happening all around the map.
Yeah, I guess, but Infernal Drake is up. Teleport is coming in here. The teleport from Poppy is coming in, and there's no teleport from Champion yet, so he has to walk, so he's gonna be late. Wicked Gaming should really try to look if they can just delay this just a bit until Champ gets here, but now they may even lose it because they got impatient.
This is so great for Fortress right here, that they get this Infernal Dragon to even out the one that Wicked Gaming already had. But this early game right here, you see the jungle difference is just it's so big, and it really it costs so much for Fortress that Shaquille has been doing these many, mistakes here in the early game, going in a bit too deep and missing so many cues. We can hope for him to pick up later on and play like he did in game one, because game one he actually did pretty good.
Yeah, I think all these players at this point have had a shining moment in this series. So that's really nice to see, and I think it just speaks volume to how good these players actually are. On top side,
Going in
again,
here.
the last person is down from Poppy. That's a really good keeper's verdict. If Flipper had been in front, okay, his ult wasn't up, never mind. But if Flipper had been in front and he could have taken it with his ultimate, that would have been really great. Oh, they are looking for the dive here.
Actually see a
Can
dive
he
here.
come in and these ulted Bendix is top side too? That should be a kill. Indeed it is. That should be first blood tower being broken open here. Meanwhile, Shaquille is cross-mapping bot side. And that's actually something I want to bring up, because these junglers have just been, like, every single time one go for a play one side, the enemy team goes for a play the other side. And that's really good to see, but there's
Yeah, we see
so much
both
wait for
junglers.
Oh! The final chapter, and he goes down to pick. The kill is picked up by Niter. Can they pick up Edith Blue?
They should be dead here as well.
They should be able to, unless he just starts the base right now. It doesn't look like it. Flipper and Bendix is on their way down. He may just be able to walk it out actually, but that's
That's pretty strange that they I mean, they were 4 people. They could have had LeBlanc just tanking up the turret on the edge and then kill
teleport
her.
is coming in from Champion. They have to be careful not to overcommit right here, but I fear that Champion may just have wasted his teleport. The ultimate is up from Bendix, however. They are still looking for a fight. Like, these teams are so bloodthirsty, and I love it.
Yeah, they just want to fight over and over and everywhere on the map. But we see actually this Jax coming out pretty huge right now, with the Poppy being 0-3-0. It's like in game 1 when we saw Lineups on Ornn. This is just the same beginning of the game, but let's hope that he can crawl back just like he did in game 1, because game 1 was fantastic from Lineups in the mid to late game.
But we have to mention that Jax is right now about 100 gold away from his Trinity Force. When he has that, he's gonna hit such a massive power spike.
Yep.
I also have to mention that right now they are looking for a 3-man collapse bot side. There's no prep, there's no arcane shift from Ezreal, there's absolutely no way he's gonna survive. It's just easy kill picked up from Wicked Gaming, and a huge overextension that they had no pressure anywhere on the map. So that's 2 towers now for the side of Wicked Gaming.
Yeah, Wicked Gaming really. This has been the best early game performance for them so far this series. And now again, as we talked about earlier, if something happens on one side of the map, the enemy will make sure to punish you on the other side of the map, and that's what Shaquille just did by getting the Herald. That was very nice, nicely done by him.
Yeah, and I just think it's impressive how well these 2 junglers like try to counteract each other over and over. I really think that is really impressive actually. Oh, Niter, you can't jump into. Oh, really well played by Shaquille. That's so huge to drop all that there, but he does get rooted up
Yes.
and they get the kill.
He's sort of starting to pick up the slack, just like in game 1. We could actually see a mimic of game 1 right here, and I hope so, because game 1 was so far the best we've had today.
But that was way too close from Niter. He jumped in to try and clear the wave when the enemy has Lysandra, and that's a scary prospect to do.
Yeah, then you'll most likely die if she has ultimate up.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was really.
Did he actually got ulti? Neither?
No, I only think he got.
Yeah, okay, because I can see Bendix still has his ultimate up, and if that was the case, then the cooldown had way too short cooldown.
Yeah. But at this point, all Jax needs to do is just complete his Spear of Sojourn, and Poppy is basically not going to be able to do anything against him anymore. Oh, Nida already used his W to clear the wave. Now he is going in. He has his flash up. He could have looked to do it, but he's just going to save the cooldown.
This Jax is so huge right now, and they have no one who can even who can match up with him.
No one. Oh, and there
Okay,
it
that
comes
was
in
a
huge
really
that he
fast.
saved the flash. You know, kids, don't waste your flashes.
It's always right.
But by Shakan showing topside, that's another
That's-
Drake going over 2 wicket gaming. So at this point, they're just stacking up already for the Elder Drake.
Yeah, daylight robbery as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, but this time it's
Oh,
actually,
that was such a good ultimate from Flipper right there.
but like Flipper is just such a monster. It's really insane. Like,
He's
he's
been on
just,
12 of 12 kills. I mean,
Yeah.
come on, how can you not love this guy?
like we just sound like a broken record because again he did it. Again,
Yeah.
we just
He did
first
it
game,
again.
also-
He did it again.
Yeah, like and first game he was part of every single kill. Second game he's part of every single. Like he's just performing so
Yeah.
incredibly well. And
We also highlighted it in the at the start of the series that Flipper was such an amazing player on this wicked gaming lineup, and he's so intelligent. Having him on your team is just you have a great start.
yeah, and I think if Fortress go on, if Wicked Game go on to win this map, like we definitely have to bring in Flipper because he should have been a huge part of the victory if they win.
Yeah, we definitely have to. If Wicked Gaming go take this to a 3-0 or even a 3-2, then we definitely have to talk to Flipper.
But Jax right now he has completed his Kindle jump, and so he's only like 2,000 gold away from his Spear of Sojin. So with his gold he has it in his pockets, that's about like 1,300 gold maybe. So it is beginning to look somewhat scary if you are the side of Fortress. Yeah. Oh, that's feet right there from Nairo, and he tries to go in and lock him down, but instantly just
But
takes
if you see,
a
yeah, if
whole
you see
face
the
full of
damage,
Yeah, he just takes a whole face full of damage right there. It's just
If
so
you-
hard for them to try and contest with this Jax, but that's one of the problems because for you to be able to contest the Jax, you have to draft for it, and what we saw here in the draft, obviously they didn't draft for it because Jax was picked as the last pick, right? No, he wasn't. Sorry, he was picked third pick. So, but at that point you're already pretty locked in what you're gonna pick. So it's just so hard for them to do anything against him.
yeah, he's just a monster who will just like in game number 2, he on Camille, he will just right now be. He'll keep on split pushing, and he will just crack open your base because you don't have any answers to him.
Yeah, you really need like a lot of ability damage, and that's why I would have preferred the Syndra in this game because you can actually do a lot of things against the Jax, whereas LeBlanc you have to jump into the face of Jax, and what are you realistically gonna do? Because he's just gonna pop his E and say, okay, if you stay here you die, if you jump back I just jump to you and you die. So like, what are you realistically gonna do?
But at this point of the game, if Nida sat on Syndra, being 1-1 and 2 in this particular game, he would have no chance of doing anything because he has no escape tools. He only has his slow and his stun, and that wouldn't have been enough to hold off the Jax. So in terms of surviving against the Jax, I think it's pretty good for him to sit on LeBlanc because she is so slippery with the distortion and the mimic.
Yeah, but like you can run all you want, but you can't give up your entire base just trying.
No, that's very true. Very true. In terms of wave clear, Syndra would have been way better.
But that's just hindsight, and we can't really do much with that. But Jax, I believe, should have his Spear of Sojin now. He's sitting at 2,000 gold, so I believe that's enough. I think, yes, indeed, he gets it right there. So now he's just gonna go bot side, and he's just gonna sit there and be like, okay, so guys, what are we doing? And like, Fortune just look at him like, yeah.
Yeah, that's not there's not much that Fortress can do against this Jag right here. In a straight up skirmish, he would win in a 1v2 every single time
easily,
right now. Yeah, he wouldn't even sweat. He could just sit back and enjoy the ride. But I also want to mention Bendix right here. He in game 1 he had a terrible performance, but in game 2 and in game 3 right here he has actually been pulling up very, very good. He's doing fantastic right now.
Yeah, and by the way, did you know that in law, right, Jax, it's something like that he goes to this arena, which is the League of Legends map in and of itself, and he's like, shouldn't you have a weapon? He's like, I can do with anything, and then he just like rips a lamppost off, and it's like, like, talk about a cocky champion. I like that. But Shaken seems to be cut off position. He even has to flash kick to get out of it, and this is like what we talked about earlier when he was playing Gragas, like. Using your flash is just so such a big cooldown to get forced. Well, Coxie has to give last a really good flash, so he just get pinned into the wall. Okay, that is that's great interrupt right here. You do really great flash again and again. We talked about it. Nida can just not do anything against this. The Sandra teleport is coming in here. They could potentially look for a Baron here, or they could just try to push out the mid lane. And right now, it's just looking like they want to get the mid lane pressure and then maybe just reset.
Yeah, you said it earlier, as LeBlanc, you can never go in if Lissandra has ultimate, and it was just showcased right here when she used her distortion into Wicked Gaming. She just got blown up instantly.
That was so close.
It was insane.
But yeah, like playing LeBlanc against what is that champion called? Let's call it Lissandra.
Lissandra?
Like as frustrating as playing like Twitch against Draven. Like that's. You're not gonna have fun.
Oh, it blows. But this Jax, dude, he is in the bot side. They haven't even sent anything down to deal with this guy because nobody can deal with him. Even if you send two people, it's not enough.
Yeah,
that was nice.
But yeah, exactly. They haven't sent anyone.
Sorry.
Yeah, like it's just as you said, like they haven't sent anyone because they can't send enough. So what does it matter? Oh, Snow Predator, he may have stepped too far forward. He even got the QSS, but there's just so much CC on the side, and Champ picks up and yet another kill onto Snow Predator. Surely this should be the mid lane in hit. That they have no wave clear, and even that wave clear that they could use, the Sandra is just instant counter to it. Linux is trying, however, to do something, but he jumps so far in. That's a really good keeper's verdict, but he completely lost his mind. He's 0-5 looking like my regular solo queue top laners. Oh, Nida just gets the pick off here. Can he jump back?
Jump back? Yeah.
But they saw him right there, so he just go down anyway.
That's really unfortunate because he actually had the flash. He could flash on top of the blast cone and then get over to blue buff and have his distortion ready again. But that's
you're going for the next level. I see.
Yeah. That would have been so insane.
Yeah, but now they are on the Baron. And all Champ is trying to do is just to keep Shaquille away from this Baron. And yeah, like that's just so little they can do about it. And Bendix is even on scouting duty too. Oh, he however has to be careful. Bendix may have gone a bit too deep. The teleport is coming in from Poppy. The Baron is down to 1k though. It is secured by the Jax. Can they get out? It looks like they may be able to with everyone surviving. Coxie is slowed. He is just trying to buy time now. For his team, if he even nearly picks up Chicane. So that's 4 people. That's one for the one for Fortress, but the Baron.
For free Baron. That's
so that's worth any day of the week.
100%. This game has been so much in favor of Wicked Gaming, and they're just slowly, strangulating Fortress right now. They can't really do anything, and they will just keep having this Jax in the side lane, split pushing and be a monster. I mean, even if they, for example, earlier before the Baron, if they sent 3 people down to deal with Jax, that would have been a free Baron for Wicked Gaming. But now they, of course, have it, so it doesn't matter right now. But I want to point out once again, 16 kills for Wicked Gaming, and Flipper has participated in 16. 100% kill participation.
Yeah, Champs may be looking to ruin that statistic right now as he kills Linux yet again. The silent Shakali goes down right here, and I have hiccups now, so this is gonna be absolutely great. They are now on the mid lane in him. Bendix is not there. He is shoving the top lane wave into position. Nida tries to do something, but yet again he just drops so very low. The final chapter goes out. Coxie is dropped. Flipper has to flash away. It may be this Ezreal is able to chase down here. He has so much chase potential. with
They-
his Iceborne Gauntlet, but I really doubt it because he's absolutely just gonna lose the entire base if he tries to.
Yeah, they're not given.
Bendix may have overstayed, or has he? That's so much damage. He's dropped down. PlayStation is now running for his life. It's very slick sidestep. He goes down, killed by the ghost of Ezreal. That's a 1-versus-2 kill, and but Nida picks him up. 1,000 gold shutdown going into his pocket. That's going to be really good. And this time, Flippers, he isn't replaced by hitting the terrain. Oh, he kicks back Karma. That's actually a tilter. If you ever play solo queue and somebody does this and you die, that's
you're pretty
that's
sad.
yikes.
Right?
Yeah,
But I
that's
mean, right here we see them getting this third Cloud Dragon, so Wicked Gaming will just be running so damn fast around this map, and they have really. It's like I feel like they kind of talk about this in the comms. Okay, guys, we have 2 Cloud Dragons. We are rotating so super fast. We can just go 1-3-1, and then we can get pressure in all 3 lanes. And that's what they did. They had Bendix pushing in the top lane, Champion pushing in the bot lane, and the rest of the team were sitting in the mid lane. And they got 3 turrets. Actually, they got 5 turrets, almost 6 turrets off of that play. So even though they lost a couple of people, I'm still pretty sure that they feel like that was worth, because they had so much gold, and now the pressure will be even bigger since they will have 3 lanes.
Teleport is coming in from Bendix behind them. Shakel is on the wrong side of the map now. He uses Dragon Rage Kick just to try and buy a bit more time. I don't think they should keep chasing him, so they are just looking right now to go for the inhib. They know he doesn't have the kick, so he's not that big of a threat right now. The E is used here. He is stunned up. Flipper, can he do something? That was a Nida is taking a lot of damage. Bendix goes into this hourglass here. Champion picks up Ezreal on the sideline. This should just be Wicked Gaming looking to end the game. They have not that much HP on Bendix and Illigrun, but it doesn't matter. As long as they can shield, they can still fight. So the Flipper goes onto them here, use the ult flip in side lanes. Shakel goes down. That's 1 tower down. Second tower is going. GGs are being called in the chat. That's a really good flash from Coxy, but he's still just one shot by Nida. But that's a 2-1 series now.
Yep, that was amazingly done by Wicked Gaming, and they really showed this game that they are the better team. Even though I really liked from the side of Fortress that they decided to not go with the Lucian this game and took the Ezreal. I think he actually had a really good performance on the Ezreal on the side of Snow Predator here.
Agree.
But unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think, when it comes to like the early game, I think this game we saw a lot more stability in the early game. Both teams kind of were like, okay, we have felt how each other play. We've done feeling each other out. Now we're just gonna play like more steadily. But I think it's really first game. It felt like Wicked Gaming were unsure how to close the game and just felt like they rushed it out things, and it just ended up not working at all. Second game, it felt like they were somewhat back in control, like somewhat the Wicked we knew, but they still, felt like kind of shaky. And then third game, like this is the Wicked we know. Like they came in with a clear strategy and they just smashed Fortress. So, like seeing the progression of these games, I think we might be in for a quick fourth game.
Yeah, you could really imagine fourth game being very fast paced and very quick, because now we actually see Wicked Gaming has found their form right now. Game 1 was sort of like a warm up game. Game 2 were very close, and game 3 were so heavily Wicked Gaming one sided. So you could imagine this last game be sort of a stump, and it's really amazing to see how we talked about it earlier. If a team that hasn't been contested for the regular split, if they can bounce back from a defeat, and they definitely showed that they can, and it doesn't that they can just shake it off and then take the next game as a new game, and they won't tilt off losing a game.
Yeah, But with that, I think we're going to go to a short break before we head into the potential last game of this first semifinals. Don't go anywhere.
dive deep into entertainment. Phillips Hue.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this fourth game of the semi-final between Fortress and Wicked Gaming. We saw Fortress take game number one, and they are the underdogs, so that was a pretty solid performance from them right there. But in game two, they fell short, and they ended up losing game two and game three. Game three being the most convincing win from Wicked Gaming. So now into game four. What do you think the draft will look like this time around, Bimse?
I think the draft is gonna like if I don't know the thing like it's so hard because these games it just feels like they're just balanced on a knife's edge and both teams are just willing to handshake. Okay, we're just gonna like go absolutely like monkey style in these games, and so it's really hard to call what they're gonna draft. However, I think this solution actually worked really well for Cruxy. I think they had a lot of laning power, so I think that could be something we would see again. The thing that the thing I would want to see change the most is this Lysandra and LeBlanc matchup, because that was definitely not working out in Nigel's favor, and it just feels like the champion pool of Wiki Gaming is so deep. Like it feels like they are really good at coming up with these flex picks and these counter picks. This time, I believe we are going to see them on blue side. So, with that in mind, well, we have no counter pick, the same way we had in game one and three for Wicked Gaming. So I hope we're gonna see a more balanced matchup. But the thing that scares me the most is that the first game, or sorry, second game, where they had the counter pick, they still lost, right? And and if that's the thing, or if that's the case, then well, when they have counter pick, it just seems like then they don't have the champion pools to exploit the counter pick, which is really worrying for them.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate if you're Fortress here and you're looking to pick up a win and hopefully take us to silver scrapes.
But also the other problem is that blue side also has a lot of advantages, right? You want to be blue side if you can get priority picks, but now they have gotten this Yumi twice, and I have not felt the impact of this Yumi twice, right? I think
No.
the first time we saw it, it was not the Yumi that did the things. There were a lot of like other factors. It was neither just absolutely smurfing that game, and the rest of the team doing a lot, but it wasn't the Yumi's fault that a lot of these things happen, or
Hmm.
because of the Yumi. So I really want them to see not pick this Yumi, especially if it goes to game five, then drop the Yumi and maybe like pick Nautilus or something like this, because
Yeah.
I think the Yumi has just not been cutting it for me, in my opinion.
Nope. I think completely right. The Yumi has had a too high priority on the side of Fortress, especially if you think about he had Yumi in two of the games, but in game two, which was a very close game, and he had Morgana. He played so well on the Morgana. But that's the game two. They were red side, and the Yumi was banned. But the best performance was not on Yumi. So I would like to see him go in on something different. And as you say, Nautilus is a very good and solid pick. Have some engage on him. I feel like that could be very good.
Mm. But the problem is, however, that Ilugun's what's that champion called? Yumi is really good. I've seen it in solo queues. So the, it's just like do damn if you do, damn if you don't, because it I don't know. It just doesn't seem like the PlayStation is like that confident on it. But they have to remove it and they can't afford to ban it, right? So it just looks like a really bad position to be in.
Yeah, definitely. I also I actually hope that the PlayStation still had Thresh up in his sleeve because back in the days he was a Thresh main, which also gave him the name PlayStation. And and Thresh is actually pretty decent right now in this meta, and it could be so nice to see him on a champ that had so much potential to do all kinds of things. He can engage, he can disengage, he can provide so much peel, and the lantern is always a great ability to have on your team. So I would like to see him on Thresh this game. But
Yeah, and you know, in right now this could be the potential last game for Fortress in this split, right? So it's always these games when it really comes down to crunch time where you see people bring out these old favorite champions. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw PlayStation bring out this fresh pick this game.
it could be very nice. They have to put in everything in this match, since it is match point, and we really Fortress really needs to win this one to stay to keep the dream alive of going to the finals. So they might as well just have to pick all the strongest picks they could possibly get, and not hide anything, because in game 1 and game 2 you don't want to show too much of your hand, and if you go with your absolute best comp in game 1, that could cost you the whole series, because the enemy team could ban out your best champs in game 2 and game 3. So right now, I want them to go with it's because now it's now or never. It's do or die at this point for them.
Yeah, exactly. So I expect we will see, everything they have in the tank, and PlayStation may well pick his fresh, but I want to see no more Lucian. I want to see, Linos back on carry top laners, and I want to see them actually challenge this. I want to see them challenge champion, because these games, and it happens so often, I feel, where champion is just freely allowed to just scale up and just get these really favorable matchups later in the game, and it can work if you, for example, pick the Poppy. It can work. I'm not trying to dismiss it, but if it has to work, if it is to work, then you just have to actually play well around it, and they just don't. They just fall so far behind, and everything just falls apart around this Poppy, and we really have to see them switch it up. I really want to see them succeed with it.
Yeah, I think you're right there, because also the solo laners from Fortress are, from my perspective, they're really great players and have good mechanics, and can really play some good League of Legends. So I would like to see Fortress actually go in with a completely safe bot lane, and then just focus all Shaquille would focus all his time in mid and top lane, and actually win through them, because we saw in game 1 that neither he can be absolutely a monster if he has a good champ and has a lead. So that's what I would like to see this game from Fortress.
Yeah, and speaking of what to see, we are now into Champions League, so now we can see what they're going to do. So far, the bans look very similar to that of Game 3, so what do you think we're going to see here from Wicked Gaming?
I'm not... how is Sivir right now, actually? Because I feel she is super strong all-around champ, and I would really like to Snow Predator to pilot this champ in this game to then allow them to just keep Cruxy and Ilagoon in the bot lane, and just keep on pushing it in to allow Shikale to sit hard in mid and the top lane. But I'm not sure if Sivir is bad right now, because
the thing about Sivir is that, after they nerfed her W, her bounce 80% damage, I'll just pick Sai instead, because she basically do what Sivir does the same, but your itemization and your in lane power is just better.
Yeah, okay. I didn't. That's what I mean. I didn't know she actually got nerfed.
We're doing it.
That's the Pantheon, right?
We're doing it. Let's go.
It's the Pantheon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure, because Mordekaiser and Pantheon, they look so damn similar in their splash out.
I didn't want them to pick Gragas here, because now they have given away that it's going to be a lane Pantheon. But that said, he can go top, mid, or support. So he has. If you have been following EU Masters, he has actually been played quite a bit of times support. So it will be interesting to see what they're gonna do with this.
Definitely. Oh, also the camera again. Last time we saw her as support, but I would it would be great to see her played in top lane, because I think Champion could abuse the karma in the top lane a lot against Lineups, especially if he picks a tank once again, as we have seen him on most of the time this series.
Yeah, but I just personally doubt that he is gonna play the karma top lane because of the fact that he has this great reputation as these carry top laners, and also just because what we've seen from Lineups. So that's personal, what I think. But
so it could be a mid lane karma, because
like,
Yumi has to go support.
Yeah, it kind of feels bad if you are in this game 4, right, and you're like, hey, so champion, you've been super consistent every single game you've had a lead on your top lane, and you're playing these game champions and just popping off, right? Then to be like, nah, you can play karma. It's like,
take
like
this karma.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I don't like that, but we have to see. That's a Vladimir pick, and Vladimir is one of these champions that he has to be shut down, right? And he has badge matchups top lane, but this is a red side Vladimir, so he's even quote unquote worse top side. He has more routes to be ganked, but you can definitely make this work if you want to.
Yeah, and you talked about before the Gragas, that you didn't like the Gragas, and Gragas is an overall pick. I'm not, it's like it could go either way if it's good or bad. But I think last time we saw Shakal on Gragas, he actually had an amazing performance. It was in game 2, and he did so many great things with the champ. So maybe this is just what he needs to actually take this win home for his team.
Yeah, I think I should explain myself. It's not because I don't want to see Shakal and Gragas. He played really well. It's just that you don't conceal where the Pantheon is going. You could have picked the Gragas.
Oh,
Gragas lane. But yes, of course he wants to pick it up so you can actually secure the champion for yourself. But you could potentially just have waited like one rotation later, seeing as Wicked already picked up the champion. But if you look at these bans, that's 4 bans against champion. That's just how freaking good he is. Like, he's so good in this top lane that it's really impressive, and he just generates so much pressure for this team.
There would Fortress would be pretty sad if they saw Karma actually be in top lane right now, because they just used 2 bans against champion, and if they knew what he was going to play, then that would be pretty sad. But the Tristana here, I really like to see the Tristana here for Snow Predator.
Yeah, but okay, so I personally want to see the Karma go mid now, and then have a actually proper top laner, because then you have all this power up for Ezreal, so he can play very far forward, and then you can pick some kind of top laner that can actually do some split pushing and do some team fighting. That's my personal guess here, because if you put the Karma top lane, you're gonna have like a lot of burst damage and not that much consistent damage. I like this because it just gives you like more presence in team fights, because with this Gnar, you can actually like chase down people and do a lot of stuff. So I like this, and most importantly actually is the fact that if you put this Karma top lane and Vladimir goes top lane, Vladimir's gonna have a really easy time, I believe. Not that easy, but he's not gonna be as precious as if.
Okay, so this is a Tristana top lane.
Yeah, it's Pantheon support and Vladimir mid lane.
Let's go! I really like to see this. That's
he could also be Tristana mid lane.
Could also be mid, yeah.
I think. Tristana probably has an easier matchup against Karma than Gnar, I would think.
But I just feel like against Gnar, he has his jump, so it would be and the slow, so it would be pretty difficult for Tristana to get off her explosive is it an explosive cask? No. The explosive bomb.
Explosive charge, I think it's called.
And the same thing goes with Bendix. He has the movement speed boost from his shield, so in these two, both mid and top, I see could be pretty difficult for Nida to actually use this pick probably. But we have to see how he does it in game.
But I think the most important part is that if you put him topside, like what you genuinely want to do on Tristana is to shove, which yes, it is significantly easier for you to shove out than Gnar, but if you shove out topside, you can't really get away, right? Because it's a much longer lane, which Tristana definitely does not favor. So by putting her mid, you ensure that she has a shorter lane. Plus, this Karma has a really hard time. Like if you shove her to tower, it's gonna be really hard for her to actually do like trade back on you in the lane. So I like the idea, and I definitely think the matchup plus the terrain of the map suits Tristana more in the mid lane this game.
Yeah, definitely. I have never ever seen Pantheon as support. So can you walk through how will this work and why does it work?
Okay, so the reason why this thing works is, first of all, it can abuse Aftershock, right? And that already makes it really good because Aftershock is just such a good rune to trade with, right? Second of all, he has his Aegis Assault, which basically it blocks all damage for like 1.5 to 2.5 seconds, which is also just buys a lot of time. Like if you're standing in front of your AD carry, like what are they gonna do? Because they can't auto over you, I believe. So that's really good. And then in general, he has stun, which gives him even more damage when it's empowered. He autos 3 times, I believe, if it's empowered. And then his Q is just a lot of poke damage and to a relatively cheap mana cost. So all in all, the champion is just like, his trading is so good in solo lane that it just makes him good for bot lane. Plus, he can take Aftershock to make his trades better. So that's the general idea.
I see. Okay, I can't wait to see this to see this Pantheon in action, since this is my Pantheon support debut.
Yeah, one person who has played a lot is Kasing from XL UK.
Yeah.
He that's a VOD you can watch if you want. To anyone in chat who wants to see how this works. So what Pantheon does is when he uses W, right after the W triggers, right after the W triggers, he auto 3 times, and when it's empowered, he do it for 1.5%, like so 150% of his damage. So that's just a lot of burst damage coming out from the kit in and of itself. But so right now, if you're Fortress and you have to make this advantage, I think you're just gonna look to go bot lane. And talk about going bot lane. We see Flipper flag dragging over the wall, so he knows that this bot lane is so oppressive in the early game, and if they can shut it down, it's going to be really good for him. He's just waiting for cooldowns now. Level 2 has been hit. He is looking, stun goes in, PlayStation is just trying to trade back. It's really good play onto Snowflake. Oh, that's a Flash Ignite. He has to be careful, Flipper, because that's the first but picked up by Fortress. But Coxie flashes in and picks up the kill, but that just shows how much power is in PlayStation's kit. He's trying to trade back, but he may have gone too deep, and indeed he gets killed. Now the teleport is coming in from Snow Predator to try and stop them from pushing any further, but look at the damage from the Pantheon. He does so much damage, and from the level 3 he's just so tanky.
That flag and drag into the flash from Flipper was so good. I know he's seeing contested.
I think Shikale picks up. No, he actually missed the big crab, or the big croc. Oh, neither? No, he could definitely pick up the kill there.
What? No!
He flashes in and gets him, but...
Yeah, but jumped out to then flash in. Oh.
That was definitely a wasted flash, but, you know, he gets it. So this is the early game you want if you are Wicked Game. If you're not... if you're Fortress, and now he's looking at once more. That's a lot of damage coming down. He missed the Q. The passive is proc from Kai, so he kills him. Edogun is now all on his own. He should get killed here. The junglers are fighting in the river. Flipper comes down. He tries to save his support so he can jump to him, but he's just going to go down. We may have to queue up the silver scrapes, it looks like.
Yeah, definitely. This early game is so insane and explosive. We see already 8 kills around the board. It's 2 kills every minute at this point, and a goal lead of 1k for Fortress. This has actually been the greatest beginning of a game that we have seen from Fortress, and a really solid performance from PlayStation, who are sitting now in 2-1-2.
Yeah,
So
he's really piloting. He's piloting this Pantheon really well, and it looks like he's actually practiced a bit. And I think, oh wait, the jungle's only level 2 and 3. What is happening?
yeah,
Flipper just hit level 3 4.5 minutes into the game. He's so behind. Talking about behind. Bendix may fall behind here
Yes,
by
jump.
going down. The W has reset. He gets it here. He may be able to just Goomba stomp Flipper now. The Conqueror has come up for Flipper, but I really doubt he's gonna do anything. It doesn't look like his Flag and Drag is quite up yet. Flipper actually gets out and comes up just in time to save him, but this just shows the power of this Tristana, and once more it feels like Bendix is underperforming now. Oh, that must not happen. Cleanups in a really unfavorable matchup picks up the kill on the Vladimir. This game is just sliding out of control if you are Wicked Gaming.
yeah. I mean, Fortress, they're playing so damn well right here in this early game, and I just can't stop smiling because it's it's the Cinderella story for these guys. They're the underdogs, and they are really putting up a solid performance right now, and it's so great to see.
Absolutely, and you can't stop smiling and I can't stop coughing. Like, my voice is really losing it after all these intense fights. Like, these fights are so close and change so many times. I think I might lose my voice before the 5th game may stop, but that's a complaint for another day, and that's something we have to worry at another point. Right now, as you say, it's just so important. Like, it's so impressive that the 4th seed, which, yes, Champion did say that they are probably the best team in this tournament, besides themselves, right? It's just so impressive to see how well they're stepping up right now and how well they are playing. That's really, really impressive, I think.
Yeah, they just right now they just really have to not let the nerves take over and just keep playing as they have been doing these first six minutes of this game, because they're doing fantastic, and they have to just do exactly what they're doing right now and just keep on doing it for the rest of the game, because then I could see them take home this victory right here. And for the first time of all these 4 games, we see Flipper actually having a really, really bad early game. And Shakel is actually popping off this game. So right now, this Gragas pick is working very good for him.
Absolutely, and this series, thinking about the entire playoffs as a whole, this really reminds me of when SKT met Q Tigers in the semifinals, right? Because this was such a great series, and like it went to all. Never mind, we have to hold that thought. That's so much damage. There comes the Aegis Assault, just blocking all damage.
PlayStation is just.
Meanwhile, mid lane Nidra is going all in. Look at the damage going down onto Bendix. Like, this is just the power of Tristana. He's so strong in these early levels, and because he's against the Karma, like, he will always do more damage than her, because she's just not the best champion when it comes to like dealing damage when she's behind. But
She's just a CC sustain machine.
Yeah, but as I was trying to say, the Coot Tigers versus SKT, like, that should have been the final. Many people thought, right? Because it was just so well played by everyone in that series. And then you got to the final, right? SKT, they 3-2'd Coot Tigers, but then they just 3-0 swept the finals. And it feels like this. Oh, we may have to hold that thought again. He goes in, but Flipper missed the smite unforced error, and that's something we have not come to expect from him.
Exactly. Once again, this early game from Fortress is going so well. They get the dragon, they get the kill onto Flipper, who undoubtedly has the worst game of this day. He hasn't been able to do anything right here.
Yeah, but okay, so I'm gonna return to my point for the last time, hopefully. So that Q Tiger series, everyone was like, this was the series of the World Finals, World Championship. This should have been the finals, right? But that's how this feels, right? Because
this should have been the finals. So
yeah, but if champ is like, these guys are the best besides of us, right? And they go out and do this kind of performance, it's like, wait, so if they're this good, how do the rest of the guys stack up, right? Because I don't know, but I have this feeling that whoever's gonna play against the winner from this series are just gonna get absolutely smoked in the finals. So it's kind of sad to see one of the teams drop out this early, but that's just how it works. But yet we still don't know who is gonna be the one to drop out there. It is a 3k gold lead at 9 minutes, so it's a really big lead, but not insurmountable. Like, Coxie can just have an absolutely insane performance on this Ezreal, and it is possible when you look at what the enemy team has there. The only point-and-click CC is from PlayStation, so if he's not able to do it, you can do a lot of damage on this Ezreal.
Yeah, definitely. And you also, again, it is Cruxy, and Cruxy is a very solid and good ADC. So if someone, if you have to count on someone to smurf and hyper carry your game, you would definitely consider Cruxy to be your guy.
Oh, and talk about being your guy right now. Flipper is trying his very best to make something happen, but just really good capitalization here from Fortress, and it just looks so rough because, like, what are you gonna do when you're this far behind now? Crux, he has to try and escape. There's so much damage. Killer Instinct comes out. He's not yet dead. He flashes away. Meanwhile, Linup's really well timed there on the pool to actually get away from the Nara against the Wolf from Champ.
Yeah, we talked about it in the champ select that they have to. It's now or never, right? They have to pick the best champs, and I know for a fact Linux has a great Vladimir, and it's one of his sort of signature champs, and also Niter, who is mechanically very good, can of course be a monster on a champ like Tristana. So this game, I really feel like they have done such a good draft this game. Also with the Pantheon, it's working great for them. They have the Kaiser. It feels like they just took each game in this series and they learned from each of the drafts, and that's so good to see.
Yeah, and you know, if like let's say the game just ended right here, right? Like how, like this is just completely momentum stopping game, right? So game number 1, Wicked Gaming didn't look that good. Game number 2, they looked pretty good. Game number 3 looked really convincing, right? And game number 4, nothing has worked so far. Like, this is the game that if you go into the final game, essentially making whoever advances to a best of 1. And this was the game you just played, like your solo queue game you played just before. Like, your mental and your confidence is just really low.
Yeah, if you're Wicked Gaming and you lose this one.
Yeah, like,
yeah, definitely.
If you lose in this kind of fashion after just dominating in the last game, your confidence is not going to be looking the best.
Definitely not. And there's also, it seems like, you know, that in game 1, Wicked ended up losing, and in game 2 it was very close. Game 3,
Flipper, what are you doing? He's completely lost his mind. Oh, has he? That's a shutdown going on to Bendix, and another kill being picked up. The teleport is cancelled. I don't know how or why, but I think it was the Gragas cask, but it doesn't matter. Linux comes in and just
No.
That's a flash.
Oh, but it's a Yumi without boots though, so maybe
run. Never mind. Yeah,
neither has boots.
Just spam your modes.
Actually, it was pretty. Oh, he was scared that she wouldn't die right there. But yeah, it's this early game is so well played and orchestrated by Fortress.
It's actually really important to mention that right there, the champion was teleporting in, but he got interrupted by the Gragas cask. Else that fight may have looked very different. Because I believe he had Mega now when he teleported in.
Oh, I actually didn't even see that. But yeah, that's so great. And just like in game number 2, I feel like Shakel on Gragas, it feels like it's one of his best champ. He has done so many great things in both games that we have seen it. But as I was talking about, touching earlier, the fact that game 1, Fortress won the game, and in game 2 it was very close, and in game 3 Wicked Gaming just dumpstered onto Fortress. So you could imagine, as we talked about, that this game would be super quick, and Wicked Gaming would just take it home.
Niner goes in, he may have gone just a bit too deep, and indeed he has. He goes down. Oh, he goes onto the tower, but really balanced champion. He can block the tower autos here. Bendix, he fail flashes and walks around the auto pops. That's not what you want to see, but hopefully they can just trade something here in the mid lane.
And actually getting the second turret here in the...
Oh, they have to be... Oh, Shakel just picks him off. He just misses ult just by a bit. There comes the Pantheon ult. he is completely cut off. He has to go into the enemy jungle here on a wild goose chase. Like, if one of them can survive, that's the best case scenario, but it doesn't look like it. Neither is on his way back down. They're trying his very best. Oh, wait, he's out.
Actually, a good flash. Very nice play there. He was actually caught in between.
Oh, champion he messes up his jump. It looks like he may be dead. He is forced to flash away. The camp is really not looking comfortable on this pick.
Definitely not. It's like I feel like Wicked Gaming, they are getting frustrated and stressed right now, because you just saw Flipper. He had to flash, but he just used his flash to get out, and now we saw Champion use his flash pretty early, but it's like they have to flash out all the time to even survive right here. But in the other games we saw them use their flashes aggressively to pick up kills and make plays with them, but they can't afford that right now, so they just keep on flashing defensive.
And I actually don't know, maybe someone in chat can help, because I was wondering, like, I don't even know if any of these players have been in the finals. Maybe Bendix, but I think that's about it, and I don't think any of them won anything. If anyone in chat knows, please let me know. But because if not, then then you can just imagine the kind of pressure you put onto yourself, right? Because especially if you're Wiki Gaming, because you have had such a great split and you've been looking so good, and then to like
and reputation also.
Yeah, and then to look at this, like and then to maybe not even make it into the finals, that must be so like when this game Fortress had a good early game, I think you're beginning to sweat if you're Wicked, because like you haven't even thought about the possibility of dropping out, but now maybe they get for something Snowbird that he jumps over, he flashes out. Really good stun from PlayStation. That's immaculate play, but he should be picked up here. Can they give the kill to Ezreal? That would be ideal, and indeed they can. Meanwhile, Igniter just knows the push pressure of his champ is insane, so he's just whacking away at these towers, and no one can stop Linux at this point on the Vladimir. Oh, Chicane is coming in. Flipper is so out of position right now, or is he? Who's out of position? I don't know, but Nida goes on to Cox. He has to flash out. Can he survive? It looks like it. Okay, the Gladiatus comes in onto Nida. Nida goes down yet again. He has been throwing way too many kills away, and on the backswing, Snowbird is picked up by Champion.
Yeah, they are actually bouncing back just a bit right here and showing that they are a great team on the side of Wicked Gaming. And once again, we saw Flipper make an insane ultimate to deny the knockback from Nida's ultimate, which was so great and they did so much for them in that fight. But this is such an explosive game. I mean, yeah, it's so much action all around. We already see 24 kills.
Bot side, Linux is going in. That should be a kill, and indeed it is. PlayStation picks it up onto the Karma. But,
Linux is the beast.
Absolutely, he's playing really well in this champion, but I am fearing a bit for Niter, because it's 2 times now where he has jumped in and just been like, the second he jumps, it's just the to be continued meme, because like he has jumped in and just instantly regret jumping in.
Yeah, he made a godsend.
Yeah, exactly. Oh wait, I actually have to clip that then. But no, but like the problem is that if you can't do that when you're this far ahead, like you really have to not do it. Actually, like it's so important that
you can't afford it at this point. You have to really be careful that you don't press the button and end up dying. But they are right now 5k ahead, so it's not like they have thrown their lead, but they have to take a deep breath and talk about what to do next here. And it seems like they really want this Infernal Dragon, and you can't question that, because you really have to deny it from Wicked Gaming.
Infernal Dragons.
Also, a fun fact, just in case some in the chat doesn't know this, the first dragon gives you actually double the stats than the second dragon does for your team. So the first dragon is always the most important of each category.
I think we have to hold that point, because Linux on the backside does so much damage, but Flipper has contained all of them. Iruku also does go down here. I don't think they can trade back here. Who gets the Drake? It looks like
Bendix
it's picked up by Bendix. That's
That's
Knight
so
goes in, he
important.
tries to do something, can he do it? Cruxy cannot trade back the damage, he misses Q, in comes the Pantheon ultimate right here. Oh, Linux, does he survive? I don't know, my camera pan over, he uses Hourglass, really well timed by Coxy. He gets the shutdown, can he get anything more? I doubt it. That's a really good slow. Knight has to be careful. Oh, that's another kill! Double kill for Coxy,
Oh
and we
my
talked
God.
about for them to win this game, Coxy has to show up huge, and that he does.
And he does it. I mean, Cruxy overall this series has really shown the difference between the 80s in these teams, because we haven't really seen that much from Snow Predator, but Cruxy, each time he has a great solid performance. Even when they lose, he's doing so great and dealing so much damage, hitting all of his abilities and not canceling auto attacks. He's just positioning. Everything is just very very great from Cruxy, and he shows off big time in this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
We also see Flipper is crawling back just a bit, even though he's a very early game oriented jungler. He had a terrible early game right here. He just crawled back here towards the mid game, and they are on the Baron right here. Only 3.5k gold. We have seen Shakale steal some objectives early on here in this match.
Can he do it? That's the question. Oh,
yes, he
goes
can!
down, and Shakale actually gets the steal. That's just a
They
clean
obliterated Wicked Gaming right there. It's an ace and the Baron for Fortress, and I see the silver scrapes incoming.
Yeah, guys, queue up the silver scrapes. This one is done.
Holy moly! A lead of 8,500 gold for Fortress right here, and they are most likely taking this inhib, and then they will reset, and then they'll spread out and maybe do some 4-1 position on the map here. But they don't have a TP, so I guess they just go 5 in the same lane and just make sure to get another inhib for themselves. But holy moly, that Baron was so important for Fortress. That felt like a desperation Baron for Wicked Gaming, because they didn't really have to go for it, but they went in for it, even though they're playing against this huge Vladimir, who can really do some insane AoE in your team, and pair it up with a Gragas with his ultimate, who can knock you out of the pit. It was very dangerous to go for that Baron.
Yeah, but then again, I think they just realized the fact that they're just so far behind at this point, and their comp it doesn't scale all too well. So I think they just realized that they had to go for something before they got out of control. But well, if you miss the Baron, then it kind of gets out of control, right? So they tried and they failed, and I'd rather they try and then fail than not try at all, you know. So
yeah, but then again, it's like they have Cruxy, who is doing phenomenal right now, and who is scaling quite good into mid and late game, and I just don't feel like they had to go for a Baron right there, but they saw it differently, I guess.
Yeah, like you can always go back and forth on when Baron plays should be made, but
yeah, of course.
At this point, 10k gold lead, 23 minutes into the game, I think Wicked Gaming right now.
All lanes.
Yeah, Wicked Gaming right now. Oh, that's a really.
Ooh, that was such a great ultimate.
But I really doubt they can kill him. I think he just one-shots both of them. There goes one. Does he drop to the ultimate? No, not. Barely not, but.
He's soaking up so much pressure on this Vladimir, and as we said earlier, Littles is a phenomenal Vladimir player, and he show up big time in this game. When they really need him, he shows up.
Yeah, he definitely does, and like at this point, you know, you never want to say it, but at this point you're really just, as Wicked Gaming, like, but how do we just like what do you do? Because at this point it just feels like Wicked Gaming are somewhat falling apart, right?
Yeah,
like,
they really need miracles right here, and the only thing that could go well for them right here, I feel like, is to make the Fnatic brush, as we talked about in game 1. Make the Fnatic brush and hope for a pick onto Kaiser or something, because you can't win straight up team fight. But we actually saw a game just like this, but in game 1. But it was Wicked Gaming who had this lead, and Fortress actually crawled back. So if this goes as game 1, then Wicked Gaming will end up winning this and take the series. But we can't get a similar game twice.
Yeah, that would be weird, right? No, but but I really don't. Yeah, but the difference were in the first game the scaling was equal, so there wasn't a clear advantage. However, in this game, like
they have insane scaling.
Yeah, Fortress just scales so much better than Wicked Gaming does. So I really
doubt that game 1 will happen again.
Yeah, I really don't know like what should happen. This like how they no. So yes, what I'm trying to say is no. Just no. But maybe. Okay, so Shakar flashes out. That's a really good busted there from Niter. But can they even get onto him? Flipper's just getting kited out so hard they pick up 1. That's a 1-for-1, and that's good. But is it enough to actually defend their own base?
It is not. Not with the lineups being so big. They have to be about 4 people to actually kill him, because he has so much sustain, and he has the Hextech Protobelt. He has the Sonias. They are actually.
Well, that was a flash away from Snow Predator, but it has so much damage onto Bendix. Foxy is in a lot of danger right here, and they're all just eradicated. That's gonna be
the game.
We're going to 5th game. Cue the Silver Scrapes.
Cue the that was such a great performance from Fortress right here, putting the game putting us to a 5th game right here, 2-2 after this game.
Screw Fortress, that was such an amazing performance by Linux and Chicane.
Yeah,
These
really,
guys,
really.
Like all of
also
them.
Niter in the early game.
Chicane and Niter, these guys just popped off. Snow Predator and PlayStation had to do absolutely nothing for this game to work. That was so well played.
Even though PlayStation had actually a really good performance this game, actually.
No, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they didn't do anything. Yeah, I'm not saying they didn't do anything. I'm just saying that they didn't have to. And when you don't have to do anything, that's so amazing, right? So no, I'm really impressed.
I feel like if you look at all these 4 games overall, I really feel like you not to sound like a flamer, but if you look at just one moment, the Snow Predator.
Snow Predator.
I really feel like you have to put him on the Caitlyn duty or the Varus duty or the Sivir duty, to just provide something for the team, because Cruxy is definitely mechanically better, but I feel like they could have a greater chance of having a great bot lane performance if they had something like a Varus or Sivir for Snow Predator. Not that he's bad, but I just feel like he has to provide more for his team, and he can do that by picking either Ashe, Caitlyn, Varus, or Sivir.
Yeah, I just feel like this game, the draft disadvantage, like the draft difference was just way too big, and I really think that they just have to get a better draft. That's all I'm gonna say.
On the side of Wicked.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
But Flipper and Bendix and Champion has to get back on pace, right? So
Flipper, he shit the bed that game, dude.
But as much as we can commend Fortress topside for playing really good, we also have to just knock on the fact that Wicked Game's topside just didn't show up. Like Bendix looked so weak. Flipper didn't get off to the early game starts that we expect from him, and Champion, he just didn't look confident this not. So we really have to see some change going into the 5th and final game of this series. We're gonna go to a short break, and then we're gonna have the deciding game. Don't go anywhere.
Silver Scrapes, boys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the fifth and final game of the first semi-finals between Wicked Gaming and Fortress. And oh boy, a ride it has been. I don't think anyone expected we would go this far into the series. With me, I still have Panu.
Definitely not. We expected this. You expected this to go 3-0 to Wicked Gaming, and I predicted 3-1 to Wicked Gaming, but we are both wrong, and now we're sitting here on our way into the fifth game, and yeah, as you said, oh boy, what a series! Fortress has really shown up big time today and given us a great show.
Yeah, but and to think that we are in a world where actually, if like seeing from the recent games, I think actually I actually think Fortress is favored now. Like he looked so
Ooh.
composed in that last game, whereas Wicked Game just looked all over the place, right? And to think that's even like an argument to make between these two teams, it's really insane. So I think this game, it like nothing matters. This game, prep doesn't matter, like experience doesn't matter, nothing matters. Everything this game just comes down to execution, and I could not be
And
more
also a good
excited to
draft,
get
of
into this
course.
game. Yes, of course, but like I could not be more excited to get into this game. Like everything that has happened the last like nearly 4 hours doesn't matter at this point. At this point, it's a blank slate. It's a best of one to who proceeds to the final and will match against either Atlanta or Hillerød, which would be which the match for who moves on to the finals would be cast right after this one.
Yeah,
But
and,
talk about draft, Panu.
yeah. I mean, if we look at the last 4 games, you could argue that Fortress could go and go and win this fifth game, but because of how the last game went, I think we will see Vladimir ban from Wicked Gaming, and I don't think we will see Lineups on this champ again. He was a big factor of why they won the last game.
Yep.
So because of that, I think Wicked Gaming will actually go and win this last game. But we'll have to see how the draft goes.
Oh, that makes it a split disc though. I think Fortress is going to take this one.
Yeah, but I'm like, it feels like a 50-50 because we've seen
Yeah,
Wicked
it really
Gaming perform
does.
super well, and we have seen Fortress play super well, and they are strong on different parts of the map. I feel like Lineups can show off big time, and the same goes for Niter. But on the other team, Croxy will perform good no matter what, and then top lane is like you flip a coin and see. Okay, that's not fair. That's not fair. Top lane
No, but
from
yeah, I
from
know what
uh,
you mean.
from Wicked is
Yeah.
good, but Bendix can really also either perform super good or pretty bad, as we saw in game number 1. And
Yeah.
also last game, actually, both of the defeats on Wicked Gaming has been mostly due to Bendix.
Going into this game, there are two main things I want. First, I actually want Wicked to draft a comp that has a win condition because they did not have a win condition this game. I think that's fair to say. Like that comp was so like everything just had to go pixel perfect for them even to have a chance of winning. And
Yeah.
I want Bendix to actually be more consistent. That actually goes for both mid laners because
True.
Bendix has been caught out a lot of times, but the same goes for Niter. And I think both of these mid laners, again, I'm gonna use like the flip a coin. That's not quite what it is, but it just feels like they flip a coin, and one gets head, one gets tails, and like if you get head, you're gonna pop off. If you get tails, you're gonna just do nothing. And it's like
Shit the bed.
it just feels like they're just swapping back and forth between this every single game. So I really hope this fifth and final game, I hope both teams just perform up to their, up to the absolute best. And I just want fireworks every single place, like every single lane. I just want it to go crazy. I don't want somebody to go 0-7. I just want it to be a super close game.
Yeah, definitely. I really I feel like Wicked Gaming, if they want to increase their chances of winning, they really have to make sure Bendix gets the better matchup because mid lane is very back and forth, and it ends up coming down to very small things. And Bendix can perform super well if he has a champ that he's comfortable on, and he gets just a slight lead, then he'll take off. And
Yeah,
so I really think and hope the Wicked Gaming will let him get the counter pick
yeah,
right here.
yeah. And speaking of that, Wicked Gaming are now back on red side, which I believe they are 1-1 on at this point. I'm pretty sure both teams are won and lost on
Yeah.
both sides. So, but I really think that going into blue side for Wicked Gaming is going to be the best for them, seeing as they can have this, seeing as they can have the different the counter pick. Sorry. But now that we're going into draft, I think we're not going to see any more Lucian. We're not going to see any more now. We're not going to see these early game picks. I think both teams are getting, I don't want to say gun shy, but we're going to see them perform a bit more like they're going to maybe tone it down a bit.
Yeah, this. I just can't wait to get into this game. You know, I don't even want to look at the draft. I just want to go in right now and have a blast. You know.
Chat, just close your eyes. We're back in like 3 minutes when draft is over.
Yeah. Then we're ready to rumble, man.
Yeah, but really, I think, I really feel like there's just been so many highlights this series, right? You got the pentakill from Croxy in, I believe, the first game. You got the quadra kill from Linup's last game. We have had insane performance by Chicane and Flipper. We have Nida popping off. We have like PlayStation making really good plays. Lead-ups really just delaying a lot of plays. Champ split pushing. Bendix popping off in the Cassiopeia, the 2v5 in the Baron Pit. Like, there's just so many memorable moments, but it all culminates in this last best of one for who moves on to the finals. Like, the stakes don't get any higher than this.
It definitely doesn't, and I really, I'm. It's crazy to see that they haven't banned the Vladimir yet from Wicked Gaming. Maybe they'll ban it now, but we see the scanner ban once again here from. They actually don't ban the Vladimir.
Yeah, I don't think you have to, because you can't early rotation the Vladimir. I think that could give you a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you might be right. They're actually going in for the Tristana once again.
Okay, I like this because we saw, first of all, how well Nida was able to perform on it, but also it just shuts down so many regular mages, right? Like, you can't play Cassiopeia against it, which was a champion that Bendix preferred, right? I think the best you can do right here is to pick the Syndra. I think that's pretty decent matchup into the Tristana, and you can just match a lot of what you can offer on it. And I don't want to see the karma pick here, because it has not been impressive. Oh, okay. Remember when we said we just want to see the cards on the table and just going wild? This is exactly what we're getting now. Everything is just on the board, and they're ready to just brawl.
Also that Draven is particularly good right here, because if you know, you know, Tristana is sort of a flex pick. She can be played AD and mid lane, and Draven just almost shuts her down completely, because whenever she tries to jump, he will just throw out his axes and stop her from doing that. And the same goes for Gragas. Actually, Draven has the ability to just shut down these champs so well.
But one thing I actually want to point out is that, as we're talking about a flex pick, yes, but like one of the absolute strongest bot lane pairings you can have is Tristana Braum, because Tristana jumps in, Braum jumps to you, and you just absolutely just wreak havoc. So
yes.
Okay, everything is just it's going crazy, guys. We have the same 3 picks from Fortress, and we have now Flipper's Jarvan once more, but now we also have Croxy's Draven. Let's see what the last pick. Okay, so we don't talk about hovers. Just wait. We don't talk about the hovers. And we also have champions Jacks. So all these champions that you're seeing on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, have all been game defining. The Draven in game number 2 completely destroyed Fortress, along with the Cassiopeia at the Baron fight. The Jax in game number 3 completely dominated the Poppy. The Jarvan, the times that Flipper has gotten has been so insane. Game number 4, the Vladimir and the Tristana was so impactful, and even in game number 1 and number 2, Shika's Gragas was just so good to watch. So all these champions have just been so impactful for these teams. So it's so good to see them get every single one of them in this final game.
Yeah, definitely. All 6, as you highlight, all 6 champs has been deciding factors before, and I really think it's super funny to see them banning Caitlyn now when they picked Draven, because last time they played Draven, I said, okay, the best thing they could have done here differently was to take the Caitlyn, and that could have made a huge difference. And now they actually banned the Caitlyn, just like if they listen to what a low elo pleb as me has to say.
I also like the fact that they banned the Estral, because Estral, yes, you cannot in any way like try and like do anything in lane, but you can just survive lane and then become a factor later on, right? And we from Fortress side we see, okay, Morgana is really good against Gragas, so we ban that away. And then the Soraka, which was the pairing that Wicked Gaming did last time they had the Draven, is also banned out. So now they're saying, okay, show us something new. So this is probably gonna be something new that we haven't seen yet.
I think we'll see maybe Nautilus or something like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be against that. And Alistar could be not bad either.
Oh, the Syndra again. Whew. Syndra has only lost so far this series.
Yes, and funny enough, not only has the player lost, but every single time the person that has played Syndra has just looked really bad. So, but okay, so I really like the Syndra pick here, because of the fact that against Tristana you can actually do a lot to lock her down inside of the team fight, and you can try and burst her. Plus, she like if she jumps on you, you can just like Q on top of yourself and stun them. So I actually like.
It's actually the set, dude. Okay, let's go, boys.
Okay. So they're counter picking the Syndra with the set bot. That means that their bot is gonna have a really tough time with the Tristana matchup, as we were talking about.
Yeah, it's
okay. This is okay. Do we get it? Do we get it?
Do we get it? It's like I feel like they have been listening all this stream long, because we have mentioned all of these things happening right now. We have talked about them before.
Ladies and gentlemen, PlayStation picks the champion on which his name is based upon. This game is gonna be absolute fireworks, as we talked about. There's gonna be action everywhere besides top lane, but everywhere. Top lane is gonna be completely online, just looking to scale up.
Wait, I actually think
this
bot lane is also a Lux main.
This bot lane, Draven Lux, is such a disgusting combo, because what are you gonna do when Lux just shields Draven and he just pops his adrenaline rush and just flies into your head? Like, there's so little you can do if Lux gets ahead in this bot lane. So this game is gonna be so incredibly hype, and I really can't wait for us to get into the game. Okay, quick prediction. Have you flip-flopped? Who do you think is gonna win?
Wicked Gaming will win this one. And that's only because of the bot lane. Sadly, but because Croxy is insane on the Draven, and I'm pretty sure Illigun is also on his comfort champ in Lux. But the biggest factor I feel like is that Snow Predator has not performed yet this series, and sadly probably won't. So I think they will get crushed in the spot lane unless Kale can get down there and really help them out, or if Nida will rotate and roam bot lane, something like that. They need a miracle in the bot lane to actually get out of this one and not be 0-5.
Yeah.
But what do you think?
I'm conflicted, because I basically have the power, right? Because every single time I predict someone to win in a best of one, they lose. So basically, right, I have the power to see who wins. But I don't know, like, I believe in PlayStation, and I believe in Nida.
Yeah.
But
and also Linux, Vladimir, bro.
And also like all of these players are on champs that they're so comfortable on, and they have made a name for themselves on. But this bot lane from Wicked Gaming, the champions and the players have been performing so well this series. Like, it's just, wait, do I have a coin? Like, this is actually a coin toss. Wait a second.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let me just see if I can find a coin.
And while he's looking for the coin, we will see a nice game pause. The standard LCD.
Just enough time to flip a coin. Let's see. So
we should have had a webcam on your coin right here.
Okay, so heads is Wicked Gaming, tails is Fortress. So let's. And it says tails, so Fortress is gonna win.
Okay, so that means that Wicked is gonna win. So we're up to the same team right here.
Yeah. Yes. Well, but
every time you predict something, it's always the opposite.
Oh wait. Okay. This means, first of all, if Wicked Gaming wins, then I may not have predicted the game score, but I predicted Wicked Gaming to win yesterday on Twitter. So
True.
That means if Wicked Gaming wins, my prediction are finally not cursed anymore.
I'll ride no matter what.
No, but like if Wicked Gaming wins, my prediction curse is broken. So
Oh,
so I actually think can I flip flop? I think I'm becoming a Wicked Gaming fan.
yeah.
Wicked Gaming, please go.
I'm actually
break my
more.
curse.
I'm way more a Fortress fan. I actually after this series here, I think they have shown so much potential
Yeah.
in most of their positions, and I just really I love Niter and I love Lineups. They are playing so great. It's
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely like. I actually like the point that you bring it up here because going into this, I think I don't think there were that many Fortress fans. At least like, I don't think there were that many, especially like, and if there were, they definitely were a lot more quiet going into against the behemoth that is Wicked Gaming, right?
yeah.
But at this point, if you're a Fortress fan, like, please let us know. Like, you must be shouting louder than every single Wicked Gaming fan at this point because you made it this much further than anyone expected, right? So this is going to be really interesting. And in the end, I really don't care who wins. I just want to see some damn good League of Legends in this final game. Like, please don't collapse under the weight that this is the fifth and final game. This is going to decide whether you move on or not. Don't let that, break you. Please just play a good game of League of Legends. That's all I want.
Yeah, 100%. We see the red start from both junglers, and Flipper's actually doing a full jungle clear. It seems like, and not go for the steal onto Shakel's blue buff as he did in, I think it was game 1. Yeah. But right here we just see him clear the whole jungle. He doesn't want to be level 2 at 4 minutes, just like last game.
Yeah, and talking about it, we actually see Shakel. He paths directly over because he knows that it is a possibility. So he's going to be level 2 for a bit longer,
He's
but at
what
least
before.
secures double buff. Yeah, exactly. Actually, by the way, did we see Elise more than game number 1? I don't think we did, right?
Yeah, it was Elise. Just one game of Elise.
Yeah, right? Which is quite funny because Elise is such a popular jungler nowadays and she's so powerful, so it's fun that we only see her one game, then she failed and then we didn't see her anymore.
True. Very true.
But right now we actually see Flipper. He is positioned in bot side after taking this blue buff to either invade onto the Raptors, which he can't do because he has pressure in the mid lane, or he could look for this play bot lane. And it looks like he's gonna just try to steal away the chickens here.
Yeah, it's very strange that we've seen 2 games of Lee Sin, but none of them has been for Flippers. And I know for a fact that his Lee Sin is pretty damn good, but we have only seen Shakel on Lee Sin so far, with one being a victory and one being a defeat. So I think it's pretty weird that none of these teams are prioritizing the pick anymore.
Top lane, there is the flash up for Gem. He has to use it there. And okay, if Shakel had followed that, if Shakel
with his
had
flash,
actually predicted the flash, I think I may just have become the biggest Shakel in the world. But
The biggest Shakel.
yeah, but it's still good. You blow the flash from Jax, but you also expend the flash from Vladimir. So that's really big because now both top lanes are equally vulnerable.
But I feel so sad for Linux right there because it was said he prepared it so well, and Shakel didn't even have to predict the flash because he actually had some time after his not after but in his body slam he had time to actually flash and just the opposite of predicting.
Yeah, just
capitalize. He can capitalize on it in the play. So that's really sad for Fortress.
But in the end, you still get a bit more ahead on this Vladimir. You get a pretty decent back timing, and you try to force the flash from Champ, but in the end he didn't use it because Shakel didn't help pushing. But it's a good first attempt. Now the owner's team with Flipper to see what he can get done.
Yeah, this is very nice.
Talk about getting done. Ilukun, he dashes out. There is still a body slam up here. Can he do it? There he go. That's a first blood to Shakel. And I was just about to mention how well they were actually doing over from Wicked Gaming's side. Like, Coxie was ahead by about a whole minion wave already after 4 minutes. That was looking really, really damn well. But then Shakel instantly just comes in and just stops him. And it just, at this point, it looks like Flipper has completely gone out of steam. It looks like he looks like a former shadow of himself.
Yeah, true, very true. But holy moly, that in bot lane, the flash play engage from PlayStation showing off big time on his signature champ. That was amazing. It was really nice, and they really need this to hold this bot lane stable. They have to not get behind when you're at Tristana Thresh right here. So very nicely done by Shaquille to show up in the bot lane.
Yeah, but now you get a bit worried, right? Because Flipper has not even attempted a gank yet, and we have 5.5 minutes in.
Yeah.
Right? Then you begin to get worried because nothing happened. Like in the first 4 games, like in every single game, basically, nothing happened if Flipper wasn't involved. So at this point, you are getting a bit worried because if he's just gonna AFK farm on Java, what's gonna happen?
Yeah,
is
that's-
nothing just gonna happen or what?
Yeah, it's an amazing point you bring up there, right there, because you're completely right. In all of the games, whenever Wicked Gaming took some kills on the scoreboard, it was because of Flipper. Flipper was always involved, and now he isn't. So it's a very great point that you bring up there. I hadn't even thought of that yet.
Oh, but here comes Flipper though. He is trying to do, but that's a really well-timed flash there. But he is rooted up. They just wait out the aftershock. Can they get the kill over to Cruxy? They can. That's 331 bonus gold to Draven. So just as we criticize Flipper a bit, he shows up and shuts us up completely.
Yeah, this is not good for the bot lane of Fortress, because they really have to not get behind right here, and that's what they just ended up having a Draven with a BF and now probably also a pickaxe.
So right there, Wicked basically, like, Flipper just comes charging into lane while shouting, "We will not go quite into the night," and just swinging his banner around all over the place. Oh, Bendix, his Ignited Deathmark is down. Can he trade it back? It doesn't look like it. Nida goes very low, but
What?
in the end, no, that's a solo kill onto Bendix.
What a great solo kill
Cruxy,
from Nida
it's
right there.
way too far, but the flash is forced out from him. That's a series of misplays right there from the two carries from Wicked Gaming.
Yeah, we actually just see Fortress right here coming out ahead the last minute or so. Still behind in gold though.
Oh, that's a huge engage. That's a double binding. But that is a reset. However, Idugul picks up the first kill, but Snow Predator should go down here. He doesn't have the flash, and there's so much damage from his Draven. That's a cash in. Meanwhile, topside Champ is trying to buy just as much time as he humanly can, but there's absolutely no way that he gets out of this one. He's just buying time, just wasting a lot of it. But in the end, he goes down. I think that's a mistake from Shaked to actually pick up that kill. That would have been great on Lineups.
That would have been so great on Lineups. But right now, I feel like Shaquille he really has to show up in bot lane pretty soon, because they know on Fortress what will happen if this goes on and Flippers keeps going bot lane and the bot lane gets ahead from Wicked Gaming.
Oh, here comes the teleport in. There's not yet been used to pull. Lineups is dropping really low. That's a really late pull. He has his flash up, but I don't think he's gonna use it. No, he isn't, and that's really important because now they can actually deny quite a bit, or even force out the teleport from Vladimir, which would be ideal in this situation.
Yeah, they could really use to burn that TP, so it's not so they don't have it to teleport onto the bot lane. But that is so sad that Shaquille he couldn't make it in time with his ultimate, because if his ultimate had been there just 1 second earlier, then Vladimir could have flashed out and he would have survived, but ended up dying.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not what you like if you are Fortress right here. You really want this Vladimir to get ahead.
Coxie has a completed Bloodthirst right now, so that means like any chip damage coming in from Snow Predator is just going to be completely neglected. Like, this lane is so hard for them right now, especially because Tristana with just, she doesn't even have her Infinity Edge yet, but just with complete Infinity Edge, you don't do that much damage. You really miss the attack speed steroid to really get to do the damage.
Yeah, this is really a big disaster for Fortress bot lane right here. They can't really do anything. And if you are pessimist, you would say that it's over for Fortress bot lane. And they really have to think about how they want to move around the map right here to not just lose the game right away here.
Yeah, but if you're an optimist, you're going to say that, well, the bot lane from Wicked Gaming have been caught out, pushing a bit too far up a couple of times at this point. And at this point, Shakir is actually sitting bot side, but so is Jarvan, so this could turn into a 3-3. And if it does, it heavily favors Wicked Gaming.
This is so weird to watch.
This could be game deciding. Here we go, the 5th game. That's an insane combo for Shakir, but can he do anything? Cox is dishing out so much damage. The Whirling Death comes out. He's dropping really, really low. Can't really do anything. It doesn't look like it. He goes down, so that's a 1-for-1 wheel at top side. Champion is doing so much damage onto lead-ups. He has popped his ultimate. Coxie, that's huge shield, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't. The ultimate comes out here. Oh, he gets a double kill! Set is coming down, though there is a flash of Fusion, but that's going to use. Oh, he actually does. Deathmax comes down. He's just trying to buy time for Bendix. Bendix is not even coming. I mean, so that's a 2-for-3 across the map, while Bendix is farming plates mid lane.
The second godsend of this series right there, jumped into the final spark to just suicide.
Yeah, that's a tilter, but
that's a big tilter.
But no, that was really impressive by by everyone. I think, you know, most impressive was Shakir's play, because he body slammed, he flashed, and then ulted, like he completely split off the fight. He isolated Flipper, then they killed Flipper, and they could just turn on to the rest of them. So that was really well played. Oh, but he's back. Oh, he interrupted the jump. Snow Predator is going to take so much damage. That's really important, because not only does he force out the flash, but the lane is really in a bad spot now because he doesn't have any lifesteal. But talking about being a bad spot, that's a full combo from Niter onto Bendix, which does a lot of damage. But they should be able to probably even pick up the tower here.
Yeah, I think they will. We even though we see PlayStation and Niter rotate down here.
Niter is right behind PlayStation. There's not ultimate yet, so there shouldn't be anything. It should be the first blood tower and be about a 2k gold lead. It's a 2.3k gold lead for Wicked Gaming with a Draven who's really big.
Yeah, they really have to shut him down by now. But again, as we mentioned earlier, the Syndra has not been doing anything good this whole series, and now we see Bendix once again being on Syndra and being 0-1 and 0-1 and 0-1 and 0. And it's not going that good for these Syndras.
That was a good attempt, but in the end he gets out scot-free because of the lantern. But that's an Infernal Drake picked up by Wicked Gaming, which is going to go a long way, because everyone from that team actually likes the bonus damage. Oh, that's a Shadow coming down. He goes for the outplay potential, but oh, that's a miss done from Bendix. But they're just zoning him off now. They are going for the mid lane tower here. They are pushing bot side meanwhile, so it's probably just going to be a turret trade, but it would probably favor Wicked Gaming, seeing as they could then really open up the map and get vision control and try and pry open the map completely with the top lane take.
Indeed, but holy moly, as we talked about earlier, Niter on he's such a mechanically great player. If you saw like in that skirmish 1v4, he danced.
That's actually a really good stun landed by Bendix right there.
Oh, did he land the stun onto?
Yeah, he landed the
Niter?
stun and then Flipper went in.
But
that's really impressive.
But the dance he made by the river, it was so amazing to watch, because he was 1v4 and he lost no health at all, even though they shot like 8 or 9 abilities after him. That was so great.
Yeah, so right now at this point, Jax is still like 1,400 gold away from 1,500 gold away from his Trinity Force. So once he get that, I actually think he can begin to pressure this Vladimir a lot. But up until that point, it's not looking all too well for him.
No, we're seeing Lineups actually doing so great once again here on the Vladimir, and I think if they end up winning this series, he would be a deciding factor in this particular game right here.
And talking about deciding part, I don't think there's gonna come out a contest for this Rift Tower, and indeed there isn't. Champion is just pushing bot side. Yeah, sometimes you just try and catch up here, and maybe gets a bit of vision control into the side of Fortress Jungle. It seems like Vladimir is just gonna match him in the side lane.
Yeah, now they actually have an answer to this Jax, and last time they didn't, because this Vladimir he can be in lane forever and just sustain up, and he has the pool, so he will never be stunned by by the Jax. Not at least till the Jax has the
The Spear of Sojin can stun
Spear
every
of
time.
Sojin, exactly. Yeah.
But look at this. This is really good from Wicked Gaming. They out-rotated Fortress, so they just ends up picking up the last outer tower, and now the Herald is being dropped by Fortress. So they're looking at, yet again, they're matching blow for blow with Wicked Gaming, which is something we haven't really seen all too much.
Getting collapsed upon here.
This is something we haven't seen all too much through the entire regular season. So that's really good to see that they, again, for the 5th game in a row, is matching blow for blow with Wicked Gaming.
Yeah, but then again, they in terms of macro play, they are really getting. Wicked Gaming are really showing that they are the favorites right here. They are rotating so much around the map and always getting ahead just by their rotations. And that's what you would expect from a team who hasn't lost any series in the whole regular season.
Absolutely, but still, we are coming down to the wire here. We're in the 5th game of the first series, and do remember, guys, that after this game, there's gonna be, I think, a small pause, and then the next series, which is Atlanta versus Hillerød, follows, which is gonna decide who's gonna go into the final and meet the winner of this one. And I definitely think that's gonna be a good matchup also, but I think the pace is gonna be slightly slower than what we have seen in these games.
And you could also expect both of the teams who are going to play after this. They are probably sitting right here taking notes of Wicked Gaming and Fortress, because they have to. The winner of the next series will be meeting them in the final, and you of course would like to have the best chance of winning that, since
so
that's what we're here for.
Yeah, so that, like, this is going to be a really good thing to watch. Oh, Phoenix uses Scatter of the Weak, so Nida sees his opportunity going, but Nida completely whips everything, so he backs out again. The Predator is popped by Chicane, but it doesn't look like anything is going to come from it. But yeah, so, you know, talking about them seeing that. Hello, Atlanta. Hello, Wicked. No, but, you know, in all seriousness, I think this game, like, what we have seen, this game more than anyone else is going to just come down to execution. That's a weird flash. Chicane is going in top side. He tries to predict the flash. It's not flash. Oh, that's so close. He tries his very best. Oh, Flipper picks it up. That's a 1-for-1, and a lot of summoners expended in that fight. But in the end, just a 1-for-1. But
yeah, you can respect what Chikel tried to did right there, but I feel like it was just, you know, half a second too early. But yeah, you can't win them all.
yeah.
Now we see them actually going on to this
Drake start without the junglers here. So this is a 50-50, boys.
Oh, that was so close by PlayStation.
It dropped to 80 HP. Oh, okay, but this Drake is so important to pick up for Wicked Gaming, because if they can just get 2 seconds on the Baron with Draven, Jax, Syndra, they're gonna do so much damage. So one more Monster Drake, and the Drake is gonna die in like 7 seconds.
Yeah, indeed, it really enhances the damage, but the next dragon won't be as contested, I feel like, from Wicked Gaming. Maybe they'll try send Snow Predator or maybe Knight it down to solo it, because it's not that great of a dragon. But I think it's interesting to see here, if you watch the gold, it's only 2.4 gold, 2.4k gold splitting these two teams. It's like nothing after 20 minutes being 2k ahead. It's so it's still very, very close, and it could go either way.
Yeah, and if you're looking at it, there's just a bit more than 1k between Flipper and Chicale, and there's 1.5k between Croxy and Snow Predator. So that is the people we expect to be ahead in these matchups. So that's kind of fun to see how it actually aligns once more. But now Niter is trying to match Champ, and I don't know how I feel about that one, because it's going to be really hard for Seth to punch through this Jax, especially with the counter strike.
Yeah, but then again, it's all of his abilities will still go through the counter strike. So I think Niter right now is one of the greater options to send to match up with this Jax in a side lane, because he Seth himself is also pretty slippery. But I think it's the best chance they have at this moment.
I like it better than the Vladimir, because you want to free up the Vladimir so you can actually try to team fight with him. The one downside is that Set opted for the ignite instead of the teleport, so he is not going to be as strong here. But
Yeah.
Bendix, yeah, he's gone. Goodbye,
Bendix,
Bendix.
you're doing it again, bro!
Oh, but Flipper, can he pick it up?
He
I
has
really
the
doubt
sonus.
it.
He has the sonus.
Can he do the
Ooh.
damage before he can heal? No, it doesn't look like it. Here comes Iluguden. And he picks it up. So again, once more, a 1-for-1. But this Syndra is just really not performing as we talked about many times.
It's third game we've seen a Syndra, and it's third time that the Syndra is just getting smashed. It's
which is weird because the champion is really strong.
yeah.
So it is kind of weird to see how these teams are unable to play, which also is a great point for whoever is gonna meet one of these teams in the finals. That Syndra is not the best champion for these people. So that is something that I think you're gonna look at if you are one of the
Great sidestep right there from Snow Predator.
Yeah.
He's actually having this game. He's actually having one of his better performances so far, even though he made a godsend into the final spark. But he's actually not. He's doing pretty fine, actually.
Yeah. I really think that he's looking good. And I really think that he has to look good this game for it to work out, because there's only so much Liams can do, because there is so much there's so many abilities on the enemy team to try and cancel his impact. So he really has to. Everyone has to step up in this final game for it to work. So I'm really looking forward to see the team fight and skirmishes later on.
My eyes are really a lot onto Nida this game, because it seems like he's the one who could take this home, and he has to step up, and he is doing so far so great.
Yeah, but obviously every time you see a set, they just have to perform right, or they're just gonna get outscaled, because set is just not inherently that good of a champion. So yes, Nida really has to pop off.
And Zed when behind is just so useless. I really can't wait to see into these to the later fights. See if he can get the flanks and get on top of Draven and just literally one-shot him within a second. Because if he manages to do that and one-shot the Draven, then this game is looking very good for Fortress.
Yeah, on the other hand,
Kitana
if
is
he
so
jumps
safe compared to Draven.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if he jumps in, he gets instant rooted and dies. It doesn't look too well, right?
Yeah, so it's a lot about
that's a really big stun. He's really just trying to not die to the death mark here. Wait, his ultimate did no damage. Wait, but that's a shutdown going onto Draven. That's really huge.
That's not what you
Draven
like.
gets that one, but where did the damage from the Syndra go though?
From Syndra?
Yeah, it looked like it did absolutely no damage.
Yeah, the ultimate. I think maybe Bendix used ultimate and at the same second as Nida used his ultimate, so it did.
Maybe, but it looked like he used it afterwards, but I don't know. But okay, so that's another pick onto PlayStation now. They should turn to the Baron. Teleport is coming in from Bendix right here. They're definitely looking just to try and close the game out right here, right now. What can they do? Shikal is up. He has stolen one objective just last game. That was also the Baron that closed the game out, but this time they're significantly more healthy, and he's just so no way. Oh, Liams gets CC and he just goes down! That's a flash away from both the members. This should just be the Baron, and that's so pivotal for this game. It's about 7k gold lead. He takes down to the Ignite, make that a 7k gold lead. Perfect now. This game is looking really well for Wicked Gaming.
Yeah, they are in the driving seat right now and ready to just take this home. Also, that I really hope for a steal, just like we saw earlier on the Dragon. Not the Dragon. On the Baron, where Wicked Gaming tried for like a desperation Baron, but of course it didn't happen, because this was way more coordinated and wasn't really a desperation attempt. But damn, it's like the game is just going in favor of Wicked Gaming all the time right now.
Yeah, or PlayStation, not quite. Oh, well enough. He picks it up.
Proxy is. I mean, you just can't. Listen, finalists, you can't let Proxy get this Draven.
Listen, finalists,
really
just
can't.
give them Syndra.
Yeah, give them Syndra and don't let them have the Draven. Proxy is performing so good on this champ.
Like, he really is, but I also think a lot of it. Oh, here comes Seth. He jumps instantly out, drops so much damage. That's such a good
so
ultimate
good.
combo. Ilugun is doing so
Then
much
here's
damage.
deep,
Hextring
and
is
here's
probably
Silas.
goes down. That's 3 people for none. Jack is still just pushing bot side, and this is what you have to be so scared of. That was such a good explosive cast into Hemoplague right there.
Indeed, it was very, very well coordinated, and that's 3 Barons gone right there. It's actually a victory for Fortress right there. They won that skirmish. They traded the turret in the bot lane, but they removed 3 of the Barons. Plus, they had the gold. It was really nice played by both Shackle and Nida.
But if you want to look at the positive side, the most important part is that Croxy still has his flash up. If he had blown his flash, the next 5 minutes was going to happen. Like, nothing was going to happen in the next 5 minutes. So it's so important that he keeps his flash.
Indeed, he really needs that flash to survive whenever the set goes onto him. Because if he gets hit by just an E and 2 Qs from set, then it's over.
This really reminds me of our.
But he has the
of our
stopwatch
second-
though.
Yeah, but
That could actually that could catch Fortress off guard if they don't press the tap button and see that stopwatch.
but
I can't
it's also
remember
really
how many
important against-
times I've been baited by a stopwatch.
Yeah, but it's also really important against the set Deathmark. Oh, talk about Deathmark. He goes onto champion bot side, but I'm pretty sure he's not winning that one. But it's so important here to mention the fact that that right now Croxy can do so much in these fights, and so much of it is on him. People just need to peel for him, and the perfect support to do this is Lux, and Ilugun has been on point so far this game. And when Nida used his ultimate bot right there, that just gives him a free way to just brute force mid lane, because now they don't have any threat onto Croxy that's the same as before, because he can't just flash the Gragas ultimate if he wants to, so the threat goes really far down. So now they're just trying to brute force entry. That's a really good Cataclysm. So much damage comes out. PlayStation goes down. That's Snoop Predator that immediately
like
drops
the
the
game.
Bendix. That's so much damage. Can Wicked Gaming close out the game here? No Hemoplague for lineups. I'm not sure that they can hold anymore.
I don't
Can
think
they
they
pick it up
can.
and be the first team to
versus fight.
qualify for the finals? That's a binding onto lineups. Goes into the pool. That's
Yeah,
so
I
much
think-
damage coming
I
down.
think-
Chicane by Heaven. He uses Hourglass, but can't do anything. Champ goes down on the sideline to Nida. He used his ultimate. They go for it. Lineups is knocked up there. Focusing on the Nexus. It goes very low. Lineups is trying. It's very pressed, but he is killed. The only person alive is Nida. They take it back. He goes down. The Nexus is under fire. Croxy dies to the
Croxy!
Nexus. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Wicked Gaming qualified for the finals.
That was an exploding game. This was how I expected Game 4 to actually go, but yeah, it ended up being in Game 5, and Wicked Gaming just really showed off big time right there and showed that they were the greater team.
Absolutely, but now the question is, who are we gonna interview?
Flipper, I already talked to him.
Great. Are we gonna interview one more?
We could.
We can probably manage 2 people. Anyone particularly you want? I think Croxy is.
Yeah,
Probably
Croxy. Yeah, I just Oh yeah, we have to drag him down here.
Absolutely. Are you doing that?
If I have the power. Where is he
It's-
even?
It's Pledge and Croxy, right? I can also just
Oh
do it.
yeah, it's Pledge.
Should I just do it? What?
But I can't find him.
Okay, I'm working on
Oh,
it. Can
there
I
we
move? Can I move him now? Or what?
Yeah, I can move him. I found him. No. Rip, I can't. Don't have the permission.
Okay, I'm doing it then. Hello.
Hello,
What up, Flipper, my man?
what's up?
What
Can we take Croxy too? By the way.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Okay,
He's still-
so
that's
Flipper, first question right here. In Game 4, what happened? Not to the team, but what happened to you, dude?
I think what happened in game 4 was basically just we made a draft error where we picked Yumi and Karma in same rotation, and we got heavily punished for it. And then when we were not supposed to play around mid, I played a lot around mid because we communicated that we was probably going to win 2v2 in mid, which we did not. So it ended up being really bad. But I mean, it's fine. It happens.
I'm moving Crux in now.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, the game
Hello,
because
Cruxy.
you had such a great performance in all of these games, except for game 4. Game 4 was a disaster to watch.
Yeah, I mean,
and
we just misplayed from that. But I mean, I think it was a pretty good series overall. We tried some different things in game 1. I think we tried to play Elise Jungle, which was one of the first times we did that overall, and it was just to test out some new champions against them. And then I believe at least in game 2 and 3, we showcased why we are better as a team. Like we are much more flexible when it comes to how we play, and yeah, was a pretty good series overall, I would say.
indeed,
And that was something we talked about too. The game 2 and game 3, you really looked pretty good. But talk to me a bit about going into this series. Did you expect it to be a 5-game series, or like what were your expectations going into it?
I mean, my expectation was pretty much it was either gonna be a 3-0 or 3-1, but trying different things in terms of how we played out the draft, it turned out like worse. And also, it's a good thing for Fortress because they made good draft preparation. Like all season long, we've been playing the Karma and the Yumi, and they punished us on it. But I mean, it doesn't mean we won't have anything else to play. We just thought that we in game 1 could fuck around and play whatever we wanted, but then afterwards we just like played what we normally do. And then game 4 they surprised us a bit with Tristana, I would say, and then it went pretty smoothly for game 5 as it normally does.
So I also think when it comes to bot lane, how was it playing down there? Because it seemed like there were really high priority on Lucian in the first, what was it, 3 games, I think.
Yeah.
Despite it not really having that much presence in the game. Could you maybe elaborate a bit on that?
I just think that Lucian is a pretty strong laner, and you can get a lot of pressure in lane with him. So I think that's why they went for it. But yeah, with the
Didn't
Draven
seem to
matchup,
work.
I think it's kind of a skill matchup. Lucian can win sometimes, but we came out on top.
That indeed you did, and we must say, going into this game 5, we actually thought that the Draven would be banned because she looked so strong in it in the game you had it. But so going into game 5, like how was the I don't want to say mood, but how was it in the team? Were you confident, or were you maybe starting to doubt a bit, like are we going to make it, or what's going to happen?
I mean, generally for the team, we were very confident still because we all knew why we lost, and everybody was kind of in agreement that the reason why we lost was because of the draft order where we picked Karma and Yumi. So I mean, we knew that as long as we just do a normal draft, we would have a pretty easy win, which I believe we showcased in game 5 as well, where we just like have normal champions all around. It was just like free.
And there's something that we kept track on here on the stream. It was that that the Syndra pick didn't quite have the best track record overall for both teams. It lost every single game that it was picked in. For us that was
Except for the
something.
last.
Oh yeah, except for the last, obviously. But going into that, we were maybe a bit scared. But it looked like both mid laners had their ups and downs, and in general, it felt like it was very back and forth. So maybe like who do you think from your team performed the best? Do you think there was one person that just performed really out of their mind today, or was it just a team effort as always?
I would say that everybody had their moments where they kind of entered, and everybody had their moments where they were like popping off. Like Cruxy, I would say, probably had the most consistent form today, because like none of the games he really ran it down. Every single game he was like a good factor. Like even game 4, he was the only person at that point that was still viable in the team. And yeah, so yeah, I mean, the only guy on the team that was consistent throughout the entire series was him, but everybody in the team did really well, and everybody in the team like had some really smurf moments in what happened in the game.
Yeah, definitely an MVP right there.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think in general, it was a very entertaining series to watch because at no point were you completely uh, at no point where like this team is surely going to win. So I really think that was really well done. And just maybe a last question. So now the second semifinal is going to come up here in a bit. That's against Atlanta and Hillerød. So who do you think is going to move on, and who would you most like to face, and why?
I mean, I would most like to face like Kilo because I am pretty good friends with like Guts and me, so I would love to face him in the final, and it would be quite fun to play against him. And I also think they're probably the better of the two teams. But I mean, either team is like fine if they win, because I also am pretty good friends with Lynge, so I mean, it would be fine for me either way who wins.
Yeah, I kind of disagree because I would like to face Atlanta. I know that Ilukun would like to face them as well because he is old teammates with Lynge. And yeah, we'd like to show that we're better.
But I don't think I have any more questions. What about you, Benno?
No, I have nothing left.
I mean,
Okay,
I would just like to say that as a team, we never really scrimmed throughout the entire split. So I mean, I think it
Just
was
like
pretty.
so this is like the
Just
thing
dropping it here.
about.
I mean,
This
I
is
just
the
think
thing about Wicked Gaming.
yeah, I mean, I just found it very interesting that the team we played against, they clearly scrim a lot because they had a good preparation in terms of how they would play against our drafts. But I mean, even though we don't scrim, we were on the fly able to like make up a new draft that would work against whatever they did without any like preparation at all. So I think that even goes to say like how good we are as a team, that we just right from the get go, like if people show us something new, don't worry, we'll just be able to find an answer in anyways.
So
Confidence all the way.
I kind of want to leave it at that because that's kind of a shout out to the team that you're going to face in the final. Whatever you're going to do, you're going to have to prep really well because Wicked Gaming is out for blood. But I don't think. I think with that said, I think all that's left to be said is just well, congratulations on your victory and good luck in the finals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that said, I think we're going to round off for now. But be sure to check in later where Hillerød is going to face Atlanta. That's sure going to be a very good series. But for now, we're just gonna take a break.
Leave me here, you were never good enough. Won't change a thing now, there was never trust. Don't you say a word, cause I've heard it all. You were just pain when you felt it all. Oh. Something tells me that I won't miss it. It's the first time that we can't fix it. It's irreversible damage done. The thrill is gone. Ooh, baby, there ain't nobody like you. You chose to keep the truth inside. Ooh, baby, gave my all to you. All you did was tell me lies. Something tells me that I won't miss it. It's the first time that we can't fix it. It's irreversible damage done. The thrill is gone. Is gone. Once you leave me, it's over. No turning back, not today. Don't you come running back now. I'm not a home for the shame. Something tells me that I won't miss it. It's the first time that we can't fix it. It's irreversible damage done. The thrill is gone. Ooh, You were just pain when you felt it all. Something tells me that I won't miss it. It's the first time that we can't fix it. It's irreversible damage done. The thrill is gone. Ooh, baby, there ain't no one like you. You chose to keep the truth inside. Ooh, baby, gave my all to you. All you did was tell me lies. Something tells me that I won't miss it. It's the first time that we can't fix it. It's irreversible damage done. The thrill is gone. Thrill is gone. Once you leave me, it's over. No turning back, not today. Won't you come running back now? I'm not a home for the shame. Something tells me that I won't miss it. It's the first time that we can't fix it. It's irreversible damage done. The thrill is gone. Ooh, baby, there ain't no one like you. You chose to keep the truth inside. Ooh, baby, gave my all to you. All you did was tell me lies. Something tells me that I won't miss it. It's the first time that we can't fix it. It's irreversible damage done. The thrill is gone. I won't miss this love, no. It's irreversible damage done. The thrill is gone. Thrill is gone. Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 75th Annual Hunger Games. Today's tributes are going to be Atlando Esports and Hilo Esports. This time around, they're going to slaughter each other on what we're going to call the Summoner's Rift. And of course, it'll be divided up into two teams consisting of 5 people. And of course, I'm just joking. This is the LCD semifinal. It's a lot bloodier than the Hunger Games, and we're going to get into it momentarily. Now, we have 2 teams on the block today. I just mentioned it briefly, but Atlando Esports, a familiar face or wolf or whatever you want to call it. The guys from Winterfell here coming in to their, I'm not sure if it's their second or third playoff run, but they always get into the playoffs. They're a very serious organization. A lot of good structure, a lot of positive people with a good work ethic. Also on Hilo's side, I should say, and it just seems to elude them when they actually get into the playoffs with the wins there. They always tend to fall short in the semifinals, going to the third, fourth place match, and well, I assume they will be hoping to change that up this time around. Now, on the other side, we've got Hilo Esport, also a very structured organization who's had themselves a little bit of an upgrade in terms of their players, I should say. Griesen coming in, one of the guys that was, I believe he was our first MVP of the actual first LCD split, and he was crowned the MVP twice in a row, and he's come in here and probably changed up a little bit in their shot calling, in their macro, and well, we see that with their first playoff run here. So they're kind of untested when it comes to this, the playoff, shall we say, narrative. And it should be interesting to see what they come up with here, because Atlanta, they have the experience. Hilo, all right, the players have the experience, but the organization, they don't have the rap sheet to show it. And so it'll be interesting to see how these two match up. And what we know so far from this matchup is the fact that these two guys, they played each other only actually this week in the last match, the 7th week game of the split, and it ended up in the favor of Hilo Esport with a 2-1 win versus Atlanta. So they did get the one game on Atlanta's side, but not enough to clutch the game. So it's kind of an indicator of this series maybe being a close one. And we saw just only before Wiki Gaming versus Fortress, kind of a nail biter there with a 3-2 game all the way to 5 games. And I mean, I assume we hope that this one goes to 5 games as well. I mean, it has the indicators of it. And let's see here if we can't get ourselves into Champ Select. of course, you'll have to bear with me here. I have the pleasure, and I actually didn't introduce my fellow broadcasters today. My imaginary friends, more like, and say hello to Greg and George. They won't tune in vocally, but they'll be here in spirit, joining me on the broadcast as we go along. So I'll have to try to subdue this broadcast into something, where I mix between being a color caster and a play-by-play caster. So if you have any questions out there, or anything of the sort, you can just try to bounce them off of me, and I'll see if I can't answer them accordingly. Now let's go over the laners here between the two teams. We have Fiala and Lagadoon. Oh, we actually do get into champ select, so I'll just scratch that, and let's see what kind of para picks these two teams have in mind. Hillerød has chosen or elected to go on the red side here in the first game, as is their prerogative, because they are the first, they're the higher seeded team. They got the second place in the split, and the first bans are already coming in here. We do see the Kled getting banned out along with the Nautilus. Kled, great champion. I like the fact that he's getting played some more. Cantankering Cavalier, is that what they call him? I think that's what they call him. I like to see him get some play here in the top lane. I actually generally enjoy the top lane right now, and is probably the coolest lane as it is right now, because there are a lot of carry top laners being played, and Kled is certainly one of these carry top laners that we have seen coming through more or less in the later stages. And it's so prominent right now that they choose to ban it out on Atlanto's side, so they're not going to get it on the side of Hillerød. We do see the first pick being locked in here, the Kaiser. Obviously that's going to go to Lynge, which is, this guy has been playing for so long as an AD carry, and he's been playing in a lot of the splits. He has the experience, but usually he opts into this sort of scaling hyper carry style. So Lynge is someone, or a guy, that comes online later in the games to try to carry his team on his back. And if Lynge gets these, if he gets a good start, he always tends to become a threat for the other team to deal with, and sometimes it's just impossible for that team to do so. Atlanta, on the other hand, will have to play through other lanes other than Lynge's, but it's a good start, and I like the pick for him. But on the other side, Hillerød, they've elected to maybe pressure that a little bit with a clutch play. They're going to go for the Lucian and the Pike. Just an absolutely obnoxious. Let me do over here. Obnoxious. An absolutely obnoxious champion. And they're going on the offense here, clearly, from Hillerød Esport. Lucian and Pike, just traditionally really offensive early game laners, but they might fall short later on in the game. And Atlanta, they're opting into a jungler that we've seen from them so many times before. It is Sejuani pick. Kind of an early game, not early game jungler, but you put yourself in an early game deficit by going for the Sejuani more oftentimes than not. You play defensively, you play for the counter ganks, and oh my god, I do not think this is a placeholder. I do actually believe it's the Mordekaiser. I'm not sure where Mordekaiser goes now, probably the top lane. We'll just have to see. Maybe someone can elaborate out there in the chat. Haven't been seeing too much of Mordekaiser personally, but then again, my skill ceiling as a player has never been that high, so maybe it's just something wrong with the games that I find myself in here. A lot of CC being drafted, at least on the side of Atlanta. They got the Alistar, they got the Sejuani, so a good synergy there, something that creates a lot of space for potential hyper carry. But on the other hand, peculiar, I should say, that the tools that they get from the side of Hillerød, it's a weird and wonky ulti you get from Mordekaiser, who just, if you have this one hyper carry, he can just lock himself onto Lynge. If you can get a hold of him, then just zone him out and try to get him down, and then where does the damage go? We'll have to see, because they still have 2 picks left, and we are in the second rotation of the ban phase, where we see some mid laners being banned out on the side of Atlanta, and some top laners being banned out on the side of Hillerød. Which is I mean, it makes sense. Obviously, they haven't locked in a mid laner yet, or at least we assume, because the Mordekaiser, I mean, I guess you could flex him as we see the Lee Sin, something to apply some early pressure. So it synergizes really well with the Lucian with the Pike, something that you can jump back and forth. You can enable him through the shield dash jump, whatever it's called. I actually don't remember. So a lot of mobility, a lot of early game pressure, but we'll have to see if they can execute on it in this game here. And they're hovering. Okay, they're not just hovering, they're actually locking it in. Camille for the top side with a little bit of adaptive shielding going a long way against the Mordekaiser. I think that's smart, and also applies itself to the CC that they want in here. And actually, okay, they're going for the Akali, so it turns out it's going to be a triple threat composition here where they want to defend and create some space for this hyper carry, but they still have the potential to do a lot of work with these solo laners, as it seems. And now it's only the last pick for Hillerød. Are they going to go for something? Well, Poppy, that makes... okay, because of the dashes? Yeah, no. Nope. It's going to be the Kiana. And I have no idea about the skill tree from her, actually. I haven't gotten the pleasure of even playing her yet, so it's going to be really nice for me to see what she does. She has these elemental forms, at least I think it is. But two very interesting compositions coming in here. Atlando opting to a style that we've seen from them before, but on the other hand, from Hillerød, very, very offensive as they go along into the first Champions League here. And just to touch a little bit on the win conditions of each team, I'll start with Atlando here. They should probably look to the counter ganks. They should look to defend their jungler in such a way that we get to the level 6 mark. She can go there and throw out her Glacial Prison, try to get some kills off of that, but otherwise they want a clean, cool, nice, slow and steady game here in the early game. But I think someone on the other side of the field might disagree with that notion. Now, they have two carries for the side lanes, right? They have the Akali in the mid lane, they have the Camille in the top lane, and once you get to a stage, if you get into the mid game with these champions, you have the opportunity to just go for the 1-3-1, right? I mean, this is a composition that enables itself by split pushing with the Akali on one side, Camille in the other, and then you have the CC. Sejuani can go to either side of the lane, gank for Sejuani, no, not Sejuani, Akali or Camille, either way, try to snowball the side lanes, or you can kind of create a lot of space with the Camille and Akali just flying in along with the Sejuani and the Alistar, just making sure to, create space for Lunge, create the space he wants to actually just, knuckle down all the opponents. And it should be nice to see if they get to execute on that. But on the other hand, other side, I guess they kind of have a sort of 1-3-1 compositional style as well, depending on how this Kiana is going to be played, but very offensive early game. They have the Lee Sin that wants to enable himself by a lot of ganks as we get into the game here. Actually, didn't count the skins. That's my bad. Let's take a look here. I believe it's 5 skins on the side of Hillerød. Okay, very nice, very nice. And on the side of Atlanta, what do we have here? Also 5 skins. So coming into this game, we can't really determine a clear favorite, which is something I enjoy very much. Now let's see if any shenanigans in the level 1 might occur here. It's a line of scrimmage from Hillerød. They want to apply the pressure, but not right off the bat. And it's definitely going to be on Hillerød this game too. Yeah, Snowball, I should say, in the early game. They're probably going to be pushing in the bottom lane. I don't know about the 2 other lanes here, but create some space wherein Joachim can get out there and gank a lot. And we're just going to have to see how that plays out. Sejuani is definitely being protected at her red by every single member of Atlando, and it looks like both junglers might start on the red buff, or maybe they're just trying to prevent actually the Lee Sin from coming in here in any sort of invade scenario. But yeah, she's probably just starting red as well. So nice and steady wins the race. Atlando and Hillerød. Actually, out there, just make sure you... Okay, just a second. Ward coming in here. Rodebengi coming in, and nope. Okay, nothing happening, just getting a ward down. Making sure to check out where the Atlanta team is, and he gets to spot a lot of them there, but not something that is going to mean a whole hell of a lot. And Yulbo is getting just nicely started on his red buff here, as well as Joachim on the top side on his red in the red side jungle. What I was saying is you have to, well, call out your predictions now. Who's going to win this series? This is the semi-final of the LCD split, so there is a lot at stake here. Prize pools from money to equipment from Philips Hue, so very, very nice. And well, you really want to get that sweet spot, go to the final, make sure you at least secure yourself the second spot, but of course everybody's going in there to win. And I got off point. God damn it. God damn it. You got to throw out your predictions, because otherwise we're going to call you a liar when you say something like, oh, I knew Atlanta was going to win 3-1, you know, that's what I had up in my mind there. No, you got to call it out in chat for everyone to see, so you have the bragging rights. Say, oh, and we actually do get some action here in the early game. Level 2 spike going in here from the Lucian and the Pike, and they just, you know, throw and hurl the aggression onto the cow. We want no more cows. We want to save the environment, and actually a duel going down in the top side as well, both being chunked down, but it seems like Loggerdoon actually had the upper hand here, and Fiala will just have to chillax a little bit. Flash being forced out of Fred before, and that means they're going to pressure him. A setup potential for Lee Sin. Lee Sin, actually, look at him. He's up in the top side. He has maybe been pinged out here. I'm not sure. Yes, he has. Sejuani coming up here, and maybe they're trying to, you know, pincer this guy in. Fiala going in, and now it's Joachim being caught out. Maybe he's going to go down. He goes down. First blood going over to Fiala, and well, that's a red buff to boot right after the Lee Sin comes out of hiding. And indeed, this was an example of a blind monk. Not very nice for him. So we get the start here, and that's actually 500 in the lead for the Sejuani, which is kind of unheard of, but very, very nice counter gank. They've certainly developed this back foot style, kind of like the, I guess I want to say, the Danish SKT dash over here by the wall of Sloth. And Sloth actually doesn't want to fight this pig. Maybe Yulba's going to flash over. No, there's a misplay, I believe, not getting over the second dash, and I'm just going to look at the spells here, but a second blood going over to the side of Atlando. And in this case, Yulbo. Very nice, very nice. Atlando just getting a really, really great start. Elemental Wrath. Terra Shape. Audacity. I'm just reading the skill tree here from Kiana. Supreme display of talent. Elemental Wrath, Terra Shape. Okay. Yeah, okay, so he was trying to use his Audacity, but he couldn't get over the wall, or she couldn't get over the wall, and Sloth is, well, is sloppy in this case, and no reason for him to go out there and try to fight a jungler when his own jungler wasn't there, no priority to speak of, and, well, boom goes the dynamite. Either way, very nice start. It's a 1-0 for the Camille, but it is a CS deficit, and we do see Yulbo pathing along the top side once again, so just lurking around this Mordekaiser who has no gap closers, and a flash gone down from before, having to get out of there, not to feed the pig too much. And yeah, we do see a little farming going down in all the lanes, a little bit more slow and steady now. Joachim has to make this Lee Sin count, so he's jumping over the wall, counter jungling a little bit, but not anything to speak of so far. And as long as Lunge and Fred stay under the turret with this kind of HP, oh, actually they're quite convincingly throwing the Lee Sin out of their own jungle here. He does get a little bit of the camp there, but you know, I think they can spare that. They're currently 800 gold in the lead, and we do see some vision coming in here. The vision being placed from the side of Hilo is going down towards the bot side, so we might see that as an indicator of the Lee Sin wanting to go there more. Favors that, you know, just say or count their lucky stars in terms of, you know what, I fudged up in the top side. I'm not going to go back there for now. We're just going to, you know, risk the biscuit and go for another lane, try to snowball it through there and enable a win condition in a different lane. And I think that's smart. The Mordekaiser should be able to farm in the top side, so not a huge problem for him here. And yeah, Fiala just pushing in the wave here as we see Akali going in, warding the Wraith camp. Raptor camp? Wraith camp? What is it now? It's a Wraith, right? Whatever. And the example of this is, it's very nice to see when you push in your wave and you see the wave going towards the turret along with your jungler being there. That means you have the priority to go inside the opponent's jungle and thus ward, because you have the safety of the 2-on-2 setup. So, you know, whenever you're playing in-game, make sure you get priority when your jungler is near, so the jungler can join you in a sort of invade of the opposing jungler and thereby catch him off guard with a 2 versus 1 situation before the opposing mid laner can actually join in. And Sloth, you know, he's just trying to farm up here, and Joachim is being found into jungle, but he's jumping, dashing around. He hits the Lee Syndrome. Sloth coming in now early on because he overstayed into jungle. Who's gonna go down? Actually going down on the other side, landing Jacob, getting the Sloth down, and Joachim might be in trouble now. It does hit the Q in the face of what's it called, Jacob there, but not anything that he wants to follow up on. Lagadoon going into a duel with Fiala, who's gonna get the upper hand here. The mace bonking down in the face of Fiala, but Fiala's coming in with a grappling hook, and the damage is going down. I don't think Fiala wants to be this close to the Mordekaiser. I can't see if the ulti has gone down from Mordekaiser. I do believe he did. Flash going out from Fiala. Not very nice from him, not necessary either, but Hilre, they're thankful that they did get something out of this instance, but yeah, Yulbu seems to be all over the place, and Shim is, well, taking advantage of that fact, and now it's a 3-2. So, still, very even game, but I said it before, Hilre is the team that needs to put the pressure on in the early game, and Atlando is still ahead when it comes to the gold, so yeah, we'll just have to see what happens next. But Hex Drinker being built here from the Kiana. Doesn't want to risk anything else. Seems to be heavily outclassed by Jacob, who has a kill from before, which snowballs the Akali into a position where it's, well, it's dangerous for a squishy target. And Jacob actually being spotted out here by Joachim. Joachim coming in, and he's forced to flash. Does he want to go in here and re-engage with the ninja strikes? I don't think that he will. No. Okay, actually an engage coming in bot side. There's action everywhere. Rodebengi has to go out in stealth mode, but Lunge is activating his ulti here. Not anything that gives them a kill. And Yulbu, it's a 3-man squad actually coming into the mid lane. Sloth, oh my dear lord. It's, oh, actually he might just escape here. Joachim coming in from the side, getting the kickback. Yulbu stuck under the turret, and they turn it around. Way uncoordinated here from the side of Atlando. I don't know whether or not the turret hits went onto Jacob first and he had to get out and he thought the kill was secured, but they don't get the kill, and now it's actually 3-3, and the gold is well, it's within 100. Yeah, it's 100 gold difference right now, which is next to nothing really. So very nice here. Coming in from Hilre, they know they have to raise the pressure, raise the roof, and Joachim coming in to save the day, but never on the side of Atlando's playing field right now. It's still a defensive play pattern that they're applying here from Hilre, and yeah, we should see them trying to be a bit more offensive soon, I suppose. Some plates going down here, and 400 gold in the lead, actually, towards the side of Hilre now, so maybe they're getting into their stride now. They just had to warm their fingers up, and the semifinal is underway as we almost hit the 10-minute mark here. Just okay, Yulbu lurking in the top side, and maybe extended here by Lagadoon, gets his blasts in here. Yulbu coming in from the side, dashes in, hitting and knocking him up, getting the freeze down, and he's locked down. Lagadoon very low now, activating the ulti, going invisible. Fiala can't do anything, and Yulbu might be the one being caught out here. Doesn't get him down. Lagadoon actually gets a return kill. Can he get Fiala too? Fiala is knocking at Heaven's door, or is it the other way around? It's kind of hard to see. Lagadoon might get an outplay. He does get the outplay, and very nice from him. Not so nice from Yulbu on the other hand. Actually dived 3 times now, and well, he's 75% of the kills in the favor of Hilre. Not so nice from him after actually getting a really good start. And this Mordekaiser might just be a really good pick for the top side. It's going to be a menace with the 2-0 as it looks right now. As you see Rodebengi clearing out a control board in the tri-bush. And Kiana starting up on the dragon along with Joachim. Actually, starting up is the wrong terminology here because the dragon already goes down and it's a Cloud Drake. So a little bit of extra movement speed should do good things for this squad that really wants to apply the pressure early on. You need that extra movement speed. Ignite coming down here from Kiana. Jacob, Joachim coming in on Jacob, getting the Q down and going in on the turret in a very fancy style. Kung Fu in the face of Jacob. And, well, he goes down and the game has kind of turned itself on its head. Atlando seemed not very focused at the moment as the Scuttler pays the iron price and goes down as well. Now they set their sights on the Rift Herald. They're actually just taking everything right now from Hilre's side. And, well, can you blame them? If there is an opening to be had, they should certainly take it. And that is what they have done. Yulbu gets a consolation prize in this here pink ward. As we see Lunge and Fred First time up near the turret here, but Yulbo coming in from the backside. Fred going into the dive here, knocking up Shim. Shim might just get the other side of this trade. He goes down, and Flando Fred actually gets out alive after a nice turret dive. The cow is very durable when it goes under the turret, and Yulbo not dying in this instance, which is good for him. Everybody gets an assist, everybody gets a kill. Well, not everybody gets a kill, but 2 kills in the side, or on the side, I should say, of Atlanta City. And yeah. Very nice, very nice. Now they're in the lead, and the game just keeps bouncing back and forth. Very nice, very, very nice. This is the way football should be. To the guys out there that also watch football and have grown increasingly tired by the, let's say, French-styled way of football. They won the World Cup, and I'm infuriated. And that's just, you know, sidebar, whatever. Either way, 5-5, 400 gold in the lead for Atlanta this time around, and Hilo, well, there was an opening for them, but they got too greedy. They stuck under the turret, even though that something fishy was up. Then Yulbo just gets in there, follows up on the nice setup by Fred. But they still have had a lot of pressure on the bot side, and the turret might just go down now here with a Rift Herald. We'll have to see whether or not they can get it down in time. Rift Herald just coming in here slowly. They have to get rid of the minion wave here. Joachim coming in to assist. There's a hook here coming from Hodebengi. Not anything that actually might just go down. No, it doesn't. They do get the turret, and Joachim going in here, getting the kick in from the side. Insec almost here. Fred going down as well. Doesn't have the ulti up, and unnecessary stasis here coming in, but just delays the inevitable, really. Sloth feeling comfortable dueling on this Kiana with Jacob, apparently. I guess the Hex Drinker does a lot of work in this scenario, since Yekali has not completed her first item yet. Not that Kiana has as well, but the Hex Drinker just absorbs the extra magic resist when off cooldown, or magic damage, I should say. And well, Hilo found another opening. Very nice. Do you see Joachim and Hodebengi lurking in the shadows like 2 deadly assassins? Certainly the Pyke is one of those champions you never really want to see in your solo queue games, unless he's on your team, but marvelously enough, it always seems like the Pykes on your team are, you know, just, how do you say this without being too insulting? They're poorly placing their fingers on their mouse and keyboards, and it usually results in them not being as good as the Pykes you see on the opponent's teams. But let's summarize here as we get a pause, look a little bit at the items. We do see a Tiamat and a Vampiric Scepter for the Chameleon top side. She wants to be able to shove out these waves, but the Mordekaiser is just boggling down on her, and it makes it really hard for her in the top lane, especially after the 2-0 and the Yulbo giveaway or gift that we saw here earlier on. So it's going to be interesting to see. He is actually in front on the Camille with 10 CS. Not that it's not incredible. We do see the wave here going towards the Mordekaiser, so he's gonna, square that up there, Logadoon, and yeah, match the CS. So it's kind of even in the CS, but it's definitely Logadoon pressuring forward, and they have a lot of pressure up here. We did expect it a little bit from the matchups, the way that they drafted. They want to put the pressure on early on. They maybe want to look for a quick win, and we do fortunately get back into the game here. I don't know if it's the tournament client, like they tried to replicate the real thing from the real servers, so that we always get these funky lag outs and weird things going on, so that oh, Jacob might be in trouble here. The Q doesn't land for the first time for Joachim. Joachim actually been quite on point on this Lee Sin, except for the early death, so very nice to see it not, let's say. Oh, actually coming in here is the Glacial Prison. It does go wide. Logadoon is caught out here. This is the target that they're looking for. He's gonna go into the ultimate, but it's a little too late. And on the other hand, or the backhand of that fight, Lunge, we don't really see him, but he does get a kill. He does what he's supposed to, and he's on a 3-0 rampage here after having completed the Mana Mune. And very, very nice from the side of Atlanta, who is now biting back a little bit. Still in the lead is Hillerød, but they're knocking on Heaven's Door, or the upper outer turret. Hodebengi coming in, missing, or going wide with the hook there, I should say. Not gonna get the turret this time around. They are able to defend. but very nice from Atlanta. Usually they, they snooze a little bit in the early game. They wait it out. They play like SKT of old, where they just pick champions with a lot of CC, with a lot of tools that we can work with, and we just deflect the pressure as best possible. We're ready with the counter ganks. Sometimes they're a little bit eager and too proactive, but when it succeeds for Atlanta, it's a nice kind of style. And I do like the counter, just counter-active kind of direction with the League of Legends style. Some people tend to be too over-offensive because they want to be the playmakers, and Atlanta just seem to have a nice synergy on this, but sometimes they do fall a lot behind as well because their picks are, well, they don't play well into the counter picks from the opposing team. So there's a little bit of a balance there. We'll have to see how it plays out in this game. Second Cloud Drake, though, going down into the favor of Hilo, so they put that in the pocket with a lot of movement speed here. Very nice. They're never going to be able to catch this Pike. Well, Lee Sin might just be troublesome as well. Jacob facing off against the Kiana on the top side. Nothing to worry about, though. They don't want to face off just yet. Oh, Joachim coming in here from the side. Fiela getting caught out using the Hextech Ultimatum, and a nice flash to get out with a whiff on the side. Actually, coming in from the side is Yulba with the Glacial Prison, but Lagadoon coming in here to buy them out of the deficit they had here. And Lagadoon might just have gone a little bit too far here. He does pop the ulti down on Yulpo, and it might just be a problem for him. He has experienced this before, and post-traumatic stress syndrome is being popped in here. The cow goes down as well, and Hilo actually gets a lot out of this trade. 7-9 in the favor of Hilo, and they might just get another turret back from this. Actually, maybe not. Fiala and Lunge here to defend. They just rotate actually up towards the mid lane turret here, the outer turret in the mid lane to open up the map. So very smart from them. They do have a lot of nice vision going down in the red side jungle of the blue side. So yeah, very nice from Hilo, but I do feel like it was a bit more the mistake from Atlanta in this case. Yeah, I mean, okay, you get the Glacial Prison, you want to get the kill, right? It seems like it's only Lagadoon, but he gets so much from his shields. He has the Lion's Torment completed here, and it's kind of a menace, obliterating everyone in his path. And the ulti, it buys him, I don't remember how many seconds, but at least a lot of seconds. Death Realm, Realm of Death. Let's see how long it actually lasts here. Yeah, 7 seconds. Seems about right. So you lock a target down for 7 seconds. Nobody can touch you, except for the target you lock down. And well, actually, it wasn't Yulbo being a pig in this scenario. It was Lagadoon confining him to his own little private basement room there, and touching and feeling him up a little bit like a pig. And not very nice for Yulbo. He's gonna need a lot of therapy to get over this sort of thing, and we might not, or we may not have seen the last of it this game. Eventually Lagadoon, I think, is gonna look to target Lunge, get him out of the fight, but Lunge has been playing quite smart here. Very I won't say passive, he has been offensive when the time was right to be offensive, and that's why he sits on a 3-0. And Lunge actually sitting on Ginsu's Rageblade and Manamune now. Very nice for him. He's completed a seal as well along with his boots, so he's in a very good place. Jacob actually just being the target of Joachim's Endless Fury here, along with Rodebengi roaming up on the side. He does come out with his dash here on the other half of that minion wave. He's gonna draw it out a little bit. Flash coming in from Rodebengi, I think that's quite unnecessary. Don't get why you want to do that, but flash down on the support, and that's the only summoner they trade back here to get the kill down on Jacob. And after a good start on him, oh, coming in from the side again, Yulbo. Is this something that's gonna bite the bullet for them? Yulbo actually getting out in time this time. Double teleport going down, and Hilo answering swiftly just to make sure that they get this turret down, and that's all outer turrets in the favor of Hilo gone down. So it's 3-2 in turrets, and right now, as it stands, almost 3,000 gold in the lead, along with 2 Drakes, as good win conditions in terms of rotating, as we've seen Hilo do time and again in this game. So yeah, Atlanta, they've fallen into their clever little role of just playing passively, waiting for the right opportunity, the right moment to strike. And if Yulbo's any indicator in terms of his trigger happiness, I'm certain there will be a time for it, right? I mean, we're gonna see Atlanta try to bite back. But right now, they might want to pace themselves, take it easy, clear out their jungle for a division that has actually been played quite nicely, or placed quite nicely, I should say, from Hilo Esport. They have 3 pink wards down in the outer rim, top side river, as well as 2 down the bottom side river and the tribush, the blue side, the bottom side of the map, along with a lot of wards in the red side jungle of Atlanto's jungle, I should say. So nice overall vision here. Actually, they have 4 control wards down now, and they're roaming down towards Fiala, who is not expecting anything. Oh, nice hook coming in from Audebengi. I do believe this is the end of Fiala, or no? It's too greedy. They're too squishy. This 3-man squad here, they're really fishing for kills. I like the way they... It's kind of funny. You don't see this a lot, where you get this 3-man unit combined with the Drakes in such a way that, you know, they just roam around, they try to find the kills on the solo laners, and then you leave the Lucian to wave clear. This bites them in the butt a little bit here because they square up or even out the turret hits, but they do get the turrets taken. But they do get the Ocean Drake on the other half. Not maybe the best Drake for them, but they'll take it. It's going to be really good for Logadoon with the high amounts of HP. Since they don't have a lot of range as well, in terms of the sieging, it might be good for them if they get a Baron buff, but certainly not a lead that's to be balked at. It's only 2,000 right now, and again, I've said it a couple times before, obviously because I'm speaking to myself here mostly, and to you viewers who are out there, which thankful that you're there, but keeping up a conversation with oneself, it's a nice indicator of how well you would fare in solitude imprisonment, or in imprisonment. Right now it's all right, but I mean, 2 more hours, I might break there. Either way, Atlanta just warding here on the Baron. They are aware that this is where they're trying to set up now from Hilo's side. It's about that time. Spawned 2.5 minutes ago, and we see them, you know, just ever so slightly pushing up, pressuring upward into the jungle of Atlanta, getting out the wards here, but not entirely. Actually, it's the other way around. They get to place this control ward, but Jacob was ready to catch someone out, someone who would invade a little bit prematurely, maybe on his own. Not the case, but he does get a control ward for it. It's a very nice trap, and a mechanic that isn't used a lot. Atlanta might be experts in this regard, actually, because they're so used to be playing it behind or playing on the back foot, and yeah, I guess they're just used to it. It's their style of play, so it's nice to see some identity going into the team styles. You know, you see these offensively minded teams. You know, they want to play for the early game, which is really cool, but sometimes that bites them in the butt because you have so many options for late game reassurances, I should say, but you know, assurances, and usually you don't see the early game teams coming out in a good way. You usually just need a combination of things, a combination of tools to get yourself into the right place. So Hilo still, you know, as the game progresses, right, they're gonna have to get more creative with their fights. They have to get more creative with their ins and outs, and right now, you know, it seems like the solo laners of Atlanta, they've picked up the scent of this death squad or death ball squad that keeps roaming around the map like sharks, and you know, not giving anything away right now except for the red buff there. And actually Airborne going down on Sloth. He might just be caught out here. He throws down the elemental ulti, whatever thing he has there, and Sloth, yeah, he's definitely going down, and this might be the incentive to go on the Baron from Atlanta's side. I think not, because the entirety of the Hilo team, except for Logadoon, is roaming up towards the Baron, just making sure to cover that area. But very nice shutdown going down in the favor of Jacob, and he's now on a 2-2. Jacob actually been deflecting a lot of pressure this game in a very, very good way. Okay, Hextech Ultimatum coming down, double buckle down on Logadoon with 2 ultis, but his shields gets him out. Obliterate gets some damage down on the back half. Joachim has to be going in after just the stasis going down here. He goes down, shut down on the Lee Sin that has been doing so well this game, but now that leaves an opening for Atlanta to go on this Baron. And not exactly what you were hoping for. They do catch out Logadoon first time around. He's very, very low now. I do not think, no, he doesn't have his teleport up. So it's up to Rodebengi and Shim to contest this. But with an assassin like Jacob on this Akali, it's going to be real hard, man. Jacob going in to make sure to just apply the damage to the Baron buff. And there we see it. The turnaround coming from Atlando. They do get the Baron on the back half of catching out the catchers, or the hunters, really. So the tables have flipped. Atlanta now in the lead with 1,000 gold and a Baron to boot, so let's see what they're going to be doing with this Baron. Probably pressuring upward, just stabilizing their lanes and clearing out some vision in the first place, or first time around. And then we'll see if they can knock on the gates of Hilo Esports. Not what they were looking for, and certainly, most definitely, puts a smile on Atlanta's face. Oh! I do see some guys spamming Greta Thunberg. It's Lion FN. And yeah, keep it up, dude. That's awesome. Unless you're doing it sarcastically, in which case, you know, keep doing it because it's going to spread awareness. So, you know, either way, it's a win. Only 1,000 gold lead here. 26 minutes into the game. No Drakes to speak of in the favor of Atlanta, but they did get the big purple worm. The Baron, or the Bano, as we like to call him in my social group. Not really that funny. Neither are we. Kind of a shame. Don't want to reflect on it. And as I talk to myself a little bit here, we see first Dragon going down in the favor of Atlanta. I'm sure they're very happy about this Ocean Drake. It makes sure that they're able to siege for a longer extended period of time. They have these tanky targets that, you know, they can engage so freely now because, you know, just regenerated after 8 seconds cooldown or something like that. And yeah, it's gonna be real nice for them. Pushing forward is Orlando in the middle lane here, but Odebengi trying to pull off a trap here, but not exactly the target he was hoping to go into the jungle here. Very nice that they have this front line in Fred and Yulbo, and it's gonna be really, really hard for Hilo to do anything now in this game. I mean, they have to circumvent a lot of defense from the Atlanta squad, and very nice to see the Steeringman squad. Okay, Lunge, don't split up now. That's what they do in the horror movies, and that's why they die. Okay, they do split up. I'm half expecting them to die here. Actually, Shim is the one that split up from his team, and nope. God damn it. Okay, well, yeah, Fiala gets caught out here, loses the Baron buff instead of pressuring a side lane. Not so smart, but he thought, obviously, that he had caught out Shim on the other side. Ends up going down himself and actually evens out the gold. I think this might be a deficit play on the Baron right now.
They'll never see me coming.
So not very good from Atlanta, but still, I suppose they're just trying to balance out the game. They lose a lot of pressure by the Camille being down here, so they just, you know, stalled a little bit, wait for him to come up, use the last back half of the Baron, and maybe they can get to the mid-second tier turret there, but nothing to speak of yet. And Lunge and Fred, dynamic duo, just in the mid lane here, farming it up a little bit, going towards the Scuttler that might just spawn here in a moment. Take a look at the vision coming down. Hilo is actually the ones in the favor, or in the lead when it comes to vision, if you're counting it that way. They have the entire right side of the map warded up with control wards. Actually, the river ones just ran out now. They might just be shifting it around, and very nice to see the way they play around the vision here. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to use it just as well, and Atlanta, they are picking up the slack a little bit in this regard, but it's nowhere near the level of Hilo when it comes to the vision. Jacob actually just clearing out a war here, making sure that he has a lot of unseen potential when it comes to picking out targets as you want there on the Assassin Fiala. And Logadoon might just get a duel here. We do see the ulti coming down here. The Realm of Death, the Logadoon Edgelord, super crazy mega mother fudger, I should say. Actually just dueling down Fiala here. Getting out with the grappling hook though, just enough to stay alive. Fred coming out on the other side. I don't think you want to go in here. Yes, he does, because he has his teammates coming around the flank. Obliterate going down maybe? No, not so much. Yes, it does. He does go into stasis mode. Might just get his shield up. He does get his shield up. And actually just going down on half HP here. Quite nice from Logadoon as Jacob gets caught out in the middle there. So it's a 1-for-1 in total. Lagavulin so durable and such a hard target to kill. Ooh, nice kick coming in here from Joachim. Not exactly where you wanted the kicking, I suppose, and just a couple of flashes going in there, and now Yulba goes down for his efforts, and this might just be the window. Now you just have to pressure. Hilo, let's go, let's go. You gotta pressure the inner turret here in the mid lane, the Nexus turret, I should say. And they're just waiting for the minion wave as you have a farming AD carry going down into the side lane. So no, they're not gonna be pressuring that turret just yet. Yeah, it kind of looked like Atlanta was gonna get out unscathed there, but Jacob gets caught out, and there's this balancing on the knife's edge. I mean, it's 10 kills for Atlanta, 13 kills for, oh, we do say a Hextech ultimatum going down on Sloth. Sloth is caught out, and Lunge, I don't know what Lunge is doing there. Maybe he feels confident that they can kill him. No, what the hell? Okay. So that was weird. Am I right? Like, why would you flash there? And why would you kill the minion wave there, Lunge? I thought you were supposed to be a military man, a man of discipline. You know, whatever you do for the army. All of that hassle. Doesn't do that. And we do see the Baron getting started up here from Atlanta's side. The death is down on Sloth for another 15 seconds, and they're getting chunked out. Jacob is trying to zone off the opponents, but Jacob just might bite the bullet here. He doesn't get to shim just in time, and oh, a missed ulti from Rottebang. A flash out from Jacob. He actually escapes. I can't believe that he did that. Lagadoon is going into the side here, locking down Yulba so he can't smite, so they're just holding off the damage right now. On the other side, someone goes down. I think it was Jacob, and 2 down from Atlanta. I don't think this is going to go down well for them. Lagadoon going down as well. Do they continue on the Baron here? No, they don't, because Yulba's down, but Joachim going in on the other side. She might just go down. No, Joachim, okay! Crazy stuff going down here. It is Linga that gets the Baron, but they do get the ace going down from Hilo, and I get turned around totally as well as they did in that crazy fight. Okay, Hilo, they don't get the Baron, but nobody gets the Baron on Atlanta's side except for Lunge for a brief moment in time, and I'm sure that, well, they thank their lucky stars that they did get the fight very nice from Joachim on the back half. Yulba getting locked down by Lagadoon, and that sets the entire thing up as they knock down the first inhibitor after the inhibitor turret here, and they might just... I don't think they can keep going. Yulba spawning now in a second. Jacob as well. I think they might just get bit in the butt here. Their collective butts. Joachim getting zoned out from Yulba. Yulba going in there with Glacial Prison. Not Glacial Prison, but a lot of frost damage. Shim going down, shut down in the favor of Jacob. Sloth going down probably as well. And get another stasis here from the Zonias. Boom. Nope, not Zonias. It was just a stopwatch that he has been saving for quite a while. Don't know why you would use that there either. A lot of weird tendencies with those stopwatches. I'm definitely gonna die. Let me use stopwatch. I don't know. But maybe there's a, I don't know, higher function to it. Or that I just can't see. Whatever. I'm not here to philosophize. Philosophize? I'm not here to be all philosophical about it. Interesting. Okay, either way, Ocean Drake numero dos going down in the favor of Atlanta. Their consolation prize ever after a very greedy play on the Baron. And I think if you see it as a sort of snowballing tendency on the team of Atlanta, you know, they lost their cool the moment Lunge decided to farm the wave that was in front of him when he had the opportunity to kill Sloth with his teammate Fiala, Camille here. And afterward, he decides, now I want the kill, and then flashes over there. And that flash might have been useful the moments later when they went on the Baron there, because after getting the kill on Sloth, they went to the Baron. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's the pebble that was the beginning of the avalanche. but indeed not the greatest for Orlando here. That might just have caught out Logadoon, but we've seen this countless times and again, and he locks down a single target. This time it is Fiala. Fiala might just go down. He dashes, dashes, ducks, and dives, dips around, and we do see two going down from Orlando here. They didn't choose this fight. They chose to fight, but they didn't get it exactly the way they wanted. Logadoon hasn't gone down yet, and they just choose the wrong target to go for here. Hextech Ultimatum going down as a symbolic gesture of faith. Jacob has to forget about it because he didn't do the thing that he was supposed to, kill the backline. He went for Logadoon along with his teammates, and Logadoon just absorbing immense amounts of pressure in this game, as we see Hilo knocking down on Heaven's Door, and, well, finishing off Orlando in what can only be described as a back and forth, a seesaw of a game where, yeah, the definite MVP of this game has to be Logadoon. I mean, what he did on that Mordekaiser with the shielding coming up all the time, absorbing so much pressure, and whenever he was close to dying, just going into his realm of death, where he feels right at home, actually applies itself really, really well to the name of Logadoon. Logadoon means, how do you explain it in English? Like a bait, like a bird that baits you. You know, I'm luring you in, and kind of like the angler fish, but it's a Danish expression. I don't know how to explain it better. He lures them in, baiting him in. The baiter bird, whatever. You get the point. And just absorbing a lot of pressure this game. Atlanta, on the other hand, making a lot of weird decisions in this one, man. Gotta say, they keep stabilizing the game. They got ahead early on, even though they have the scaling composition against this snowballing composition from the side of Hilo, and just very unorthodox way to have this game go down, I gotta say. But, you know, they did try to apply the pressure. I have to say Joachim was flying around doing a lot of crazy stuff after the not so great start. He restabilized a lot of things for Hilo, and very nice to see someone on the Sin getting to actually pull off these insect plays in a very fast and forward going manner. So that concludes the first game. I mean, I like what I see so far. A lot of blood going down. 15 kills on the side of Atlanta, 23 kills on the side of Hilo, who ends it out in a 35-minute fashion here. Yeah, very nice game one. And, you know, stick around. We're just going to have a short break of 5 minutes here so I can get something to drink for my sore throat as I'm talking to myself. But 5 minutes, we'll be back with game two between Atlanta Esports and Hilo Esports.
Dive deep into entertainment. Philips Hue.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Beldarn, and I have shunned away my inner voices and made up friends and replaced them with none other than Patrick Pano. Welcome to the broadcast, my friend.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back.
Exactly. After a very long and interesting series between Wicked Gaming and Fortress, you have joined the second half of the argument or the games here today between Atlando and Hillerød, and it's very nice to have someone to bounce off of. I just have to adjust my speech mode to Duolingo now, and between these two teams, right, Panu? Do you have any any favorites? Of course, we saw Hillerød winning the first game, but just generally speaking, do you have any arguments as to who you think would win out in this series?
Yeah, it's actually very tough because I personally know players from both teams that I have played with, and some of them are my friends. So it will be so interesting to actually watch these games. And I had the pleasure to watch the first game while I was eating my chicken wings. So that was very nice. But yeah, I thought I think Hillary played very well in the first game. And yeah, I hope that Lunge can pull some more weight in the next game because he was doing absolutely amazing in this first one, I think.
He was doing great until
Except for
the point.
farming part in bot lane.
It's just so weird. He was doing so great the entirety of the game, right up until that point. And I mean, it's a small thing, right? You can't really fault him for that one thing, but it's just funnier if you do so, and that's why I'm doing it a little bit, because it was a weird action. It was an unnecessary flash, and these small things, they do tend to matter once you scale it up into the bigger fights, and he never really got the space that he wanted. It seems like they focused on the Jacob and the Camille just going face first into the opponents. They seem to go for Lagadoon a whole hell of a lot this Mordekaiser. Maybe they felt like they wanted to shut him down, but he just gets so beefy. So with all the shields coming in from the AP there and the AP ratio just going bonkers because he had so many kills, never really going down. So Lagadoon had a very impressive game, and I think he carried the game because they didn't get the start that they wanted here. But let me try to form a question here instead. What did they do in the next game, right? What is the answer from both teams? What would they look to do according to you?
I think the fact that Hillerød had both Pike and Mordekaiser made a big. They had so much impact on these two champs from my perspective, and I would really like to see. I would really like to see them pick up the Mordekaiser once again, and have some priority on both Pike and Mordekaiser. And for Atlando, I don't know. It's I have a hard time actually remembering their draft right now, except for Kaiser.
They had
Oh,
Kaiser.
they also
They
had
had
Alistar.
Alistar. Yulbu was on his Sejuani pick, and they had Camille in the top lane and Akali in the mid lane. So a 1-3-1 sort of style.
I mean, those are all great picks. I think it's more it comes more down to the in-game issues that they have to fix. For example, Yulbu dying a hell of a lot all the time in that previous game.
Yeah.
So I would say they have to just play, take it as a fresh game. Just take a deep breath, count to 10, and then go in with a fresh mind, because they can definitely take out Hillerød Esport.
And as for deep breaths go, thank you for the answer, by the way. This is the deep breath before the plunge. We're in the champs select of game 2 here. We do see some of the same bands going through here. The Nautilus is one of these flex picks. Usually, I suppose it's a support pick. Going down as the first ban again. Kled also being banned. And this time around, we don't want to see the Mordekaiser, is what they say from Atlanto's side. They have also elected to go for the red side. Why do you think that is?
I think it's because they would like to get the counter picks for one of their solo laners, either Fiala or Jacob, since it's it's such this meta right now it is just so important to have good matchups in mid and top lane, since bot lane can be played so you're way more you have so much diversity in bot lane that you can always play around a bad matchup, but you don't have the same option in top and mid lane. So they definitely would like to get some counter picks for the solo lanes, and I really like to see this Mordekaiser ban from them, because it definitely had insane impact last game for Hillerød.
For sure. If we talk a little bit about the pick ban phase here, we do see actually Atlando banning out the Gragas. Gragas is one of the comfort picks of Yulbu, and then his secondary comfort pick is this Jarvan here, but they're smart on the side, and I really like this from Hilo actually. They just pick up the Jarvan. You know, I don't know whether or not it was planned prematurely, but you know, when they see these things being banned out, you know, just go for the opening. They deny a comfort pick from the opponent rather than necessarily picking exactly what they had anticipated to go for as a first pick. And I like this way of going around it, because of course the champion pools in a place like the Danish league, right? These are, well, semi-professionals, should we say, right? So the champion pools are maybe a little bit shallower in that way, and yeah, just really nice strategically speaking from Hilo's side. And right now they're looking quite good, as we once again get this Sejuani in the jungle. What do we think about that?
No, I mean, last game it didn't go that well, of course, but I'm pretty sure I have seen Julbu playing phenomenal in other games on the Sejuani, so maybe it was just a bad game, so they opt to go for it again. But I really like to see the Morgana here for Benji, because I know for a fact he has a pretty good Morgana, and also Caitlyn just overall. She is, you know, the so long range, good poke, overall just a good champ.
Every time we see this Morgana being picked with the Caitlyn, we always talk about, you know, the binding landing along with the Yordle snap trap thing, whatever it's called. But you just, I don't think you never quite see it, right? Like, they always try to go for this wombo combo kind of thing going on here, you know, you're layering the CC, but you never see it. I can't recall a game, maybe they've won with this composition before, like with the Morgana Caitlyn and going for that in the bot lane, but I just don't recall it, right? It always seems to backfire. It is a nice combo, but I don't know, maybe I'm going to be proven wrong here, but I just, you know, I anticipate it not to go as well as they might plan for here.
That's very true, especially not versus Rakan and Kai'Sa, because they are so slippery. It will be insanely difficult for them to hit either one of them with a binding. So it's, in terms of like bot lane matchup, I don't quite understand why they would choose to go with the Morgana and Kate into Kai'Sa Rakan. The only positive thing I could think of would be the Black Shield to deny Rakan engage, but that's about it, because you will never hit a binding on either of those champs. Then you could try to go for Sejuani, but she also has, you know, like a dash. She can jump around, and the same goes for Camille. So it will be, you know, her dash thing. I can't remember the name.
I was thinking
but yeah, it's I have a hard time seeing how Waterbenji will ever hit anyone with a binding from Atlando.
Yeah, it might be tricky. I actually agree with you there on the matchup, and of course your hero is a color caster, so it's very nice with that sort of insight there. And I guess that's kind of the issue every time you do see this bot lane coming out. You know, you pick it instantaneously, you don't really know necessarily what you're going into. In this case, they did know one half of it. No, actually they did know both, so they opted into going into this matchup here. And I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see, but we do have the two fully fleshed out lineups coming in here. A lot of new champions, actually a lot of interesting champions that we haven't even talked about yet. We see the Taliyah in the mid lane, we do see the Pantheon in the top side here from Logadoon. Logadoon had an amazing game on an unorthodox champion here, so I mean, do you want to go over the win conditions of one of these guys here? You'll get to choose Atlando or Hillerød, and just, you know, give me the sit rep, the rundown of what they're looking to do here with their win conditions.
In terms of early game and mid game, I really like Atlanta's draft, because they have they can be so quick quick around the map. They have the Talia who has her ultimate. She can roam either top or to bot lane. While they also have on Fiala this TP that could also go bot lane and heavy engage in bot lane plus a Sejuani. So they really have the tools right here to just demolish through bot lane and just play around dragons and then rotate around the map to get turrets. But yeah, then you have the. I'm not quite kind of sure if I like the Hillerød lineup, the comp right here.
I mean,
Uh,
I'll go with the win conditions of that one, if that's okay, and then you can add in your commentary on it later. Yeah, all right. Sorry for the interrupt there, but I just felt like I had to do it. Just to get my say right. Not that I spoke to myself for one entire game. Okay, now I'm done. I'm going for the win conditions now. Hilo Esport. I mean, it seems like they're going for a 1-3-1 with the Silas in the mid lane and the Pantheon at the top side. So when they get to a mid-game state in the game, they have this Jarvan that's very mobile and is able to snowball on the side of the lanes. But it does go the other way as well, because you have the Pantheon being able to come in with his ultimate. The Grand Starfall, it's called now. I guess they made him a little bit more metrosexual here, the Greek god sort of styled champion here. But I don't know if that's the idea to match the Talia here. We have these two champions that are going to match up really well in terms of if they don't have a teleport ready, or if Pantheon doesn't have a teleport ready, they have the ultimate as well. We have the Caitlyn being able to just wave clear with the Morgana and fend off any intruders from the mid line. And I don't know. I mean, they're looking both, it seems, to a sort of 1-3-1, but they have the tendency to be able to just, fast forward through the map with the Talia, with the Pantheon, as some of the more unorthodox tools coming in here. Yeah.
And that we haven't really seen any shenanigans, not even warding towards either of the jungles here, and that's pretty odd. I think that they're not spotting anyone out. Oh yeah, okay, we see the Pantheon go into water at the Crocs.
To the top side, the Crocs there. Yeah, both junglers starting on the red buff here. We do see the Jarvan pathing around, going towards his blue buff as well, so he might just make a ring around the Rosie move here, and then opting to go down towards the bot side so as not to reveal himself as a guy wanting to gank top side. But they don't have the vision to predict where Jarvan started. I guess they'll just have to assume that he started red. That's pretty normal, pretty standard stuff there. No, he's just trying to look for a quick gank here, and actually just Joachim coming up to the top side now, going back behind Fiala, and Fiala has to watch out here as we keep looking at the bot lane. Now we get up into the top side, and he forces out a flash. There we go. First summoner down.
I think it's very nicely done by Joachim to actually get up onto this Camille and make sure that Flash is gone, because we know for a fact that Lagadoom can actually do some pretty insane moves when he's hit.
Coming into the mid lane, and Jacob going quite low, but on the backhand he gets to knock a little bit with the ranged attacks there. Fiala getting knocked down from the Pantheon. Spears coming in, flash coming in from Yul, but not actually hitting his target. Sloth going out the other side, still has, no he doesn't, he had to flash out, of course. Very
That's
aggressive
a bummer.
from Julbu. Yeah, that's a bummer, for sure. Gage coming down on the bot side here, kind of just testing defenses of the opponent. Sloth almost getting caught here in the elemental earth. The seismic shove, I should say. He was caught in the elemental earth. Either way, yeah, they saw a weak link, I think, in Sloth in last game. That was the target from Atlanto's side in the early game. And Yulbu just went all in here in the early game. A lot of flashes being burned. Flash burned down on him, on Fiala, and Sloth as well. And yeah, 3 flashes down currently on the map there. In the favor, of course, of Hilo Esport, but still.
I'm sorry, I've been so quiet. I was fixing some of my settings because I had to change up some stuff. So right now I can only move my camera by using my right click instead of left click. So that's pretty annoying.
Oh,
but
that's
yeah.
nice.
Yeah,
Inverted,
so,
inverted clicking options there.
Yeah, it's so annoying. It's yeah, that they switch around.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, it's I suppose it's good training for the brain. You know, just switching it up a little bit. You know, not
Yeah.
getting caught up in
Yeah,
the same old patterns. But yeah, I get your point. It's not the ideal time. Yulbo actually pathing down behind, a sneaky little pig, just going to the market, but actually might just being the one butchered here. Doesn't have the flash. He has his dash on the other hand, so he dashes out onto the other side. And luckily for him, his mid laner has priority, or at least close to it, in the mid lane here against the Sylas. And yeah, nice, slow and steady early game. We did get the explosive move there, but I think people are just waiting for their summoners to go back up and farming a little bit up here.
What I think is pretty strange is the lethal tempo on a Caitlyn. That's to me pretty odd.
Why is that? I mean, I'm not caught up exactly on what preferred.
It's just because the way her build, the way she builds items, the makes the not lethal tempo, the you know the fleet footwork works so good with her because it's of course amplifies with crit, and Caitlyn is always building a lot of crit, and with the fire cannon it has less cooldown, so she can actually just go full damage and have the sustain from fleet footwork instead of having to buy any sustain. And I mean, you know, she don't have to build, for example, Bloodthirster
Yeah, you
if
want
she has the
you want to go for the Infinity Edge as well as the fire cannon there, and yeah,
exactly. It just works so well with this room, but yeah, it's a like personal preference thing.
yeah, I suppose. But it's nice to see getting switched up a little bit, if I can say it correctly there. And yeah, I mean, everybody has their own preference in ways of playing League of Legends, and we'll just see if it pays off, right? I mean, or at least I thought in the first game that Hilo would have to play differently to win out the game, and Atlando, I think they had the chance of actually winning that game in a lot of ways, but yeah, they just had to be more creative with their death squads. And something I really liked from the previous game was the fact that, you know, the jungler, the support, and I can't remember the last guy, they roamed around. I think it was mid laner, the Kiana. They were just roaming around in this 3-man deathball squad, trying to. Well, most of the time it actually succeeded because it's a lot of people you drag away from a situation to defend waves and turrets and whatnot, and you create tempo that way by risking a lot with 3 people roaming to either side of the map. But it worked really well for them, and because Hilo has better vision control, generally speaking, and we see it here as well with the dragon being taken down just right off from under the noses of Atlando, not knowing anything,
completely free.
Yeah, exactly. So this is what I'm talking about, and it gives a nuance that's nice to see. It's not something you see every day at this unorthodox kind of play. So very cool. And Hilo, I mean, they look at least very much more proactive than Atlanta does, and I think that is a key part you want to see from a winning team, at least. But still, it's only the first game having been played, and it's still 0-0 here. It's 8 minutes into the game, so kind of the opposite from the previous game.
Yeah, but still dead even in gold. I'm actually pretty. It's pretty crazy to me to see Lynge be this far ahead.
Going in here on the back half, getting chains down on the Jacob here, or the Talia. Flash having to be forced out from Joachim on the other side. They choose to go for Sloth instead because he doesn't have a. Oh, he does have his summoned up. He has to. He doesn't. He flashes really, really late, and Yulbu actually gets the first one down here. Reaver's wall coming in, kind of getting themselves into a precarious situation where they can't go back and take the jungler, but they get the first blood. And on the top side here, Lagadoon has to flash out. Fiala just barely whiffs the flower there, and Lagadoon gets out with the skin of his teeth, but having to force his flash. A lot of flash going down there. Flash is going down. It was actually Hilo being the proactive team, but then again, I have said it a couple times, Atlanta, they do like to play on the back foot. They do like to play reactively with the counter ganks, and this is what they did there, and has been a success story for them, generally speaking. Now they sit on a 1,000 gold lead, and this might just be the Kickstarter that jump starts the game into hyperdrive or overdrive or whatever you want to call it.
Could be. I would like to see them actually.
Yeah, they're coming in here
using-
with a grappling hook, but a nice stun coming down. The Hextech ultimatum just outside, no, actually inside turret range, going down and out. Oh, nice knockup coming in here from Joachim, coming in from the side. Can he get the both of them? Actually, just a 2-for-1 double kill going down in the favor of the Jarvan. And who got the kill? Was it the Camille? It rhymes, so it fits the crimes. I think that's what we're gonna go with. And very nice counter gank here from Joachim 2000.
Yeah, that was amazing. They really needed something to happen, and Joachim just made sure that something did just happen by picking up that double kill with an amazing counter gank in the top lane.
Yeah, definitely.
I would really
Speaking
like
about-
to see Atlanta starting to use this Talia to get some roams to the bot side, because she has the potential to push in this Silas underneath the turret and then roam down by bot lane, and having Yulbo there as well with his ultimate will just secure a kill onto either Morgana or Caitlyn, but they haven't really done it yet.
Oh, they're gonna want to deny this Rift. Well, just a little too late. I was about to praise Atlanta for their vision control. Now, if you look towards the bot side, there is a path for the Talia to fly down with her Reaver's Wall. Just very nice, thoroughly placed line of vision down there, but it leaves them vulnerable on the top side. Sloth left out vulnerable here. He has the quickness from the Rakan, it seems, but not nearly enough for what Sloth actually gets out. I don't know how he does that, but with a nice fine set of dodges, he does get out as first. Yeah, actually quite well played here, as we see the first turret going down in the favor of Hilo in the top side, along with the Rift Herald being summoned, so that's why they got it so easily. And now they're in the lead,
Yeah, we
Atlanta.
can really see Hillel being way more proactive, and getting all these objectives all around the map just shows that they have some really good macro play or a good shot caller to lead them through this.
Yeah, definitely. And it might just actually Grisen not playing this time around for Hilo. I don't know what happened in this instance, and that's why Rodebengi is playing currently. Something that I haven't touched on at all, but the transition just seems like it has been effortless in a way, because they've been playing quite well right now, and as we see, they're proactive. The thing about the point that I'm getting to here is we do see Hilo placing the vision and then playing around that vision here. Atlanta, I think they took it seriously. From the previous game, I think that was a topic of conversation because their vision was lacking in the first game, even though they had the lead on and off in that game. This time around, they did put a lot of vision down, but they don't really seem to utilize it just yet. You talked about the Reaver's Wall. You want to get this Talia from her mid lane into the side lane, but here you go. Like, they got the first turret from Hilo's side, and they've upset the balance. They've rotated around the targets and rooted down his Lunge. They've, well, they have no use for it because it's not standard lanes anymore, so you can't really use Talia as well in the same way. And Jacob being caught out as we speak of the devil there again. Oh, actually Engage coming in here. Shim being caught out, but he does flash out Rodebengi with the ulti from Morgana here. They might just be able to turn it around. Coming in from the side with the star fall, whatever you want to call it, is the Pantheon, and Cataclysm going down as well. Sloth is fighting in the top side, and there Fiala gets a consolation kill. It is a 3-for-1 in the favor of Hilo Esport after a weird seance of flames.
Action all over the map right now. In the mid lane and the top lane, it was very, very nice executed in the mid lane by Hillerød, who will actually pick up their second dragon right now. So it's a second mountain dragon for a proactive team who are already knocking down turrets. So it'll just be even faster from now on.
Look to the top side now. I think we might just see the Silas coming back for revenge. And I think he might just get it. Not if he plays like that, he doesn't. And Yulba is coming out up to save his top laner. Maybe just gets in a nice glacial prison. And Sloth, well, he gets the greedy end of the stick, or what? He does flash in on the other side, and he actually hits it this time around. Get a lot of heal coming in here for the Silas. But yeah. Rest of the cavalry coming in, and I have to.
He should be going down, even though he has his HP. Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice delivered to Hunterlunge right there. See them going in here, bot lane, Jarvan and Pantheon, but Jacob is too slippery.
Well, with a flash you generally speaking have a lot of options. Doesn't have that
True.
option for the next time around. And they're just quite satisfied with the pressure falling in on the turret as much as they like. Ooh, who goes down? He doesn't go down because he has the shield coming up here from the Pantheon. Yeah, really, really annoying, but well played from Lagardun. They almost, both teams get a kill here. It's 6-4 currently. 2 Mountain Drakes in the favor of Hillerød, and team such as this one, with their pro activity level, at least compared to Atlanto's, they're gonna make great use of, yeah, these Mountain Drakes. Obviously, there are a lot of standing objectives left, and once the Baron spawns, you have this opportunity to just sneak it rather quickly if, you know, the other team is not ready, if Atlanto hasn't placed down the vision to make sure that they have this option now, this extra win condition. So, scary stuff indeed.
But
I mean,
when I thought of these two teams, I thought actually Atlanta was the the overall better team, and Hillerød was sort of the underdogs. But it doesn't look like that's the case in these games. But I'm not sure if they are even to begin with the underdogs.
I mean, it is an interesting topic, right? Because both of these organizations, I like them. I really like them. They've had a good structure for quite a while. They're very consistent in, you know, getting their teams in order, making sure everything is planned out and they're ready for all their games in a proper fashion, all that sort of stuff. And they've developed two different styles. The thing about Atlanta, we've seen a larger sample size from them in terms of getting to the playoffs, where Hillerød, this is the first time that they're here. They have this style where they wanna, or at least they play on the back foot always, right? They play reactively. They have these losing lane tendencies from Champ Select, and actually we do see Joachim getting caught out a little bit here, but nothing too serious as we see a battle or contestation for vision. I think Hilo is looking to the Baron here. What I'm trying to get at here is, I mean, would you say that Atlanta, they have to, you know, alter the course of their way of playing in terms of Champ Selects and everything, you know, not playing so reactively? Oh, Jacob getting caught out here on the top side, but who is actually getting caught out with who? Jacob defends very nicely here, and
Once again he does it.
Bot side as well. There we see a dead Pantheon, and well, who's the god of war now, bitch? And that's what they're saying to them. And yeah, nice kill going over in the favor of Atlanto, and maybe I spoke too soon when I spoke about their way of playing here.
But who is? I'm not sure who's second seed and I mean second and third place right here.
Atlanta is the third seed. They won just last week, or actually this
Oh.
week. Hillerød 2 in a 2-1 victory against Atlanta. So they did get the one game, and it indicates that they're close. These two teams. They also ended up, well, 1 point apart in the entirety of the split. So definitely two teams that are very close. But my point is that Atlanta, they tend to fall short in the playoffs. And I mean, if you were their coach, right, what would you do differently looking at these champ selects that we've seen in these two games? I mean, would you
Well,
alter
we could
something?
ask
What
him.
would you? Yeah, we could ask Revo, of course. I mean, if he wins out, we'll be sure to get him in here, grab him in here for an interview. Do see the third turret in the favor of Hilo Esport going down here. And just to get back to the game, they're 2,000 gold in the lead right now, so not, you know, too crazy, and they do have a lot of tools here in Atlanto's toolbox. But yeah, again, still on the back foot, and the vision, you know, I guess it's kind of nice from Atlanto's side. They just have to utilize it in a way where they use it for traps. They have to catch the people coming into their jungle, get someone who's a little bit too greedy, maybe Joachim. They tried it before. And spring that trap, get a kill, and then turn it around into a Baron once that spawns. So right now, I think they're pretty content with how the game is flowing.
Third dragon also just going straight into Hillerød's bank.
Yeah,
It's
not
like
much to be
I
done.
can't wait to get to the team fighting of these two teams, because they both have such a nice comp for team fighting, and it will be it will come down to very small things in terms of who will win a fight. The heavy engage from Atlanta is
Glacial
amazing.
Prison coming in here. Lagadoon not on the best of his performances right here. Certainly not the one that we saw in the last game. 3 deaths now, and they're, you know, they seem to be targeting him from Atlando, but it leaves open space for the bot lane of Hilo Esports to just knocking on heaven's door, and they get this second tier turret almost. They actually do get it. Very nice from Shim and Rottebengi. So they always get something back after these roams to either side of the map from Atlando. I mean, I get why Atlando does it, or why they do it, but just, you know, it's always too late. It's not too quick, and yeah, they pay for it in the end. They haven't gotten any turrets, so there's a lot of standing gold here. Something you were touching on though was the team fight phase. You can't wait for that to happen. But right now, I mean, you know what? Talk to me a little bit about the tools you see being the key factors when we get to the team fighting phase. How do you want the fight to go for Atlando if we want them to?
Atlanta has so many, so great engaged tools in the Sejuani, in the Camille, in the Rakan. They can all of these champs can basically just use one button, and then they have engaged a fight. And also that the Kaiser can go super deep onto, for example, Caitlyn in the backline with the Camille. So Caitlyn in these fights will have a really hard time of doing anything, simply because her team fighting, besides her range, is not that great. Because in order for her to deal good damage, Atlanta would have to step onto her traps.
1 versus 1 coming down here in the bot side. Sloth isn't, I should say, because he's dead.
Once again, a kill delivered straight into the Kaiser.
Yep, they're just bulking up the boy in the bottom, and that is Lunge. Always sits on these score lines that are, you know, nice to see on an AD carry, and you know the hammer is coming up on you later on. Vision coming down here on the Baron, but something I was about to ask when we talked about, and oh, congratulations to Atlando. They get their first turret, and you know, Hilo kind of losing the grasp of this game.
Definitely.
And what I was about to ask was, do they want a team fight really? I mean, they don't want a team fight from Hilo's side, do they? Considering the tools at the disposal of Atlando here.
I mean, it's they would have to pick out the fight wisely and make sure they are outnumbered. They have the Talia who can sit in a side lane with her, or in the mid lane with her ultimate, and the TP on it. Oh, damn! Fiala is just.
If you blinked, you missed it.
Yeah,
Joachim,
that was pretty fast.
Yeah.
Sloth is really in a slump this game. He's not having the greatest performance.
No, he definitely got the name right for himself there. Being a little bit of a sloth, not moving quickly enough, and Fiala just taking gross advantage of that. And the Silas just a non-sequitur in this game. I think it's gonna be on Shim this game to do anything, because he doesn't have any. It's gonna be really hard because he doesn't have any front line, and the front line that he has, these guys, they want to get kills, so they want to go in. Yeah, but they want to go in. You have the Jarvan, right? You have the Silas, you have the Pantheon. They want to go in and get the carries. They want to go for the Talia, the Kai'Sa, something like this. But that just, you know, it doesn't leave a lot of space for the Caitlyn. And well, here we go again. Lagadoon walking into a trap of his own making, and he goes down, and Atlanta, they've just been gifted, or at least gotten kills 4 or 5 times in a row now, right? Like
left, right, and center. And they also see them with a.
Now we might just see them come alive here from Hilo. They know they're losing this game as it stands right now. The quickness coming in from Fred, zoning out the Caitlyn, taking some damage, but we might. Nope, Sloth doesn't have any damage, so he is dead for the 6th time this game. And damn! I think Atlando just turned this game on his head with just a lot of consecutive kills. Hilo kind of fell into a weird slumbering sort of state. Now it's 6-11 in the favor of Atlando, and they are 1,000 gold ahead. And well, in a moment they're going to be a Baron ahead as well, and they're going to have to utilize that a little bit better than they did last game. But the targets are way squishier, and they don't have this redeeming top laner in this game from Hilo's side. So yeah,
this is looking catastrophic for Hilo Esports. They've gotten 4 dragons, but it's not the best dragons to have stacked right here in their position. And also in the last 10 minutes, Atlanta has just been so great at getting kills. all over the map and do all the right plays. And it feels like Hillerød has they had such a great early game plan, and they executed all of their what they wanted to do in the early game. But as soon as the first 3 turrets were knocked down, then they started to look like a team who wasn't sure of where to go on the map and what to do. So I think that's what have allowed Atlanta to get all these kills all over the place.
Yeah, for sure. And I think they got maybe a little bit too fancy with their champions this game. Again, I did talk about, not that they're at fault here, but the Pantheon, to be sure, is
Sloth.
not working out.
That's
Sloth
7.
leg. Ooh, teleport coming in from Lagadoon, but yeah, who's your daddy now? That is the team of Atlando. Almost gets a return kill here, but not quite. Rodebengi fighting for his life against Yulbu. Yulbu not taking any damage, and oh, very nice stun coming in on the back half along with a flash, and oh, Rodebengi. Will he? No, he does get out. He's dead.
Smashed by the flail.
Yeah. Blade to the face, reduces his pace, and he has to go back to the base. And
Whoa.
well, yeah.
Okay.
Not a lot of people know this, but you know, I spend a lot of time just rapping down on the streets of Holstebro out here in the local rural areas. Yeah. And yeah, you know, keeping up my street cred, and yeah, nobody listens to me, so I'm really just it's a cry for help. It's a cry for help.
It's a cry for help.
Knocking on the base of Hillerød is Atlando, and they might... Oh, actually, Grand Starfall coming in here, I should say. Not hitting anyone, and haven't really been utilized this game, but fight breaking out here. Guardian Angel going down. Atlando, Lunge is unstoppable. Sloth going into stasis mode just to avoid dying for the 8th time this game. Atlando look unstoppable this game, and it's certainly paid off for them after... Yeah, really weird game this is turning out to be, but I can't see. I mean, what can Hillerød do now, right? What are they going to do?
There's nothing left to do. They have lost so hard in the solo lanes and in the mid game. So if Camille, for example, go to the side lane, or Talia, they have no answer to them. They would have to go there at least 2 people or even 3 people. So if Atlanta just plays the 1-3-1 from here, then they would just win the game very slowly. And there's nothing Hillerød actually can do about it. They would have to get a pick of some kind, but I don't think Atlanta will allow them to.
No, it just seems like the game stagnated for them. It you know, after their 6th kill, it's just nothing moved further. It was 6-4, I believe, in their favor. They had 2,000 gold lead. Just nothing really happened in the side lanes after that. This Pantheon has been a crappy pick, to say the least. Joachim is going down, and God, I mean, what was the point there? Just pick the most random champions you can in the top lane. If it pays off once, it, you know, by default must pay off twice. I don't see that, and maybe he should have stuck with a better thing. So Lagadoon and Sloth really making solo laners look bad in this game here, or at least themselves. Not what they're looking for, but you know, okay, makes it easier to just reset for the next game, I suppose. Sloth actually coming in here, getting a lot of damage down. Yulbu is taking a lot of hits, and he does get caught by the binding, but not enough for them to get the death down on them. Rather, they go down instead, and 3 people dead from Hillerød. Shim almost, no, 4 people dead from Hillerød because they got the Jarvan early on there. And, well, that's one inhibitor going down by Fiala, who pushed the bot side. Flash going in on Shim. Yeah, he has to flash out himself, and they might just end the game here. Grand Starfall coming. Lagadoon is, yeah, looking like Spurs that got blown up.
Just take the victory right here.
Yeah, they're definitely
taking it to 1-1.
Yeah, reset here, 6-20. Definitely a different scoreline than we saw the first game. Actually, the game unfolded quite peculiarly.
But I suppose Atlanta are quite satisfied with how it all played out.
1-1 after, yeah, totally different game this one. And Hillerød, I mean, what do we have to say? What do we have to take away from the second game here in the semifinal?
Yeah, they definitely have to do something different in the next draft. Or I don't think the Silas or Pantheon had that much to do in that game. But on the other hand,
No,
I don't feel like I don't feel like Atlanta even played their drafts to the maximum potential. It was more of a solo queue game than it was looking like some strategy they had planned.
yeah, it was so weird because they looked really good in the beginning there, Hilo, and
Yeah,
it was
definitely. It was
set up for them to actually utilize these side laners, come in with the a weird grand starfall just to keep them on their toes or something. But that just never happens. It looked like okay, Hilo they connected to the game, they played for the like first 10 minutes of the game, no more 12, 15 minutes, and then they just went to their power socket of their computers and they unplugged their PCs, and then Atlanta just took everything from
I
that
love
point.
the
They
way
didn't. They
that
did.
you
They did.
explain.
Thank you. I mean, I haven't seen. It's not a collapse really. It was just apathy. It looked like all right, whatever. We're just gonna call this one, set it up for a 1-1, and that that leaves a somber impression. Just very somber impression from this game. But Atlanta, nice to square things up for them. We do get an interesting series here, and we might just go to 5 games because of it. So, stay tuned for the third game coming up here just momentarily. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with the game between Hilo Esport and Atlanta.
Giving up, letting go. Times we might feel compelled. Looking down from the heights that we have built all by ourselves. And there is fear of the unknown, but we cannot lose control. When we feel like the world is against us, we're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. Into the infinite that we must reach. 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 Now which way do we go is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for.
Dive deep into entertainment. Philips Hue.
Welcome back to the streams, ladies and gentlemen. I've been switching my accent up a little bit. I'm still Bildarin, and I'm here with Pano. Welcome back.
Just so fabulous, dude.
Of course, been upgraded to the British model. Of course, if there are any British people out there, don't be offended. It is a poor imitation. Either way, I'll switch it up again here. We're here with the third game between Atlanta and Hilo Esports, and it's been quite exciting actually. One going to either side of the two teams, and as we get into the third game here, we do see a substitution in the support role from Hilo Esports. This time around, we do see Gleason coming in, and talk to me a little bit about him.
Yeah, that would be. It will be very interesting to see what it will bring to the team. Gleason, of course, having way more experience and played in other international leagues. I think it was Brazil, if I recall. And he has played two or three splits in other regions. So he has so much experience playing at a pro level of League of Legends. So I actually think we will see an enhanced version of Hilo now that Gleason has been subbed in.
Yep.
But it'll be interesting.
I think so too. Gleason has been proven to, or has proven to be one of these, players that can really carry a team, set them up. He does play quite offensively. He very much likes to roam, but I also think he adds a lot of shot calling and
Definitely.
generally speaking, when you have that sort of experience, the way that he has from international experience, it's just it affects your teammates. Maybe it gives a calmer expression in the way that they play. Although I think Hodebengi has been doing quite well in, well, not so much the second game, but it wasn't really his fault. It was more the solo laners from the side of Hilo. And speaking of, what should Hilo look to do here in this third game? Like, do you carry some weight from the previous game, or do you just let that go since it played out the way it did? I mean, what are they looking to do here, other than winning, obviously?
Yeah, they definitely have to shake off the last game and once again take a deep breath and don't think about some people who did the, let's say, poor plays in the last game. So they just have to come in fresh minded and then look towards Gleason to listen to his calls. And yeah, just I think it's very good for a team to have a guy that you, and I think Gleason will bring this, have a guy that you can sort of rely on, and someone you can listen to, and someone you can like having a leader on a team. I think he will bring much more of a leader role than what Benji is providing. So I think it'll be interesting to see how if their draft also will switch up a bit. I know for a fact that Gleason plays some other champs than what Benji does. And I think that we might see some more bot lane focus from the jungler. I hope so, but I can't tell, of course, since I haven't watched any of their games so far.
Yeah, roger that. What kind of champions do you suppose that Grisen will be bringing to their palette this game? I mean,
For example, his Braum is he's pretty known for his Braum, and I also think Alistar is one of his go-to champs. And he is, as you said earlier, he's roaming so much around the map, and yeah, just very, very, very stable player. Also, why he received the MVP of the split in the first season of LCD.
yeah, for sure. He was the first MVP we ever had, and well, he might, or he is probably aiming towards that title once again. But I think that would require him to go all the way into the finals with his team here, and yeah, it'll be nice to see what he brings to the table. I mean, I don't know the reasoning behind him not starting. Maybe he had to be somewhere, or probably he's a busy guy as well, and there could be whatever excuses. Maybe just to throw off the other team off their scent. Maybe they prep for one support, they're gonna prep for another. Now they're gonna have to switch it up a little bit. It's certainly something that alters the course a little bit, or the direction of the game. Either way, almost ready to get into the game here, and do you think, I mean, should Hilo opt out into a more, should you say, scaly composition, or do you think they should keep this early game draft scenario going on?
It's very, very hard to say, but a good question nonetheless. I think they would. I don't know. Personally, I like having just stable early game and then scale good into mid and late game. But that's like a personal preference. I'm not sure what they would like to do. We'll have to see in the draft how if they will change up a lot of their drafting, or if they just opt to go for the same kind of style they have played so far.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, when I used to coach back in the day, I never really liked going for the all-out early game compositions. Sure, you can go for an offensive, proactive composition, but it just it never really played well with me. It just seemed to be like an extension of egotistical attitudes that were flourishing in the League of Legends community at the time, and certainly almost always still is. Either way, just everybody wants to be the carry, right? Everybody wants to make the difference. Everybody wants to get the kills. And the nice thing here is that they seem to be able to separate it now. At least a lot of the teams, you can play offensively, strategically, and not go beyond what is expected. Not go beyond what is expected of you, but just go completely crazy, always going flash forward for the kills, and then not having the summoners ready for the next fight. So I mean, it's a balance, and I mean, I guess Hilo can pull it off, but I think they're going to have to go for something that is a bit more scaly as the games go further, because at Lando, I don't know if there's merit to this. They're gonna familiarize themselves with the playstyle of Hilo. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff in there that might be considered, at least from a certain point of view.
I think from a spectator's point of view, I think that Hillerød has to try and shut down Lønge, or at least try harder to shut him down in the early game. Get him behind, because every time that Lønge is ahead, he will most likely just take over the game and pretty much just hard carry. He is a very, very good and solid AD player. So if you want to hit Atlanta, I think going for Lønge would be a very, very good choice.
For sure, he has been performing quite well in both games, and yeah, he always seems to perform well. I
don't think I have ever watched a game with Lønge where he has had a bad KDA, and that doesn't mean that you are an amazing player, but at least I haven't seen him perform poor ever. I can't recall any game. And I've even played in I played in if I recall correctly, in the when I played in the CSD, I actually met him a couple of times because he was on one of the teams back then, and it
Yeah.
was always fun to play against him because he's just on another level than most ADs in these leagues, or
Yeah,
at least
he
one
plays.
of the greatest.
He is one of the really good AD carries in the league for sure. I mean, if you have to come up with someone who's, do we have any better AD carries?
Chalfie, but is he even playing anymore?
No,
But
he
yeah, again,
retired.
but then again, it's just he has like one champ while Lunge has yeah has a pretty big champ pool.
Yeah.
Of course, Kaiser being one of his go-to, but he is just a very one of the most solid and well-rounded 80s.
Yeah, he has a
Who doesn't
very
have a small? He doesn't have a small such a small pool that you can't really ban him out.
exactly.
Not sure that came
Ex-
out right, but
Yeah, but yeah, I get the point there, and yeah, I have to agree. He does have a major champion pool. He seems to be able to play a lot of the champions out there. He does prefer, apart from the Jhin, I think, the hyper carries. Not so much Ezreal, for instance, something like this. And yeah, I mean, well-rounded. And this time around, they actually do ban out the Kai'Sa. They don't want to see that anymore. And Gragas going out as well. They don't get the favor from Atlanta of them banning it out themselves. And that leaves the Nautilus up, which, well, it's a champion that's been banned the first 2 games. And why is the Nautilus so good, Pano?
he just provides everything at every point of the game. He has heavy engage. He's super tanky. He can provide so much peel. He can provide engage. He has great roaming potential, and overall just a very, very good support in the bot lane, if not one of the greatest. And also, I really like to see Hillerød actually banning out this Kai'Sa right now, because it is, I'm pretty sure it's Lunge's favorite champ, and one of the champs he's most comfortable on. I think the last 10 games I've seen Lunge play, this Silas again, but it's not piloted by Sloth, so maybe we'll see something different this time. Who knows?
Yeah, they switched out the captain of that plane, and yeah, it's not going down any longer. Possibly, we don't know that for sure yet.
Also, the Varus once again, one of his many champs that he is performing very good at is the Varus for Lunge. So I can't wait to see him on a different style of champ.
Yeah, very nice. I do like the Varus as well. You get
the Thresh
sort of
for Grisen.
Yeah, Thresh coming in, definitely a playmaker here. I'm not sure that I'm completely a fan of the Thresh combined with what they have here. Well, they have a lot of CC in the bot lane, a lot of setup there, but combine it with the Sejuani, I guess what I expect from a Thresh is that you combine it with a more early game present composition. This time around, they opt into actually changing it up a little bit from Hilo's side. I don't know whether or not it's because Grisen has come into the fray here, and they take the Sejuani, they take the scaling elements of the Saya and the Sejuani here. So interesting to see how that plays out now, because they're going to be playing Atlanto's game, and maybe just a safeguard for the meltdown that we saw the previous game. And I don't know if it's going to counter Atlanta, or Atlanta are the ones that play that style better, they know the ins and out of it. But nice to see some new champions coming in here to change it up a little bit for sure.
To me, it's pretty strange that Hilo didn't opt to go for Rakan. I guess it's just because of Grisen not wanting to pilot the Rakan this game, but preferred the Thresh. But Rakan overall is very strong right now, especially when paired up with Saya.
Yeah, well, maybe he just can't play it. So, I mean, that's why they go out of their way not to pick it. He is, generally speaking, known to be sort of a guy who wants to play make, and Thresh is one of these. He's one of these champions that you can go for the plays with the death sentence coming in. Kiana, again, being locked in. Champion that Sloth didn't look too shabby on. No,
it was a pretty solid performance. once again the Akali. Wasn't it Akali versus Kiana last time as well?
Yes, it was, and we do see some weird stuff coming in here with the what's her name? Can't remember. Nico, exactly. Coming in here in the last regard, probably going to the top side of the map. So the Yulbu, Yulbu is going to be sitting on the Sylas in the jungle. And again, this aggressive frontline style, actually not so common for Atlanta, more on the side of Hilo. It seems like they've switched it up and ended up on each other's plates from the previous games now. And yeah, very nice to see Kennen being locked in, one of my favorite champions. I'm already gonna give this top lane over to the side of Lagadoon in this one, just because every time you see a Kennen, they always, they apply themselves greatly to the games, and I can't wait to see that play out into the game here. But we have our two teams locked in, and I would like for you, Pano, to go over some of the win conditions of these two teams here.
Yeah, first I want to mention that it's so Lagadoon is such a special guy. He just wants to play something different each game, and it has to be something that's pretty odd. I mean, we haven't seen Kennen in top lane for a long time right now, and it's gonna be interesting to see if he goes him AD or will go into the more of an AP build. I guess AP, since
I hope
because
AP.
they have Kiana and Saya already. But I mean, the AoE team fighting engage on the side of Hilo is very, very amazing. They can they have pick potential on their team, and they have some so much AoE. So yeah, I'm actually not sure. It just looks like a like a team fight comp. There's no split push or anything on the side of Hillerød at this point, so they'll just try to get some good team fights going. And on the side of Atlanta, they have way more split push than Hilleville has. So I guess they would try to go for some sort of split push, either 1-3-1 or a 1-4.
Hilo pinging out something here in the top side. I think we might just see our first level 1 strategy play out in this game, but you're definitely right, and it is from the side of Atlanta something where they want to send the 3 people, the Nico, the Sylas, and the Akali, just face first alongside with the Nautilus into the opposing team and try to get out their carries, while Lunge, he just has to find the space that he can find from the pressure being applied to the other team. So definitely a lot of assassins coming in from Atlanta this time around, which is I suppose it's not entirely different from what we have seen already, because the Akali has been played by Jacob, and I mean, yeah, so a little bit of familiarity, but they're forced onto another jungler, and I'm kind of excited to see how Julbu does this time around, as well as Sejuani going over to Hillerød. We're going to get a different sample size. Joachim 2000, I think he's been playing quite well. One of the better players from Hilo this series so far, and it's going to be interesting to see what he does with the Glacial Prison and whatnot. Lurking.
I think it's pretty interesting to see how Yulbu will actually perform on this Sylas, since he's pretty known for tanky CC engaged champions mostly, as far as I know. But to see him on a sort of assassin fighter in the likes of Sylas, it would be pretty interesting to see. But I really like the pick, since he's picking it into the Sejuani. So he's actually playing he's playing the same champ as he did in game 1 and game 2. This time just with some other abilities, but he still has the ulti, the glacial that he can toss out on another champ.
Yeah, so it's not so discomforting and unfamiliar for him. At least not totally. Very nice, I guess, emotional support from the side. Ooh, getting in with the nice anchor here from Fred. I think it's because we've seen Fred actually playing a lot of Nautilus in the regular split here of the LCD, and he's been quite good on this champion, so that's why it's been banned out so many times now, and generally speaking, just because it's a nice power pick, nice champion in general. So it's going to be cool to see how that plays out bottom side. What do you think about Sylas as a champion? generally speaking. Just these new champions coming in with a lot of different weird wonky abilities can do like what 6 to 9 things with their kits and all that sort of hassle. Getting heals and dashes and whatnot in one champion. What do you think about it?
I like the diversity that he brings, because if we see some shenanigans top lane.
Yeah, Lagoon might be caught out here. Fiala is his only opponent for now, but no, actually it's Joachim coming in. I was counting the stars very wrong there. Fiala has to flash out, but I think that's going to be a dead chameleon. Yes, first blood going over to the side of Joachim, and the Sejuani is proven to pay dividends here, at least in the early stages, in the favor of Hilo. Nice little lantern coming in, and you missed it.
Yeah, that was beautiful executed by Hillerød there in the top side. But yeah, as we spoke of before, the Silas he just brings so much to his team, because if Hillerød picks someone with a really nice and strong ultimate, they will make sure that they also have it on the side of Atlanta. So he has so much diversity, because he's most likely never the same champ, because it depends on the draft of your enemy. So you always secure some nice ultimates that your opponent has.
Back around to the top side. Shim actually, he goes down, getting caught out there in the bot side. Fiala not quite caught out just yet, but Lagoon coming in with the electrical surge here from the Kennen, whatever you want to call it. Nice stun coming here on the back half. Go Kennen, you're an awesome champion. Lagoon gets the kill because Kennen is an OP champion that should be played in all games all the time. Fred actually almost going down here as well. And
much action.
Yeah, a lot of action this game compared to the previous game, which didn't start so frantically in the early game. And yeah, bot lane. Oh, getting hooked here is Griesen, and he has to flash out. But I wonder if there's going to be a part 2 here. Linge is flashing in, insisting on there being one. Linge just using his arrows to hit the other side there.
No.
Not going down. No, Lantern not hitting.
No!
He goes back in. Linge does get the kill.
This game, it's so it's like poor play from one side and poor play from the other side, and then just trading poor plays back and forth. But overall, really nice from Atlanta, and they're really showing. No, what's going on? But again, Linge and Fred are just showcasing right here that they are the better bot lane from these two teams, and you could see the same earlier today when it was Wicked against
Fortress.
Well, Fortress, yes. Oh, it's been a long day. Wicked against Fortress, you could see each game you would have one bot lane that was the same, who would just outshine the other, and that made a huge difference in the series overall. And I feel like we see the same here with Linge and Fred just outperforming in the 2v2.
Yeah, and it's a straight up 2v2 there.
Yeah, exactly, straight up 2v2. They don't even need the jungler to get some kills. They're 3 kills ahead right now, and that's insane.
Yeah, and this is something, whenever I saw this on any of my teams when I was coaching, I would fucking rip the throats out of my players, because it's so stupid to take these 2 versus 2s when you play for actually just going down here in the bot side. Griesen was the proactive player here because he thought he had the upper hand, but he ends up going down, and now it's 4 deaths in the bot lane of Hilo here. Not a great start for this guy coming in as the prodigal son returns sort of styled, and Jacob just coming in, obliterating Joachim 2000 on the other backhand of this. Another hook coming in, and Orlando just rolling with it right now. 3
this game is
kills
out
on
of
Nautilus,
hand.
2 kills on Lunge. 100% kill participation on this AD carry.
And 2 whole waves of a CS lead, and that's just grown bigger for every second on the side of Linge right now. So they are just getting obliterated in this bot lane.
Yeah. Time for a wake-up call.
Moly. Yeah, and it really hurts my AD carry heart so much to see in that last fight. Saya had about 9 feathers out and used the blade caller and hit none of the feathers because of the unfortunate timing of the blade caller, and that was it hurts. It really
Oh
hurts.
no! Oh yeah. Okay.
But on the other hand, to see Lenge perform this well on a slightly difficult champ as Varus, he has a big a gap between a bad Varus. There's a big gap between a bad Varus and a good Varus, and he's just playing so well in this champ right now.
Yeah, definitely. But I also it's at a false sort of pretense, right? Because what they've been doing in their bot lane is
Questionable.
yeah. I mean, I was about to say halfway retarded, and I know you
Okay.
you have to be politically correct with everything, but I meant what I said just now. And these 2v2s, just wait for your damn jungler, and it's simple math, right? If you generate a 3 versus 2 because you have the upper hand through a jungler getting the right pathing, the right entry point into the lane, that's fine. Play for that. You have the hooks and you have the safety net from the just when you get to level 6 with Saya, you have her ulti, you have the lantern with the thresh. Just play safe. Wait it out.
You have so much CC in this bot lane, especially if
Jacob
your
getting caught out
Joachim
here.
shows up.
Joachim coming in from the side. They have to get something back out. Oh,
Slippery Akali.
yep, for sure. It does have to burn the flash on the backhand, even though he was under his own turret. Just afraid they might dive him here. And
that's funny because we talked about Slippery earlier, and it was someone who flashed, and we were like, "Yeah, if you have a flash, you're pretty slippery."
yeah, for sure. I mean, you're generally more slippery
slippery
when you can use your flash. So definitely, significantly less slippery in the next 5 minutes. Here is Jacob, but I think he's fine with it. I mean, all the carries except for Nico have gotten kills, and yeah. Really nice for Atlanta, but the game has quieted down a little bit more after this.
But it doesn't. If you look in the on the summoner spells, you see a 1 TP more in favor of Atlanta, and when they already now 10 minutes into the game have a goal lead of 2,400 gold, and they have a TP advantage. That's not good if you are Hillerød.
Oh,
You wouldn't
Yulbo
like to be
maybe
behind here.
getting caught between a rock and a hard place, but he deals a lot of damage here. The blade flurry, not blade flurry, but whatever it's called from Saya here, it goes down, but not enough to do anything about it. And they just get burnt completely out. They think they catch someone out, but actually it's the other way around. You think you're stuck in here with me? Nope. No, no, it's the other way around. Goddamn it, I screwed up that course.
This is everything going wrong.
Sloth
Everything
going down
is
here,
going
probably.
wrong.
No, not just yet. Joachim dashing out to the other side, so they don't get more kills than that, but 2 is just fine, they say. A 2 for 0 as well. No, they did get 1 kill, so 2 for 1. So, yeah a little bit back here.
Everything that could go wrong right here for Hillerød is going wrong. If we saw that last fight, once again, the Blade Caller 9 feathers was called to rush onto Saya, and then he flashed at, I don't know, in the last second, and once again missed 9 of the feathers, and that is most of Saya's damage. So if you miss these feathers when you call for them, it's
really bad.
That can happen. And also when Grisen used his stopwatch, he tried to stopwatch the Nautilus ultimate, but he did it too early, so Nautilus didn't even get cooldown on his ultimate, so he could ultimate. I think it was who was it? Kiana, maybe. Just a second later.
Oh, Yulbo here trying again to kill someone going into his jungle, but this time around, I shouldn't say anything yet because he's playing that weird-ass champion with all the skills and heals and stuff and dash and deal, yeah, whatever. Everything you could possibly figure you put into a kit, that is what Silas has in his. And he gets out. So, yeah, they thought they had him, they didn't.
I wonder what Hillerød would like to do now. We talked about it in the draft. When we got into the loading screen, that we would like to see Hillerød try to shut down Lynge in the early game, and that is not going not great for them if they would like to do that. Amazing hook from Gleason.
Nice hook coming in here, and he gets the flail out as well. Jacob
One
might
more
just go down at one more. Yeah, shut down Joachim coming on the backhand to get the kill, but well, Yulbo is there on the oppressive champion that he is and gets a return kill.
I think Yulbo has tried to hit that glacial prism before in this series. Oh yeah, he has, because he just hit it perfectly right there as Silas.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
You would think he just played 2 games of Sejuani.
Yeah, I mean, one could suspect that sort of thing, but unfortunately for Yulbo, that's not a champion he likes very much. Just kidding, of course. Yeah, he's very familiar with that, and maybe we'll see him transition all the way into a just separate champion with a, you know, a kit within itself that can't steal from others. But we'll have to see if he gets all the way that comfortable in this series. Right now, they look quite comfortable from Atlanta's side with the almost 3,000 gold lead. They are, well, they did get the first turret actually in the bot side. Flash coming in here, and now they are looking to Logadoon. He gets his ulti down, right? The Maelstrom, I don't think. It wasn't Logadoon. What am I talking about? It was Sloth that died there. I keep seeing Kennen everywhere, and
Yeah.
it wasn't him in this case. And that's why we definitely did see a slicing Maelstrom.
It's also very oh, never mind. Hold that thought.
Russian in
Oh,
the
what a
side,
great
hey.
sidestep from Linga right there.
Yeah, very well done, but he walks right into a hook after that. And a shutdown actually going out into favor. Maybe we woke up a sleeping giant here from Hilo Esport. Fred coming in from the side. Maybe he's gonna hook Joachim. He definitely does, and Joachim going low here. Does Jacob want to go in? There we have it, the cannon ulti, but we only see the back half of it. Yulbu is escaping currently and just barely misses the last Q here. The shuriken not connecting. Fred keeping up the aggression here. Jacob coming in here from the backside. Is he the one going down though? No, he's going for the carries. He gets them! Very nice from him, and he is going for Logadoon as well. Double kill going... What the... How did Yulbu get that? Okay, well, Yulba gets the double kill, but Jacob does all the work. I'm sure he's very thankful for that. And yeah, Yulba on the board here with 2 kills.
Yeah, it's a pretty disastrous game if you are Hillerød. You have to think out of the box to actually have a chance in this one.
Yeah, it seems to me that that's what they did. You know, Gleason has been trying to land hooks left, right, and center, just looking for offensive plays, getting picks and whatnot, and it just backfires on them here because they're desperate. Ooh, Kiana coming in here with the elemental damage in the face of Julbu, and well, he might have wanted to give over the kills to Jacob, not to give over a shutdown now, but he didn't. And well, this is the first step, right? You know, get a lot of picks and just keep clawing your way back 1 inch at a time. And they might just get back into this game, but right now, still Atlanta in the lead in control. Gunblade completed for the side of the Akali. Jacob here, as well as Wit's End being built on the Nico in the top side. I guess it's pretty common with these sort of attack speed kind of builds on Nico with the percentage damage, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Okay.
Sorry, I had to answer some quick message.
That's okay. That's okay. I was just speculating. I mean, do you usually go AP? Oh, actually, a Glacial Prison versus probably a Glacial Prison as well from the side of Yulbu. Not going down though. He just walks out and gives over this red buff as the top side of the map, Atlanta is playing towards the turrets, but the bottom side, Hilo is pressuring equally. Lung and Fred, they don't really want to deal with these guys because they're pretty fed, both on 3 kills. Fred, my God. 3-0 and 7. This is yeah, just really hard Nautilus to deal with. Yeah, very well played. And this Rift Herald coming down here on the side. Joachim trying to...
We also spoke about it earlier. The strong pick in Nautilus. It's really popping off and showing its strength here in this game. Ooh, Glacial Prison onto Logadoon.
Very nice Glacial Prison here. Fred coming in from the side gets another assist, and very nice by Yulba getting another kill. Yeah, just, you know, it kind of looks like the second game. They landed on 6 kills the previous game. Let's see if they can beat it here from Hilo. It seems like they might be able to get 1 more kill, but it's not looking too good for them. they never really got to a place where they got to play the competition. And this does not look like a team that won against Atlanta this week, you know, in a 2-versus-1 victory.
Oh,
It does-
definitely not. This is it's pretty odd how hard they're stomping right now. It's feels like we're watching Hillerød Esport that's pretty tilted.
Yeah, I don't like to use that word, but it accurately describes exactly what's going on here. And yeah, they just fell off the face of the earth, and
It looks
never
like
seem to be
they
able to
are
recuperate.
you know, not frustrated. They're pretty stressed about this series, and they can see right now that they are about to lose, and that could cause some chaos in
Yeah.
the team.
I mean-
Especially if you're not too experienced playing these in these stressed moments.
Oh,
But a big
actually,
on some
Fred
Fred.
is the one getting caught out. This would be a nice kill to get down and a shutdown to boot. But oh, he gets the flash out. Yeah, seriously, just not wanting to go down, but he gets the shutdown. And this is the beginning of the record that they just broke from previous games. So now they're at 7 kills, which is half the kills or kill amount that Atlanta has. Actually, after only 18 minutes, we have seen more kills than minutes in the game. That usually, yeah, designates or indicates what we call a clown fiesta. Not the case here from Atlanta's side, but certainly Hillerød is making their best case to undo the poor work they've been doing in the early game here with the kill. They only get the Nautilus, but I think that's fine. You know, it's a shutdown. They have to get a lot of these, but you know, you start with the first. You know, the journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. That's what they're aiming towards here. Just to talk a little bit about the gold deficits here. 3,000 is the gold lead of Lunge over his opponent Shim. So that's just a lot of the gold lead is on him. They're currently on a 4,000 gold lead, which is spread about. Oh, okay, Yannick going down here. Sloth not doing the greatest escape moment here. And just to touch on that point, if they eliminate Lunge, right, they're able to reduce the gold deficit by 3,000 in terms of you know, sheer fighting power on the map, and so that would be a good idea of how to just, you know, play out these fights. As we see a turret going down here, but yeah, still a lot of hard work coming over to the side of Hilo for sure.
Yeah, that's a pretty great way of thinking about it. If Hillerød could manage to catch out Lunge somewhere on the map and kill him without using too many ultimates, they would actually eliminate 10,000 of the gold that that Atlanta has, which is 1/4 of all of their income.
Great engage coming in here. Julbo actually coming in from the other side. Ulti coming down from Lokatun, but damn, son, they get got.
Demolished.
Yes, completely demolished here. It's a drive-by shooting, and well, they ran out of bullets before they even got to mount up on the gun there, and Hilo just goes down. Complete ace. No, Kiana, well, Sloth was dead from before, so not entirely an ace. They start up the Baron
So
here.
Unofficial ace.
Yeah, unofficial ace, kind of delayed ace. But yeah, just they make it look easy in this game, and worrisome trend if you are Hilo fans out there, because they're not looking too hot right now. Yeah, Baron goes down.
That's fair to say, and it kind of looks like Atlanta will just take home this victory from now on. They have a goal lead of about 10,000, which is you know, it's way more than Saya has accumulated this whole game. It's that they have as a lead, so they're pretty strong right now in the driving seat.
Yeah. On the one side, we have the nation of Atlanta Esports, and they have nukes and missiles and all that sort of hassle. And on the other side, we have Regilo Esports, and they have swords and bow and arrow. And you know, it's just it's not a fair fight, really. You know, they're gonna blow them to smithereens. And Hilo, they have to come up with some crazy CLG stuff here. And the first part is that they catch out Fred, use Feather Storm. Actually, that's because Jacob is coming in from the back here, obliterates the damage dealer, shut down, going down. Actually, 2 for 2. Yeah, Jacob just coming in with so much damage here. No, actually shut down again. The cannon is making a lot of work here. Lagadun playing the game. Damn. Okay, Joachim,
Okay.
they actually win this fight. Holy
4-1,
hell.
but that's only due to the fact that Fiala wasn't even in the fight. He was just sitting top lane and splitting, maybe getting this in him, maybe not. Yeah, he should get it. He got it, but yeah, to get 4 kills as a Hillerød esport who are so far behind us, that's actually pretty impressive.
Yeah,
And,
they reduced the gold lead by 2,000 gold approximately after that fight, and well, almost 2,000, right?
So now they know they can actually do something that could give them just a bit momentum into the next fights.
I guess it's because Fred got isolated on the Nautilus, right? And they play it so spread out, so they get to choose and combine their layered CC better than what Orlando did in that fight, because they came in from, 5 different places, and well, not 5, 4 really, because Fiala was in the top side, as you said. So yeah, unnecessary from the side of Orlando. Maybe just give over the 1 kill instead of that crazy stuff. But Hillerød, they'll take what they can get. Yeah, they're gonna have to look for a lot of openings to get this game back under control. But yeah, Orlando, they definitely up to them to just execute this game properly. And here's the great part of it. Luggadoon goes down.
Just so insane to see. If you watch Lunge, he has almost generated 13,000 gold this game. He is so far ahead of anyone, and especially ahead of Shim. He has about 6,000 gold more than him. No, not 6, 5.5 or something ahead.
Yeah.
And that's just crazy numbers. It's like 2.5 items or something. No, it's two items, which is insane. Just 24 minutes into this game. So he is hitting like a truck.
He is definitely hitting like a truck. 3, almost 4 completed items already. As you said, he generated a lot of gold this game, and it's funny. Hilo, it seems like they take turns of which laner is supposed to suck the most. And previous game it was Sloth and Luggadoon combined, but this time around it's neither of the two. It's actually Shim just going out of his way to feed his ass off along with this Grisen here. 0-6. Yeah, but seriously, 0-6 and 1-7. And I want to just explicitly tell you all, it was completely their fault this game, because they just, they went out of their way to go for those 2 versus 2s. And after the first one fails, you don't want to go out there and do it all over again. And they keep putting their eggs in the basket where it's already broken. There's, the bottom fell out of the basket, and they keep putting the eggs in there, so they just fall down right on the floor and they smash themselves on it. Yeah, really bad. Really, really, really bad. That should be a lesson, Always try to play for the jungler in the early game. He's the difference maker. He's the X factor, and then you can do the playmaking later on in the game. But no, they didn't do that, and it's apparent in the 22-11 as we see Atlanta just knocking on the inhibitor turrets here, and yeah, trying to open up the base even further. Like a cannon to it.
And with a 10k goal lead, you will have to be pushing in like they're doing right now in the 1-3-1 situation. They have 3 TPs, so they're very comfortable sitting split out like they are right now.
Yulba actually catching out Luggadoon, and they just eliminated the most dangerous tool and the best player in this game from Hilo's side, and yeah, blown up pieces. And this might just be the incentive. Actually, Yulbu getting caught out because he went all the way up on the top side, staying alive for quite a while, actually not dead yet. Maybe, oh, he can't turn it around. Kiana gets the kill. Joachim tries to zone out Jacob here. Nautilus and Fred getting caught out. Maybe, nope, they're stuck in there with him. Joachim forwarding himself into the fight, but so much damage coming in here from Jacob. He goes into stasis, and yeah, they get all the kills there. They get 2 kills, I should say, and no, 3 kills.
My eyes are sadly tearing up right now. Just once again, we just saw 12 feathers just hitting nothing. It's
flash in here.
I'm crying for these guys. I feel the pain with Hillerød right now. But yay, they just got a kill onto Fred. Go Hillerød!
Yep, for sure. They did get some kills there on the backhand. All 3 inhibitors, unfortunately for them, though, they are down, and I think Atlanta, they can expend a couple of deaths, or the 1 death, if you don't count Yulbu, of course. It's a shame with the feathers, really. I mean, I play a little bit of Saya myself because I was forced to relocate myself into the AD carry position, and I don't think they're that hard to, hit, right? I mean,
the feathers.
yeah, exactly.
No, not not at all. I mean, maybe I'm the wrong guy to ask since she's one of my most played, and yeah. So I don't know. I just feel like they are so super easy to line up and to play around, but because that's the only thing you have to do as Saya. The only thing you have to manage as Saya is your are your feathers. So if you can't hit your feathers, then you cannot play Saya. That's
Yeah,
basically it.
pretty much. Maybe it's just a bad game here. I mean, they did start
Yeah,
off.
of course. It has to be.
Yeah, obviously. Otherwise,
It's a very sad game to have a bad game, and that's not what you want. If you are Hillerød right here, you wouldn't like to have bad games right here because it's high stake games. You're playing to get into the final, so these games are very important to you.
yeah, exactly. And Hilo, it looks like they're kind of a slumbering giant here. They didn't wake up to the call. Oh, Fiella might just be caught out
No,
here.
no,
But...
it was a
Oh,
a
it's a
clone.
clone. It was a
Yeah,
clone.
there's so much shenanigans in this game because
Yeah.
we have the Nico who can put out what are they called,
Yeah, it
the
has a weird
clones. Yeah, she can put out the clones and
Red getting hooked, not the target you want to look for. Gris going in, and that might just be into his death. Healing coming down here from the, I don't remember, the redemption, I should say.
Actually,
And well, Fred going down, and who else might just go down here? We haven't seen the cannon ulti go down just yet. Lagadoon has, or they have caught out. Nope, they haven't caught out anyone because they escape out the back door. That's because the base is under attack here. Jacob is almost going down, but I can't really tell.
Meanwhile, their base is just getting obliterated right here.
Yeah, totally. But they are actually winning out in this fight, which is so freaking weird. But yeah, they had to make something happen. They don't make it happen in time. Too little, too late. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Atlanta Esports takes their second game and brings us to match point in the following game. Game 4 that we're coming up on here on the rear end of the break. But yeah, what do we take from this game?
Yeah, I feel like it was a very very weird game. It's just we saw maybe 3 minutes, no, maybe 5 minutes of the game, and it just felt so much over, at least from a bot lane perspective, because they just died four times in the Hillerød bot lane within 5 minutes, and then it's pretty much just over. And, yeah, it's a sad way to lose your game because you would feel so frustrated if you were the jungler, top lane, or mid lane on that team in that game.
Yeah,
But
as I said,
let's hope they can bounce back and yeah, refresh their minds before next game.
I mean, they've had 2 pretty shitty games in a row now from Hilo Esports. So, it's do or die time. Knald eller fald, as we say in Denmark, and we'll just have to tune in for the next game and see what happens there. So, stay tuned out there, folks, and we'll be just 5 minutes, and then we'll be into the next game between Atlanta Esports and Hilo Esports.
dive deep into entertainment. Philips Hue.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the fourth game between Atlanta Esports and Hilo Esports. The glasses have come off because I've been struck blind and confounded by how poorly actually Hilo have been playing. So poorly, in fact, that they're swapping their previous, Grisen this time around, support back out and replacing him with Rodebengi. I'm still here with Pano, by the way, who's also here, and welcome back to you, sir. What do you think about this swap around they're doing here in the fourth game? Not a good indicator, I think.
I can't believe I don't think I can look obligatory on not obligatory. I don't think I have a neutral answer to that because I know about Benji in real life. So I'm just saying, hell yeah, my man is back in. But I can't wait to see him to smurf around in this game, and let's hope that he gets on his pike or his Thresh, who is also one of his signature champs. But get him on pike, and you have a very solid roaming support right there.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the great things about being a caster here at LCD is that we're certainly never biased in any way, shape, or form. So nice analogy coming up there with the personal relationship with Rodebengi. And well, maybe it's just the sort of motivational praise he needs to get him in the, the gear shifting mode, going crazy like a Porsche down the freeway. We want to see him speed up those plays and make sure that, shoves them down the throat of Atlanta that have been looking, well, quite at ease in the last two games here after losing the first one. It's kind of been sort of cruise control sort of gameplay in the last two games here. And I mean, what do they have to do now? It's do or die time from Hilo. What does Rodebengi bring to the table? I
mean, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, put him on a pike, and you will have some strong roaming and CC machine right there. And as we saw in game one, then Joachim and Rodebengi can do some pretty nice things if they pair up and go to invade Julbo in his jungle, or maybe roam mid lane. So that's what I'm hoping for here. And we don't see the pike banned, so either I think it'll be first picked by Atlanta, or else pretty sure Hilo will opt to go for the pike.
Yeah, for sure. You think we're gonna see a Saya again this game?
Not. I hope not. my heart can't take it anymore. I would like to see go back to basics and try to maybe duplicate or replicate what you did in game one, because that worked out pretty well for them.
Yeah, I agree. They looked way more comfortable in their style there. And
now again we see the Kai'Sa straight away. Ooh, something new and spicy. I really like the Jinx, because whenever she reaches about 3 items, and when you can group up with Kai'Sa and the Jinx, then Jinx will pretty much always be the stronger AD due to all of the AoE she provides and the long range. So I really like to see them go for this Jinx right here.
Oh, and Graves as well.
Damn.
They've opted into the 280 carry position here, and I mean, okay. I like the Jinx. I like the Jinx a lot, and for all the reasons that you just elaborated on there. But the Graves, okay, he gets the ideal matchup this game around because he's just gonna power farm like crazy. But I hate him. I hate him so much. He brings nothing.
I also hate him, so I feel.
Yeah, it's not really a great analysis of it, so I'll bring some other arguments to the table. You have a guy that is able to pressure the lanes because you can push forward really easily. You are able to pressure turrets. You're just going to go forward one direction, not the songs from the guys from the band, but in terms of the direction here in the game, that's forward, right? If that succeeds, it's great because you apply a lot of pressure, you get a lot of turrets, you get a lot of gold, and you funnel that into, but you still don't have any tools. You don't have any tools in your team to engage with, and right now it's shaping up to being one of the, no CC at all, right? They already have CC on the side of Atlanta, and on the back half of this draft, I think Hillerød, they need to draft something with CC, something that enables them to set up the fights for this duo AD carry composition with the shields coming in, Ardent Sensor probably from the Karma, something like this. You know, fine, the idea is good, but you still need something to back it up with. And yeah, I hope they.
Yeah, definitely. Right now they are very, very squishy and easy to blow up. If either one of these champs on the side of Hillerød gets hit by a glacial prison or meets an Akali in a 1v1, they will just get blown up so quickly. So they really need to think about some sort of engage tool or frontline here from Hillerød. And let's see if they go for it or if they just go full on damage. Yeah, there we go, the pike. I was actually thinking of the Karma going towards either top or mid to provide some extra sustain for the now that they have 2 AD carries. So that's pretty good.
Indeed.
They have the engage here, but it's not ideal. I feel like.
Okay.
That's something new.
Yeah, it's very nice, and I don't know if Irelia they nerfed her in such a way that she doesn't pop off and pop out the shields anymore. Is that correct?
No clue.
Okay.
I would like to see an Aatrox right here. Actually, it could be what they need. Malphite? What? What?
It was so surprising that you reacted in Danish. Then it's. Wait a minute.
Then it's surprising, but the Malphite. But I mean, okay, I could see one reason why they would go for Malphite right here is they have a guy they could actually build, for example, Frozen Heart on right now. They could decrease the attack speed of Kai'Sa, which she is relying a lot on, and the same goes for Aurelia. She works best with some sort of attack speed on her. So it's. But besides that, I'm not very sure.
No, me neither. I mean, Malphite has been seeing some more play lately after I don't know what kind of buffs he got in there, but at least
Maybe
little bit.
Just for the attack speed decrease, all down to Kai'Sa or Aurelia, and then when he uses E slam thing, then he decreases the attack speed, and yeah, that's it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about a little bit the win conditions coming in here, because we do see the two compositions, as well as us going in for the match point in this game here. Atlanta Esports, Hillerød Esports, fourth game. Hillerød has to win this one to actually stay in it. So, Pano, let's talk a little bit about the win conditions that they have here, because they don't have a lot of CC. So how are they going to look to play this game?
Yeah, that's again, that's pretty odd. Obviously, they would like to have on the side of Orlando, they would like to split up the map and go for 1-3-1 style again, as they did in last game. I'm pretty sure most of the time they were split up. While on the side of Hillerød, they have the two carries in Jinx and Graves, and then they have this sort of damage dealing support who can execute people and has some sort of CC in the pike, and then Karma is basically just to have like a secondary support with some sustain, shielding, some CC, and then of course they would like to have, as we talked about, they would like to have some sort of engage tool or a frontline, and that's what Malphite brings to the table. But then again, if Atlanta wants to break up the map and go for more split pushing oriented playstyle and go for the 1-3-1, then I see it could be very difficult for Hillerød to actually match up with them, because then they would have to hard engage whenever they see 1, 2, or 3 people, and then they would have to kill them, start a push, and then send someone out to deal with this split pushing. So to me, this game comes down to the macro play, who has the better macro of these two teams, and that will be the deciding factor of who will end up winning this game.
For sure. A nice analysis coming in there, and I might fear a little bit that they don't have the CC tools necessary. I do like the fact that Joachim, I mean, although I don't like the Graves a lot, but putting this guy on a carry, he's been very consistent in all of the 3 games as the jungler there, and it's going to be fun to see the dichotomy of him actually getting to play on a sort of carry style champion. Problem is for him if he's going to get enough space to do so, because they have a lot of denial options in terms of well, just raw CC tools coming in here. We do have the Sejuani Leona front line here, just setting up a lot of CC that's easy to hit, especially when they combine with one another, and then setting Linge up with a lot of damage and a cleanup crew in the form of Akali and Aurelia that wants to do, or they want to do the same thing, really, just getting in onto the back line with a lot of squishy targets, 4 squishy targets on the side of Hilo. So looking at it right now, I mean, it has to be pinpoint accuracy from Hilo, and I don't think they have the capacity to do that. So I would say right now, things, you know, before, you know, anything happens, of course, I think it looks pretty good for Atlanta. They have the right
True.
tools to just wait it out and play it safely.
Yeah, they also have the most standard sort of comp. They've picked themselves into a position where this is sort of easy to play with the comp that they have, but on the side of Hilo, this their comp requires way more like training. It requires them to be a lot organized, way more organized, sort of,
yeah.
to actually pull this one off by having the 2 carries and stuff. It's not a very it's not a comp that we see regularly on the side of Hilo right here.
No, definitely not. And the thing is, they've been picking different things, completely different things, every single game now, and that has not worked out great for them. The only, yeah, I don't even know. I mean, Logadoon has been doing quite good, except for that one game on Pantheon. So I can't wait to see what he does with the Malphite. But he has to bring that ultimate out of the lane into some, you know, other lane and try to get some kills there, or get the presence from Joachim up in the top side. But even then, it's only that one single CC tool, and after that, you know, the person that is being ulted just run out. Joachim under pressure. Actually, somebody's getting caught out, but we get buzzed up into the top side, and back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Logadoon has to flash out. Yulbuk going in there, and flash coming in from Fiala. Boom! First blood over to the side of Atlanta.
That's not what you would like to see if you are Hilo right here. Rada Benji just blown his flash in their own blue side jungle, while in top lane Logadoon ends up going down 2, and actually Yulbu had the kill, but yeah, Aurelia being ahead, that's not something you would like.
No, definitely
Especially not if you are this tanky meat shield Malphite with
coming in for the second round of aggression here, and Gangsloth is the one being caught out, but nope, they turn it around a little bit. Jacob now also forced to flash out because Joachim has the presence of the Graves here, and that pays dividends right now. But still, yes, you are very right, 800 gold in the lead of Atlanta, and they get the start they wanted. And Hilo, I mean, alright, calm down, the game is not over yet, right? Like, still a lot of game to be played. Only 1 kill, too bad, you know, it happens. Let's just see how they try to restabilize.
Yep. If we look at the runes for just a second, we see a fleet footwork on Akali, and I'm not sure if that's is that something you do. Is that something you do on Akali? Because I haven't played her, and I never really watch out for what Akalis are using as a keystone. But to me, it's just seem not wrong, but it seems weird to me.
Maybe the idea is to get some sort of sustain. Right, you get the sustain from fleet footwork.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
against the Karma,
Yeah.
because she has the W coming in that can heal her and just, you know, counteract that a little bit. Make sure you don't go all the way from 100% to 0 in a fight. You have a little extra thing to work with. But yeah, I don't know. It is a bit weird. Maybe I don't. Yeah, I don't get it either, really.
Yeah, okay, so
Maybe
we're in the
that's.
same boat. We don't know if it's weird or if it's actually standard.
I mean, Atlanta are the ones winning, so I can't really argue the fact that maybe they
Something
just
must
have
be
the
right.
the edge, right? They have the edge. They know exactly how they want to play things, and yeah, the fleet footwork might play. Oh, there we go. See, that's what I said. W not coming down has nothing to do with fleet footwork in this instance, but we're just gonna put it on that and say that's why he picked it.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's the bit of movement speed you get from it is also pretty nice to have.
Exactly. Oh, Yulbo coming in from the side here. Very nice gank pattern. And Flash coming out here from Sloth gets out by the safety of just his jungler coming in there, trying to defend him with a counter gank. And well, Joachim, he's just farming up and not really counter or interacting with the other jungler. I don't suppose you can really as a Graves, as Yulbo just, on the Sejuani gets really tanky at a certain point. Not that we've gotten very far into this game, but can Graves outmaneuver and kill a Sejuani one-on-one? He can't, right? Not until later on.
Yeah, I think he would need an item or two, maybe a Black Cleaver to shred through her, because she is just so insanely tanky. But I just did some quick research, and it looks like you have 3 options to go for as a Kali. Either it's Fleet Footwork, Conqueror, or Electrocute, and it seems like it's like 53% takes Fleet Footwork. So yeah, it's it seems to be pretty standard.
Yeah, League of Legends.
So now we know that, boys.
Yeah, for sure. If the sheep go with it, you should go with the sheep, and that's it. A lot of people pick it. Probably it's just because it works. Generally speaking, the pros have a good idea.
When the pros does it, you might as well just.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, gank coming in here, and yeah, that looked really easy. And that's the first time we see the proactive game coming out from Hillerød, and very nice stabilization. Nobody has died off in a crazy manner just yet. And here we see what the Graves. But what he does really is, you just push in the lanes after you get a kill or something, and you can get close to the turrets real quick. So we'll just have to see if Joachim can get even further into the game, into the action, into the fray, so that he can get close to turrets and get to shoot at them at some point, because it has to be kind of in the early game that you want to apply this pressure. Hook coming in here, he gets Lunge down, but nothing else happens, and we have the chompers coming down here from the Jinx as well. But
we also
just as a
already now we see the bot lane being way more stable if you compare to last game, where at this point Hillerød bot lane would already be 0-4 or something. And now we see the boots coming in onto Rodabenji, the boots of mobility. So it won't be long till he will start to make some roams and maybe look for some duo pairing with the Graves.
Oh, Glacial Prison actually connects here, and Sloth is in trouble. Doesn't have the assistance of his jungler just yet, but there we go. Joachim coming in from the side, and that's just a bummer there. Bash is going over the wall. Joachim actually not in trouble here. He does get the kill, very well played by him.
And he just held on to his ultimate. He didn't even use it.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if Sloth is the perfect baiter, or he's just lucky that Joachim has great presence, but in either way, they're ahead now from Hillerød.
So close.
The mount almost going down here, but not quite. Jacob also being caught out, or getting caught out a little bit here, and the question is if Logrum is going to stay with
They have the Graves ultimate, but Aurelia just comes to save the day. But that's a flash burn from Akali, so within the next 5 minutes,
Bengi, that might be an awkward moment for you there. The jump is coming down. Okay, he just... I don't know what that's called, but...
Slippery pike.
Yep.
Didn't even have to use his flash.
Yeah, you want to call him an eel, but I'm just trying to come up with something less sympathetic as an animal, because pike is just... God. That his ultimate... His ultimate, the ability to execute stuff and just give over the same amount of gold to your co-players. It's something that snowballs a lot of solo queue games, and it's just infuriating to play against. Right now, though, they have
definitely not Irish. Isn't it the Irish people that we say are greedy, or not?
I don't know. They have
Oh.
the leprechauns. You know,
Leprechaun.
the standing under the rainbow with the pot of gold.
Yeah, with a pot of gold. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's what you're alluding to there. I do see the connection a little bit, but it's an ugly ass leprechaun, if you ask me. If you look at the Pike here as an example of that, but either way.
Yeah, that's more Lulu thing to be a leprechaun.
Lulu is just an amazing champion. I love her with all my
Yep.
heart. All these shielding champions.
Love to Lulu, all Lulus out there, boys.
Yep. Yeah, shout out to Lulu players. It's a very nice champion. Either way, as the game stands right now, Atlanta's still in the lead with the gold there, but only just quite with the 300 gold. Joachim is certainly doing his damnedest to make sure that Hilo gets a fighting chance in getting to this final here, what they would be facing the awaiting Wicked Gaming there, but Orlando has probably a couple of things to say about that as well. As we see a little bit of a duel, the Mountain and the Viper in the top lane here. Who's gonna come out ahead? Last time they almost killed each other, but yep, not quite. And we get to
doing very wise to back off right there, because it was actually looking like he had the upper hand in the 1v1.
Connects there with the Leona roaming in with the solar flare going down on Sloth, and there we go, Jacob dashing back and forth with ninja-like moves and stealth. Actually, very well played from Rodebengi. Yeah, he might just be able to. No, he flashes out and dodges out of the ulti. Rodebengi might be caught between a rock and a hard place, but on the other hand, we have Joachim, the hero of Hilo, coming in here trying to get down the. Yeah, he gets the. What's it called? Aurelia down here, but it's back and forth, and can't really count here. 3 to 4, so everybody gets the same amount of kills. It seems 2 on both sides.
Which is pretty great if you think of was actually Karma getting collapsed upon by Leona and Akali, and managed to survive for just long enough for Rodebengi to actually show up. So overall, pretty good, pretty nice played by Hilo right there. I feel like.
Has to get out here now, but he's probably in trouble. He does flash out, and yeah, it's the only way to flash that way.
But meanwhile, while all this was happening, we saw Shim just stay in bot side, getting a lot of solo farm and XP on this Jinx, who is a late game monster. And what a bench is just slippery, jumping out once again here. But
yeah,
but I really I can't wait to see how the mid game will look with this Jinx being actually about the same farm as Kai'Sa with 1 assist.
Yeah, and realizing your duty as an AD carry. Here we go. Not enough mana to do anything. He doesn't have his ulti up either. Actually, I didn't see him using that.
I used the ultimate to finish off. I think it was Akali earlier on.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah,
in the mid lane.
There. Yeah. All right, he goes down. The Mountain dies again.
But holy moly, the game is dead even. It's about 50 gold separating these two teams.
Fiala actually engaging on Joachim here, but Joachim very much fed. Has finished his jungle item here with a 3-0 score. So he's gonna be a menace on this map. But that was close.
That was so close. If the Jinx ulti would have hit, that would have been so great for Hilo right here.
Almost biting the bullet, to be sure. They didn't get the Rift Herald, which is what I think they were trying to do. And now they flip the tables on him here, Hilo Esports, because they are so low, they know they have to go back. And Joachim is, I mean,
playing out of his mind right now.
He's really doing well. He's doing so well. He's really just mocking me, just laughing at me because I, just had the comments about the Graves. Just
bad about Graves.
Yeah, it's ha 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 Pano, ha 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 Beldorn, Look at me now, right?
Look at me now. Look at me now.
Exactly, and that it's nice to see people, proving you wrong sometimes. And Graves 3-0 on 1, very nice for him. Just we see here the first turret going over in the favor of the bot lane. So although they have farmed and paced themselves down there on the bot side, they still lose the first turret.
Nice play by Jacob right there.
Yep.
And this could actually mean it could actually be a second turret as well, because we don't see anyone rotating towards the top side. Only Akali is actually on her way, while Fred. Okay, Fred is also going top now, but
Yeah, but
But,
you're right.
uh,
They might just go down here.
at least 1.5 turret right here, and that's
Okay. Joachim
pretty
actually
good.
rotating out. I was about to say that this is where Graves really shines. You know, you get all this range going in here and a lot of damage coming in because you can just keep pushing the waves really quickly. But they leave the Rift Herald. They don't want to use that wave.
Oh, Jacob comes in taking this blue buff.
Sneaky, sneaky. Very nice there.
That
from
was
the Akali.
actually just greed from the side of Hillel right there, because they wanted both the Grump and the Sloth.
Oh,
dead man.
Whoa.
And
Yeah,
Shim
Sloth
as
going
well.
down. Teleport connecting there, and Shim coming in. Double kill going over to Fiala.
That's
Not
not-
great for Hillel here. Probably Joachim is screaming his lungs out at his teammates because they're dead weight.
Chill, wait for me, guys.
Yeah, you can't
play
play this
around.
game. Yeah, exactly. You don't know where your buttons are located. Just, you know, wait till I'm there and then we'll figure it out together. And yeah, just another turret going down in the favor of Atlanta here. After that nice seance of plays in the bottom side. And they're looking like a finalist team here, but still not counting Hilo out. Flash
They
in
are
from
really
Yulba
four
there with the
people chasing
Sejuani.
Wadabengi right here.
Wadabengi, they want to kill him now. No more Mr. Slippery Pike. You're going downtown, and yeah, downtown in this case is dying, so suck on that. Lugdoon sneaking around a little bit. Maybe he's getting caught out. No, Yulba just threatening by
A
going all the way
tanky monster right here. Tanky stone.
Yep.
Now Atlanta look to even out this Cloud Dragon here. So no more increased speed for on the side of Hillel. The next dragon will also be a Cloud Dragon, actually.
Yeah, best
So,
dragon in the game.
Yeah, no Herald, no Infernals.
I actually haven't seen a single Infernal. That's incredible.
No, that's true.
In all 4 games, we've not seen a single Infernal Dragon. That's pretty great.
That's
Ooh,
great.
Flash
Very nice.
coming in here. They are targeting Lungi heavily. He uses his ulti out there, and yeah, well, he does get out. Now Sloth is the one being caught out maybe a little bit. Joachim still not in the edges of the fight. Always, you know, connects a little bit late. Ooh, no! Flash out from Fred here. Wrong target to use the unstoppable forced on, and
They have the
they
Glacial
burn everything in
Prison.
her tank. Glacial Prison hits exactly the target you want to go for. So low is Sloth, but does still get out. Now Jacob is jumping in. Can he get a kill there? No, he's just going in to bait out some abilities to make sure that his team can go in afterwards. And there is the flash from Fiala going in there to get the kill. And now it is the rest of the team going down. Double kill to Fiala on this one. Jacob going in on the back half trying to get another kill, but Joachim stands in the way. 4-0 on the Graves, and he's doing his damnedest to make sure that he defends his turrets and his team here, but ooh, actually Fred getting caught out in the back half here, but Joachim is in danger of going down himself, and low targets everywhere.
So close.
Very close, very close. Jacob just jumping back and forth, in and out like a real ninja, and not dying. Haven't died this game either, and
That's
Damn.
also a really great point to highlight that. If you look at Atlanta's composition right here, they are so damn slippery. All of their champs has some sort of a way to move very quickly. You know, the Leona has her E, Kai'Sa has her ultimate and her E, and Kali is super slippery. Sejuani can dash forward, and same goes for Aurelia, who can just jump around all the time. So hitting these guys with skill shots is very, very, very difficult.
yeah, for sure. And one of the things that, you know, just really plays hard against the team composition that they've drafted here is the fact that they have all these dashes, right? They can fly around, come in from different angles, from different people. They just look to single out the carries that don't get the shields or whatever they might do to misplay the situation. So impressive by Joachim to have stayed alive and got the kill score that he has this game, but it can't only be on him. We need this Jinx to go online at a certain point when she gets her, I should say, when she gets the 3 items, she's probably looking to be quite good, but depends on how far they can go here, the Hilo Esport, because Atlanta, they're really pressuring this game.
Yeah, it's almost just like watching flippers from Wicked Gaming. He's also always participating in most of the kills of his team, and the same goes for Joachim right here. Fiala and Lucky Dune are having the
Dueling
battle of
again
the
here.
Oh,
of the
Joachim
noodles.
getting caught out, and there's a shutdown, and there goes the hope of Gondor. The white tree has been burnt down in this scenario. It's an alternate universe, and 11-5 in the favor of Atlanta. They might just go for the Baron just here, and Hilo, that is not a
It
great
spells
outlook.
disaster.
Yeah, that really spells disaster here. Jacob is zoning out the remaining team members. There's Sloth in this case, and they're just not gonna contest it, I think. Yulbo doing the work. Fiala coming in to join them here. I believe this is the Baron after just 21 short minutes going down in the favor of Atlanta. And Atlanta's gone beast mode. Or maybe is it Hilo going baby mode? I don't know.
Definitely something is not going right for Hilo this game. But then again, I don't know. The draft is just it's so weird.
Yeah. It is.
Like how
very
will
weird.
you, what do you? I mean, if you, I would like to ask them. It's like, what would you like to do with this comp? Do you like to team fight? Okay, you need you lack engage sort of. You lack CC. Okay, would you like to split push? Oh, we don't have any split pushes. What would, I just don't see how they. Individually, their champs are pretty strong, but combined, it just doesn't go very well. Seems like.
No, I have to agree with you. The thing that Atlanta has done this series, right? Jacob has played in 3 out of the 4 games he's been playing. Well, maybe actually all 4 games he's been playing the Akali, right? Julbo, 3 out of the 4 games he's been playing the Sejuani. Lunge, 3 out of the 4 games he's been playing Kai'Sa. And then you just switch it around a little bit, tweak it a little bit in the top side and from the support. So consistency, I think, is key. And Hilo, they've been picking left, right, up, down, square, triangle.
I don't even think we've seen the same champs at all at any point. No.
Nope.
No. We actually haven't. And
can-
it's also it's all these really weird picks. We've seen the Mordekaiser in the top lane, we've seen the Pantheon in the top lane. Now we've seen the Malphite and the Cannon. It's nothing is standard in the drafts. And that's that can be good sometimes, but it just haven't. It haven't done the. It hasn't done any good this game for this
Agreed.
series for Hilo.
It's sort of a jack of all trades but master of none scenario where there's no identity in this series for Hilo. There's not something that they specifically consider their playstyle. Maybe the pipe is because Odebengi is comfortable on this champion, but other than that, it's really poor for them. And
It's like playing solo queue, and you see all types of champs in all roles, and it can go either way.
yeah, for sure. And knocking on the base here is Atlanta. They're looking towards their first. Yeah, there goes the one redeeming factor from Hilo Esports, and yeah, things are looking dire. Here goes the first Nexus turret. No, not Nexus inhibitor turret, which means the first inhibitor is about to go down. And there's an unstoppable force. There we go. They press the button, shut down. 2 people go down instantaneously. And some people here are waking up from Hilo Esports. 12-7. Now they just have to do it,
5 more times at least.
Yeah, 5 more times. Yes, exactly. But finally, someone pulls the trigger. Something happens, and Logadoon here, redeeming quality from him, setting up his teammates and making sure that 2 kills go over to the side of Odebengi. I believe gets both the kills with his ulti. So nice for him, because that's nice for the team. I don't know who else got the kill credit. Is it everyone?
I don't think so. No.
It's just one person.
I'm actually not sure. Usually, I think I get them usually when I'm AD, but I think it's the last person who attacked or dealt damage to the target that he executes.
Yeah, makes sense.
So that might be why I always get the gold since ADs has a lot of attack speed most of the time.
You're a greedy bastard. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Haha.
Give me that gold.
Exactly. Well, I mean, as a carry, sort of the thing you want to do is funnel your gold going there, so it kind of makes sense. Either way, let's
quickly want to mention that we very soon see 3 items onto this Jinx, and that's when she will be totally enabled. So it'll be great to see if they can actually turn this thing around here with a good Malphite ulti and then Pyke following up. I think they have so much AoE that if they actually hit 2 or 3 people, they can sort of just wombo combo all of their damage onto these 2-3 people.
Yeah,
But
for sure. I
you
mean,
were
if
saying
it
something.
connects properly, Joachim here taking a duel against Jacob, but I don't think that's warranted. Glacial Prison coming on the back half there. Joachim going down, stun coming in from the Solar Flare, now hitting almost 3 people, but he gets rooted and shut down onto Jacob. Another one there going over to the face of Hillerl, and they flash forward towards Lunge. Lunge very low, trying to get out with the skin of his teeth. They dove way too hard, way too soon. Yulbu is trying to defend his carry, and he has to die for it, probably.
Come on, Jinx, don't farm. You have to help your team, bro.
Yeah. Well, he was almost pulling off a Lunge there. But
Yeah, he was pulling off a Lunge right there, but the fight overall actually went in favor of Hillerl, which is incredible because they didn't have Lagadoon with his amazing ultimate. And yeah, so we're actually seeing Hillerl crawling just a little bit back here in these fights.
yeah, indeed.
They're only being 4.5k gold behind right now, which isn't that much considering we are 27 minutes into the game.
Also considering the fact that the game went as it did, and
Yeah, it was very one-sided.
Count him out. Yeah, it was very one-sided. But this time around, they actually bite back a little bit from Hilo's side. And the funny thing is, they kill Joachim as the first target because they consider him the largest threat, I suppose. But they spend so many things on him that it gives and grants space to Pyke to execute the dunk there, the dunk supreme, and gives up some space, frees up some space for Shim. So very nicely played, but the combination of going balls deep with all your cooldowns towards the graves almost, and then tower diving subsequently, it exposes them a little bit from Atlanto's side. So maybe not quite coordinated. And I'll say this about this series right now: these two teams, they don't look like the winners of. I mean, whoever goes to the finals of these two teams, both teams, I think, have to, sharpen up their game if they want to come away as the winners of the split, because there are a lot of mistakes and there are a lot of,
Yeah, Carly here with the flank over the wall.
Yeah, Yulbu coming in with low HP though. Coming in is Jacob, and they get their first kill. That is Joachim they look for again. Now the Blade Surge comes in, or the Vanguard. There's a nice ulti from I can't remember his name.
Tanky. How are they so tanky? I mean, they have an Aurelia and they have a Sejuani, and that's it. Okay, also Leona, of course. They have so much damage and tankiness on the side of Atlanta.
They certainly do, and this might just be the. Was this the last fight of the game? Maybe it was. Vanguard's edge this time. Yeah, I think
that's
this might
anticlimactic right
of
here.
The game. That is such an anticlimactic ending to the series. We just spoke Hillerl about the chance that they had, but they haven't looked good this series, and rightfully so. I think Atlanta is taking this third victory in the fourth game, and yeah, they go to the finals this time around. They were in the finals last year. I have been corrected on that one, and that last split, not last year. So, okay, I mean, weird series, I think. I mean, comparing it to the Gaming Fortress one, it was a full-blown, crazy one, back and forth. Both teams looked like they could win in the previous game. This one here, the first game goes to Hillerl, and then they collapse in on themselves like a dying star. We're gonna do an interview, people, so stick around for that if you want. Just gonna get some of the people in from Atlanta, obviously, because they won. It would be sad for Hilo to talk about why they lost. And yeah, weird series, this one. I think it was really very weird series. Very weird.
Especially the way the last game went, because it was so one-sided on the side of Atlanta, and then Hilo made the hero run, and they crawled back just a little bit from a huge deficit, and then at one minute later, then it was just gone. The game was just lost, and it was so weird to see an ending like that.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's deserved that it goes to the side of Atlanta. We're just gonna get Revo in here, the coach from
Lunge is
Atlanta.
also ready.
Yeah, I think he's gonna bring. Let's just see. Let's just see where he is. Where do we have them? I'm just gonna pull them up here. Pardon me for a second.
But yeah, this whole series, it was pretty strange. It didn't feel like there wasn't it wasn't very fluid. It was just all around the map, kills all over the place, left, right, and center. People getting either caught or just things going wrong for either team. But yeah, I think you have a very strong point, and they really have to fix some of their issues before the final if they want to have a chance of beating Wicked Gaming, who are a very, very solid team with very strong individuals.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm just coordinating with the other people here, so making sure that we get the right people in for the interview. But
Can't you just pull in Revo and Lunge?
yeah, he was just surprised because for him he's on the delay there on the stream because we of course have that on delay, so he was watching it there, and
Uh-oh.
that's why. So there was a little bit of a
Oh,
communication breakdown.
a spoiler alert.
No, because they are on delay from the stream, so we're not gonna spoil anything. But either way, we're gonna get Revo up here in just a moment. And what I was about to say was that I think they deserved it, right? They did deserve it, but I also think Atlanta has to step up their game to really, really get to the stage where they want to be able to win against, where they would be able to win against a strong-looking Wicked Gaming team for sure. But we'll talk about that with them now because I'm moving them up here. Let's just see what we have. Welcome to Revo, and in a moment.
Hi,
some-
Revo.
Good
Yes.
evening.
Ah,
There
man.
we go. We are joined here by Revo, one of our co-casters, but also the coach of Atlanta, as well as Lunge, the AD carry extraordinaire military man with the the big guns and all that sort of hassle. Welcome to the broadcast, boys, and congratulations on your win.
Thanks. Thank you.
Let's just jump right into it. You were in the finals, if I remember correctly, the last time around, the last split, right?
We were in the semifinals and the third place.
Oh,
decided.
okay. I recollected poorly there, but this time you're in the finals, so congratulations on that. Something I've touched upon from this series, and maybe we should start there actually. How did this series feel like to you? Were you surprised? Did everything go as planned? Did you feel like you had to expose any strategies, that sort of thing?
I think I should take this one, being the one with the overview. I think this series was actually we felt very confident going into it. I don't want to take anything away from Hilo. They played very well last Thursday when we played them, and we were actually scared, respecting that even if we came up one game like we did, 2-1, we could still end up getting reverse sweep like we did Thursday. So we were trying to keep our heads high, and I would say most of the strategies, the win conditions, and the draft phases went fairly well. But I also think we did something a little rough by exploiting the points of Hillary that we knew were a little lacking in level. We were feeling out throughout the series who played well and who had struggles.
Yeah, so you targeted people. Is that what you're saying?
I would lie if I didn't say yes.
Okay. Because to us it seemed like they took turns on the side of Hilo at who can die the most in a single game.
In this game.
Yeah, exactly. And at first it seemed like it was Sloth picking up the mantle there, but then it turned over to Griesen and Shim there in the bot lane. So maybe communication breakdown or something, mentally speaking, on the side of Hilo this game. It looked weird from our perspective. They didn't look as good as they have been, to be sure. So when you're going into the final, right, you're going up against Wicked Gaming. What, of course, don't reveal anything you don't feel comfortable revealing, but Lunge, maybe you can touch upon this. How do you feel about that game? What are you going to do to make sure you get the W?
I think it's going to be a great match. I think they're pretty even on the side lanes with us, and the bot lane is also pretty good. So I think it's going to be a very close match, but I think we'll go up and ahead because we scrim and they don't, basically.
Yeah, I would certainly hope, and I'm not biased here. I prefer the scrimming teams to win, right? You want to have an indicator of people progressing through their hardships and their work, and it's just super annoying when people come in there, with the ha 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 la di da attitude. We don't scrim, so we can just win because we're the best without even trying. Yeah.
I mean, it's very respectable, but I think in the end, the champion pool is very small if you don't scrim and you have not practiced a lot of things if you only play LCD with the team. So I think we'll be more confident in going in with the different picks and hope that will make us win in the end.
Yeah, of course. Pan, of course, if you have any questions, feel free to speak up. Otherwise, I'll just keep going.
Okay, this will be fun. Lunge, in game number 1, you're in bot lane. You decided to pick up some farm instead of a kill and ended up using your flash to flash after the kill, which wasn't necessary. And then you ended up dying, I think, like 3 minutes later, where your flash could have saved you. Could you walk me through that and tell me what happened?
I actually can't remember, to be honest.
It was in the bot lane you were chasing. Was it Mordekaiser?
Kiana. They were
chasing Kiana, and then instead of going in for the kill, you just you stopped and then you stood and took some farm. I think maybe the thought process were that your teammate could have picked up the kill, but that wasn't the case. So you ended up having to flash to pick up the kill, but you can't remember.
Is it when me and Fiela we chased run and we flashed at the same time on enemy?
That is the exact point, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like we were just miscommunication. I think Wells had to flash, to be honest, but like we just flashed at the exactly same time. That's kind of unlucky, but I feel like one of us should have flashed for get the kill.
It happens.
Yeah.
All right. You have stored it away somewhere where you can't remember or recall it ever again. It's very nice.
Yeah.
Something I've been noticing when looking at Lando play is you very much like the Sejuani, but something, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but it seems like in the drafts you tend to opt into losing matchups, at least jungle and somewhere else sometimes, at least generally speaking, and just you play for the counter ganks and all that sort of stuff. Are you not afraid that Wicked Gaming might abuse that sort of thing when you get to the final stage there, and might just expose that?
I mean, I feel like in LCD when we don't have the luxury to just scrim all the comfort picks is just very important at different players. Mm-hmm. And I think in most of the time it's better to have comfort pick than counter matchup. Of course, if it's not like horrible, I don't feel like picking Jinx into Kai'Sa Leona example. It's pretty good idea, but if like Kai'Sa is don't have that bad of matchups exactly, so she can just get blinded.
Yeah, I don't mean in this series particularly, but just generally speaking, because it leaves, at least there's a tendency there, and I would love to get your ideas on this as well. There's a tendency to let the other team have the proactive angle on the game and let them get a lot lead through turret platings and farm and just sheer pressure because they have the better matchups during the game. And I just feel like Wicked Gaming, being such an offensive team, might expose that, turn that into their wonder.
Yes.
Maybe try.
Yeah, I can try to explain what goes through my mind, because obviously, not only from this team, but let's start with Hillerød, for example. They have Slot in the mid lane, who's he likes playing Kiana, LeBlanc, Zed, all of these like lane-dependent champions, these rough laners. Also, Shim did it in game 1, I think as well, right? Played Lucian, and in general, in the LCD, we have a lot of AD carries playing Draven as well and Lucian. So instead of going into what everyone does, we would like to like differentiate a little bit, I guess the word is, and sort of stick to what we're good at. As Lunge mentions comfort here, for example. We've been seeing a lot of success with, for example, the Gragas jungle. I don't give anything away by saying Yulbu likes playing Gragas, so that's a good example. Another example could be Kai'Sa bot lane, Nautilus support. Also, you've seen it a lot. We want to like play our style and not just fall into what works for everyone else. Because obviously, we practice our style. We want teams to be like unable to prepare for us. We want to always have something up the sleeve, and I think we do that very well by opting out of everyone else's meta. Also, even if it means that we spike a little bit later than most teams, and if it means we have to survive some lanes.
All right, Roger that. I guess we'll just have to see how it plays out. You have any predictions here for how it might turn out on Saturday? Just quickly, actually, I should say, we're having an event at Campus Weile next Saturday, and we start the third place match at 1 o'clock, and then the finals is going to be on at 7, just like today almost. And, you know, everybody's very welcome to come out, see how Atlanta fares against Wicked Gaming here. I mean, as for the predictions, boys, what do you think is, how's it going to turn out for you guys in the finals this time?
You want to go first, Lunge?
I think we're going to win 3-0.
Okay.
Be a quick sweep, and then we go home early.
Yeah. Well, go out and get a beer, I suppose, right? If you win.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's good.
Celebrate.
Good. Exactly. Or otherwise, it's gonna be, I don't know if that's an expression in English, funeral beer, like.
Oh yeah, yeah, we know what you mean.
Yeah, exactly. Gravøl, as we
Yeah,
say.
let's get those gravøl, man.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. What about you, Leo?
The finals, I have a lot of respect for Wicked Gaming, and I would lie if I don't think we will win it, or at least that we have it in our hands to do something. So I do think we will throw a game. I don't trust either myself or my players to not drop a single game, but I hope we can. But Wicked Gaming are looking very strong, and we have to prepare very well. So to just say something, I would go 3-2 maybe to us. I think it's going to be a close one. And the other game, also, if I can touch on it, obviously, the third place match also features two very good teams, in my opinion. Hilo and Fortress, right? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I also think that's going to be a very close one. We clearly had some struggles taking down Hilo, and I think they really deserve to be where they're at. And they had a great split, also developed into actually a very nice team. I talk a little bit to Kro, the coach of Hilo, and he's very humble and he's really keeping his players under control. I respect that. So I think they have a good chance at actually beating Fortress. But also I know some of the players from Fortress, and I know how hungry they are to win. And if they like on a good day, they could beat every single team in this league. So I'm going to be looking forward. I really hope the players from both teams come in and fight for the third place.
I'm just scared of the legendary burger flippers in the final.
Oh, if we're scared or what?
Yeah, I mean it's flippers, dude.
Yeah, obviously we are respecting them. We threw 2 games to them in the beginning of this split, and those games have been haunting us ever since, keeping us up at night. So we really wanted this revenge that we're getting, and yes, we're scared, but we come well prepared to end it off with a rhyme.
Scared but well prepared.
Nice.
Very nice, very nice. And on that note, we're just gonna say it again. Next weekend, this coming Saturday, we will be in Vejle at Campus Vejle Esports, whatever location there, Spinnerigade, if you're in doubt. And we would like to see your presence there. We're gonna have some competition, some skins you can win and whatnot, and you can play FIFA and whatever PlayStation stuff. So there will be stuff to interact with as well. And afterwards, after the finals, after we find our conqueror, our gladiators, the winners of it all, of this autumn split here, we're going to go out and we're going to celebrate that we're alive and all that sort of stuff. Of course, only if you're 18 plus, otherwise we're going to kick you to the curb. So on that note, congratulations Atlanta, and thank you for a very interesting League of Legends day here in Denmark. Stay tuned for the final games next week, and see you there or see you on another time.
Bye.